Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I hope everyone is doing well. Sending out much love to everyone. How's everybody doing on this Friday night? Got a few things I want to share. Well, I just actually got into this. I'll just show you if I can find it. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if you can hear me now. I hope you can. My desktop's a little slow, but anyway, here is a flow hive that I came across. Now, never in my life did I ever think I would ever become a beekeeper. Well, I checked this out, and I now ordered a beehive and ordered bees today. I'll be picking them up in April, but tomorrow I should be getting this in the mail delivered. This one here, the flow hive, it actually is from Australia. It's a little expensive. This one was about $1,100, but you can get them cheaper versions right here in the United States. I don't know how good they are. That's why I went with the top notch first, and then I can maybe build a couple of my own. But check it out. It's pretty cool.
So here it is, the new FlowHive 2 Plus, packed with all the features from our best-selling FlowHive 2, and with additional features that make caring for your bees and harvesting
Tim,
honey straight from the hive even easier. Let's take a look at the new features. Our new adjustable hive stand is now made from solid cast aluminium and is easier to put together and much more durable. The now stronger adjustable leg bolts have been moved out to the very corner for increased stability, while still enabling you to control the height and level of your hive perfectly, even on uneven ground. And they're also equipped with the all-new ant guards to create a liquid barrier to help keep those annoying ants away. The new entrance reducer works to narrow the entrance of your hive to protect your colony from predators and robber bees while your hive builds in numbers, and is also useful to reduce drafts in cold climates. Plus doubles as a hive closure should you need to move your colony. Our integrated pest management tray has had an upgrade. It's now made from 100% recycled materials. It's extra durable and helps to trap pests and monitor the health of your hive. The new FlowHive 2 Plus is made right here in Australia and manufactured from highly durable, sustainably sourced Western red cedar wood and made using our solar-powered precision laser cutters. There are 3 positions of ventilation control, so you can assist your bees as the seasons change. Vents down closes the airflow. Vents up allows air to pass through the screen and up into your hive. Or you can remove the tray altogether for maximum ventilation. We have included handy built-in spirit levels. From side to side, you want to be dead on level so the bees can build their brood comb nice and straight. And the front to back level has been calibrated for the ideal honey harvesting angle. So when the bubble is in the middle, you're good to go. The brood box has deep handles for easy lifting, and it comes with a set of 10 brood frames with comb guides so the bees can naturally build their comb. They can also accommodate foundation sheets if you wish. The Flow Super features 3 observation windows so that you can watch and learn while keeping an eye on your hive. Inside the Super are our second generation patented flow frames, the biggest innovation in beekeeping for over 150 years. The unique end frame view allows you to watch your bees as they cover the frames in wax and turn nectar into honey and cap the cells ready for you to share the experience of harvesting pure honey directly from your hive. You no longer need a costly conventional processing setup. You can now gently and easily harvest honey directly from the hive and enjoy the...
See, isn't that pretty cool? You can actually, from the back of the hive, open it up, fill your honey jars, while the front of the hive has the bees going in and out. They don't bother anyone. I was never really a fan of bees. I mean, I know we need them and everything, but to actually some of these videos I see people just pick them right up with their hand and have like thousands of them just picking them up. Oh, it's crazy. I don't think I'd ever get that to that point, but this is very interesting. Seems pretty simple. You help in the environment as well as many benefits. Because I planted fruit trees, all kinds of fruit trees, medicinal plants, plus my garden I do every year. I mean, I'll have plenty of nectar and pollen for the bees where they can produce this honey.
Process of watching that beautiful honey come right out of your hive, and it needs no further processing to be ready for the table. This hole in the inner cover is designed for feeding your bees in lean times, and we've included a plug so that the hole can be closed off, or you can leave it open and allow your bees to build honeycomb in the roof. To ensure the roof stays on in high winds to protect your bees, we've included these sturdy brass wing screws. We've used high quality, durable, solid brass fixtures throughout, and they go that beautiful tarnished colour outdoors. By popular request, we have created these adjustable shelf brackets to make it even easier when harvesting your very own fresh honey directly from your hive. And when it comes time to do a brood inspection, they double as a frame rest. The kit comes complete with everything you need to put your hive together, tools included. It has square and Phillips head driver bits with a nifty L wrench allowing for assembly even by hand if you wish. Thank you so much for being an important part of our global Flow Hive community. By looking after bees, you're playing a vital role in the natural systems we all depend on. And the honey really is an amazing bonus.
A very amazing bonus. I'll drop the link to this if anyone's interested. The Flow Hive. But like I said, I paid, I know it was over $1,100 for the whole complete setup. But there are other versions of it out there. There's the link. You should check it out. What's up, Blickum? Well, I ordered one. It's supposed to be delivered tomorrow. Plus, I got the outfit because I've been doing a lot of research on it now because I got to become prepared before I start the hive, which will be in April. Yeah, I never kept bees before in my life. I don't know. But it seemed like a good idea. It seemed pretty simple. But like I said, there's other versions. I think right here, United States, they're like a no brand type. But you can get them like $250 instead of over 1,000. You have to learn a lot. You're right. I've been watching video after video after video from courses. There's like free courses online. I'm not trying to become a certified beekeeper to become part of all these groups that are all around and everything. I'm just doing it for private, basically for all my plants, plus the environment. And the bonus, like you said, is the honey right straight from the beehive. You tried one of the yellow jackets took over. Yeah, well, there's like if you research it, there's like tips and tricks and stuff you can do to help protect your hive. Let me drop the link here. Let me see. Anyone wants to come on up? Yeah, definitely the garden will love it, no doubt. They bit the heads off. Wow. Yeah, some certain types, I guess, are a predator and they'll rob other hives of their honey. But as long as you build yourself a good, strong army and keep them, well protected, it should be fine. But this is my first time. Definitely not professional. Far from it. And my last one was I bought a 9.6 gallon still. a moonshine still to make distilled water and essential oils. So then after I bought that, I had to build a fire pit. Then I had to get a steel grate. It's made of half-inch solid steel, so it would hold the 10-gallon pot. What's up, Kelly? How you doing? Good to see you. So what you think about that? Let me see. Here's one right here. I paid $125 for mine though, and I don't think it's this brand. I just popped this one up just to show you the basic. Am I sharing it? I don't see it on the computer yet. It's crazy. But there it is. It's this one here is actually a 13.2 gallon, but I got the 9.6. But it's just a large pot, which the steam goes up into this other pot with a cover on it. Then the steam from that goes through the pipe and through the copper coil through cool water that you keep flowing through there to cool it down. Then it turns back into water again, pure water. I think it's like I said, $125 for my 9.6 gallon. This one here is $167.99 for 13.2 gallon. But you could do this on the stove top. I bought the like a camping stove top thing. It's a 12,000 BTU. You can hook it up to a propane tank. Plus, I built a fire pit so I can just keep this thing cranking distilled water all day long. Because the plants also thrive on it. And then you can use all the ashes that you burn, put it into your soil. Awesome. What's up, Jenny? 8675309. How you doing? Who can I turn to? Click that link, Blickham. Come on up. You gotta tell me about this 35 years experience that your dad did for bees. That's crazy. See if I can find it. See that it's got windows. You can look right through the windows and see them, see how they're doing. You don't even have to open it up. And right there in the back, take this panel off to open it. Then you can put these, open up each cell. This one comes with 7, and each one holds a little over half a gallon of honey when they're full. So that'd be 3.5 gallons of honey with a good operating bee house. And you don't even have to go into the hive to get the honey. You just poke the tool in there, it opens it up enough to let all the honey run out. The bees don't even know it, they're still in there doing their thing as you're tapping into the honey. It, I hear you, Tim. It was like $200 just for it was 3 pounds of honeybees, and 3 pounds is average of 10 to 12,000 bees to start with, and you can get good 50,000 bees in this beehive. But then you could always add another box to it, also raise it up another level, and double the bees. It's like a maple tree with a spout. Yeah, it does require messing with the bees, which I'm not happy about. I mean, like I said, these guys do it bare hands. A lot of them don't even put the screen on or the bee suit. Me, I got the screen with the bee suit. That's a 1/4 inch thick. It's an anti-sting bee suit, so they can try stinging all they want, and they're not gonna get me. Plus the gloves. I got the whole kit because I'm not messing around. I don't like being stung by bees. And you don't need a big area either. Look, you can see the bees right there, right inside. Bee stings are therapeutic. What's up, Dawn? Good to see you. How you doing, Darlene? Just showing off a beehive that I bought. It's gonna be delivered tomorrow. Kind of excited about it. Get it all set up, and the bees I'll be picking them up in April. Local bee, uh, a local beekeeper, cured out of arthritis. Yeah, Sasquatch, what's up? Whoop whoop. Come on, who's gonna come up and join me? Oh, I hope it's good. Sasquatch, that's cool. Bees knees, yep. So who else is gonna get a beehive? We'll start our own bee club. Kind of excited about it because all the fruit trees, all the berry bushes, grapevines, everything, all the medicinal plants. Wow, 9 hours? I don't know about 9 hours. I think those 9 hour days are over, Sasquatch. Getting too old now. That's cool. I mean, come on up. So, what's everybody think about these switching up on all these mandates? Echinacea. Phew, that's good, Dawn, because I got echinacea all over the place. I have a lot of echinacea, a lot of bee balm, the red sage, the blue sage, the coxcomb. Lamb's ear, I didn't see flowers on that one. I got the Shasta daisies, the calendulas, marigolds. Blickums the bee's knees. So what's going on in your area? Anything? Because my area, I don't know. It's always been kind of chill. Zinnias? Yeah, I didn't do any zinnias. Got a lot of items that attract bees and honeybees though.
Is that
Who we get? What's
who we
up?
got? What's up? What's up? Fire in the hole? No, Meep was on
Fire in the
my.
hole.
I have live music all the time now. Different people playing. Meep played last night, and he was asking if you streamed anymore, and I told him, yeah. And then here you are tonight. Boom.
Yep, I
Yeah,
was trying to do it last night.
trying to do it last night.
I got an
He
echo.
goes, he banned me before. I go, he banned me a couple times. I'm still going. I still go back. And I told him, you get over it like everybody else. You don't hold a grudge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's no reason for it.
no reason. No, I mean, he didn't say that bad. He just, but the time he got banned, I think he was a little bit. I remember.
Yeah, that's just a one
That's just a
incident.
one incident. Yeah,
You know, it was kind of just
that's a long
incidental.
time ago too. That's a long time ago.
Yeah,
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 you can't sweat the little things. Then the big things
exactly.
seem huge. You know.
Yeah, I'm not one to
I'm
hold
not one to
grudges
hold
for
grudges
stupid
for
stuff
stupid
anyway.
stuff anyway. Yeah, I don't
You
even
know?
look at the past because it always stays the same. Why go back?
Yeah.
I tell people the only way to change bad things from the past is add good things to the future.
Yeah.
What have you been up to?
A lot.
A lot. Hey, I got something. I found an old wine cellar out in the woods, and somewhere around here I got a great big thing of honey from 1974.
Wow.
Wow. It's got the high cone, the cones in there with it. The comb or what I'm going to call it.
Mm-hmm.
I found a tree last year that had, I could hear it like 100 yards away from all the bees buzzing in it. It was an old rotten tree. I was afraid though, man. There was billions in it. I was afraid I'd get attacked. You know what I mean? I didn't want to start a fire. It's too dry, to smoke them out.
Yep.
Because it's dry. I mean, shit will go up. The trees are dead. Most of the trees are rotten, laying around. A lot of mushrooms though, and all these dead trees from the, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I found a lot this year more than last year.
How you doing, Paris?
I think I only found one bad mushroom last year that I ate because I kind of got a little bit delirious.
Yeah, I'm not good
I'm
enough
not
to
good enough
even
to
think
even
about doing
think
that.
about doing that. Well, if you got a phone though, all you do is Google your state edible and poisonous. A buddy of mine, he found 4 big posters that are laminated, and they got all the mushrooms on there, good and bad. They're like big poster size, out of a school or something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
I,
I don't trust
I
it
don't
too, because
trust it too.
some
Because some
plants I've
plants,
seen, you
I've
take a
seen you
picture
take a
of it,
picture of it,
it
it
comes up something
comes up
different.
something different.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
It
Yeah,
kind
but
of
when you get to know them, though, mushrooms have a certain look about them. The ones you can eat and the ones you can't, they just have, you get to know by the fins and the gills and just the color and the shape and, the toadstools that you push down on, that green toxic looking powder comes out of them, the puff
right.
balls. Right. Before they do that, you can eat them. They're like a marshmallow. They're really good before they start drying up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paris, has anybody ever heard of
ever heard of
pine needle
pine
tea?
needle tea?
I
No,
have.
but I have dandelion. We can fry the blooms and make tea. Dandelions you can eat green, make wine, and people poison to get them out of their yard. They kill them with.
Yep.
Yep.
I actually
I
got.
actually got.
I grew them
I
last
grew
year.
them last year. Yeah. I like elderberries. Elderberry wine, elderberry jelly, killer.
I planted 2
Elderberry,
elderberry trees last year.
last year. They're good too, antioxidant. Yeah, I planted them before. Blackberries are the #1 antioxidant. You know.
Yeah, I got two blackberry bushes.
There wasn't as many last year, but a couple of years ago, man, there were so many and they were huge. You know what I mean? It depends on how much rain you get in the spring. You know how big they get, how long they last. But I ate gooseberries, wild strawberries, blackberries, and mulberries all in one day. Raw. Did you know the dogwood tree has the old world dogwood? After it blooms, it gets a round fruit on it. It tastes like kiwi.
Wow.
It's really. And I took pictures of them and put them on Facebook and YouTube, and no one could guess what they were. Because I guess no one ever seen them. How's your weather?
It's cold. Get
Yeah, it was 5 degrees. It was 5 degrees this morning. I hate winter.
Hey, Stacey.
What kind of chronic are you pepping on tonight?
I'm not even sure. My own.
I got lava cake. It's called lava cake. Isn't that weird?
Sounds good.
It is. I've been dabbing. Have you been doing any of that?
No, not lately.
Man, that there's some that are just knock you down. AK-47.
Nice.
That's just potent. Dabbing's not for rookies. You know what I mean? 99%.
Yeah. It's no joke. One or two of those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Get a definite head change right off the bat.
Yep.
I'm gonna get my card here pretty soon. I can get it for $25, and it comes with a $25 off coupon. And I can grow legally.
Oh, okay. Well, if
The
you get the
dispensary is pretty expensive though here. The dispensary.
Yeah. I know someone that got the card. And wow, it's like triple the cost of what you can get.
Oh yeah, this Kylie moved from Washington State to Boston. And it was $10 a gram in Washington and $80 a gram in Boston.
Wow.
That's just crazy, isn't it?
That is crazy.
Yeah, I think the cheapest thing they have is a 1 gram joint for $20 at the dispensary.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not. There ain't no way. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not. Like if I go in a store and a soda costs $2, I don't buy it even if I'm thirsty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm cheap when it comes to paying shit for stuff that ain't worth it.
I don't buy a lot of the crap now.
I only eat because I have to. I'm sick of food.
Yeah.
I mean, what haven't you ate in your life? That's why I'm starting to eat stuff I never have because I'm bored with it. I just don't go by the mainstream narrative because I haven't drank water in 30 years. I've never drank milk. And they said stay out of the sun. I go into it as much as I can. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because sunblock's what causes cancer, not the sun. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Just
People don't realize they only push what they create. You know, if they didn't create it, they don't push it.
Yep.
You woke up a lot of people in certain areas along. You know, when you started.
That's good.
Yeah, because after whenever you left for a while, it's like almost everybody was in your stream started their own stream.
That's what I was trying to do. Get everybody together and
well, it worked, dude. It definitely worked.
Awesome.
Because everybody that I know that used to come, like Jackie and Meeps, everybody always has good things to say. I've never heard anything negative.
That's great.
But I mean, that was a long time ago. But I don't talk to them people that were saying negative things.
I lost contact with a lot of people since I was gone.
Well,
but
sometimes it's meant to be. You think sometimes it's meant to be. There's, it's kind of like your instinct telling you that you're gonna get hurt. Well,
the way what happened was I had
I
to
had
do
to
things
do
that I was
things
telling
that I
other
was telling
people
other
that they
people
should
that
do.
they should be doing.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I planted my
So I
own
planted my
stuff.
own stuff.
The stuff I
The
used to
stuff I used
buy,
to buy,
now I can
now
harvest
I
my
can
own.
harvest my own.
I made my own
I made my own
greenhouse
greenhouse
up
In
the
up
Missouri,
hill.
everybody's always had their own garden. I mean, that's everybody had a garden. I mean, that's what you do. You know.
Do, do you have
Do you have
another two mics
another two
open?
mics open?
Huh. I'm just on my phone. I'll check my.
I hear an echo. So does everybody else. Yeah, there's no echo now. I don't know, Tim. I'm not gonna mess around. I got the suit, 1/4 inch thick suit. So hopefully that does it.
Does it?
Is that any better?
No, I hear
Now
myself
I hear
talking.
myself talking.
What happened? No echo now. What happened? Yeah, I bought a suit. I'm not messing around with no bees. Yeah, a bee sting is no big deal, but if you get too many of them pissed off and you get like 100 bee stings, that's not good. But these people, they'll have like 50 beehives and they'll just go out there and they'll just open them up, nothing on. Yeah, it's good for the blood circulation. Anyone else have experience with them? Has anyone even looked it up? It's crazy because there's actually bees that they're not so aggressive. Yeah, the hornets. I know. I've had a bee that got me right in my collar, and it didn't lose a stinger. It just kept stinging me, stinging me, stinging me. Wow. I didn't know that. Blickum venom's good for arthritis. So is the honey. Hmm. Well, I got a lot more videos to be watching on that. I got plenty of time till April. Yeah, I've gotten stung plenty of times before too, but I've never messed with a hive. These people, wow. There'd be a big, huge hive in a tree, and they'll just go up to it, and they'll reach their hand right in there, and they'll look, no queen. They'll throw them into their box, and they'll reach in, grab another handful of the bees, and throw them in a box, looking for the queen. This one guy found the queen, so he put it in a little cage. Then a big, huge hive, he just took the tree limb and shook it, so they all landed down on top of the box, and he wasn't suited up or nothing. How do you do that? I don't know. Those guys are badasses. Yeah, no joke. I don't know. So does anybody have any videos you want to share? Watch too much Winnie the Pooh. To be or not to be? What's up, Gerald? I got that video you sent me, Darlene, for Artificial Sun from Tina and Artificial Moon. Good to see you too, Gerald. How you doing? Been a long time. Well, yeah, it's been a long time. I'm just starting to get back into it again. Howdy. What's up? We have help on the way. Doing good, thank you. Hanging in there. How are you all doing? What do you all got going on? I'll show you how I built a smokeless fire pit. I hear that, Tim. I got that going on too. Building my own compost, making my own dirt. Not really into it for the job or selling dirt or honey. It's just trying to be self reliant, make my own dirt, pollinate my own plants with a bonus. But I haven't done it yet, so I don't know. You got more experience than I got. Maybe next year I'll say the same thing. What's that? Fuck the what? YouTube gave me a strike a few days ago from a video I did in July 20th, 2020. And I've never actually had won one. So all I did was like, really? You're going to give me a strike from a video from July 20th, 2020? And like, why couldn't you just take it down like you take down all my other videos? And the next day, they apologized and said it was a mistake. I didn't even try saying anything except really. Biden time. Yeah, plenty worldwide blocked, many taken down. Unbelievable. They're still at it. It is good. Thanks, Darlene. But I'm just saying, all I did was complain. I didn't try to convince anything. I'm just like, really? I mean, you're gonna give me a strike for something for so long ago, and they're every other time they're just taking them down, removing them. 1,000 vids private. I think they probably took down more videos than I have even up right now. Yeah. Screw tube or military tube, whatever you want to call it. They can rise all they want. 40-hour stream, that's nuts. No, I think I did like a little over 13 hours. Many 12s, 10s, 8s. Very few 2 or 3 hours. They're all long.
Hey, bud.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you, sir. What's going on?
Chilling.
Beekeeping is very near and dear to my heart. If you still want to rap on that, the bees.
Absolutely.
If the bees go, we're in big trouble. You know that. Everybody knows that. It was it's a great learning experience. You'll have fun with it.
That's all I'm doing now. Is instead of researching or something, that's what I'm doing. I'm going for the bee videos, bee videos, bee videos. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh man, you'll be an expert by April.
Yeah.
So you'll order your bees at that time, then you'll get a queen. Separately, probably, right?
Yeah, it's
That's
gonna
how
be a cage, and I got it marked.
Right, and you'll the little queen cage will come with a sugar plug.
Right.
And by the time they all chew into it, they'll get to know her scent, and
Right.
usually they'll accept the new queen. Yeah, it's man, it's it's an amazing experience. Good honey too.
Mm. Yep. Just came up with that idea. Then I looked it up, and I came across this flow hive, which really caught my eye.
Is that
And
now? That's the video you were showing right at first tonight. Was
yeah,
that? I was kind of walking around. I didn't catch all that. Was the flow hive deal?
yeah,
I'll have to look at that. I'm not familiar. We just had the regular, box. That link I sent you was of some guys that use big carboys so you can look right. It's yeah, I know it's kind of weird. I never heard. It's a pretty long video,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll probably check it out at some point.
Definitely will.
We had we had about a three-quarter acre backyard, and we had poplar trees and a lot of mimosa, and it just made fantastic honey. They didn't have to fly very far to harvest nectar.
That's what I'm thinking, because I got a lot.
Um, and then way we did it, we had the big, we got a big garbage can, drilled a hole in the top, put a rod down in there with little brackets that hold the little sections where the honey is that you pull out. I can't even think of frames, and you
Mm-hmm.
put them in you uncap them and then put them in the four at a time and on that pole, and it just slings it around. That's how we did it. Just old school.
This one, you go in the back of the beehive, you take off this little panel, and you see all the hives, you see all the honey, you see all the bees in there working. Yeah, take this one little plug out, put a tube in it, put your half-gallon jar there. Then it comes with this long key. You poke it in at the top part, and when you turn it, it opens up the cones enough where the honey will come running down
I
and
gotta
come
see
forward.
that, man.
Yeah. So you're
That's
not
crazy.
the bees are still in there working because they got their covering on the
Right,
outside,
right.
So all you take it so it doesn't interfere with them or anything. Of course, you got to check on them and everything, but
That's crazy. I've
as
never
far
heard.
as
Because we had to, take the frames, just the wooden frames where you start with the wax mold. They manufacture that and they build
right,
on top of that. But
right,
then you have to come along because they cap the ends, and you have to cut all that
right.
off before you can extract. So I have to see how that's interesting. Have to see how that works. What you're talking about.
Yeah, it seems pretty
But
awesome.
yeah, all the local ENT doctors used to prescribe Dad's honey for local. It's really good for allergies.
Hmm.
You've probably heard that, but I mean, even a lot of doctors know that. That's one of the one of the few natural things they know, but they know that local honey is good for allergies if you get it from the area where you live.
Right.
They bring over scripts.
How you doing, David? Yeah, it's very nutritious, no doubt.
It sure is. So is the royal jelly, and pollen, obviously, super good for you. And
And
I don't know how you say it, propolis or propolis, whatever the glue
propylene.
thing.
Yeah.
It's some amazing. Every bit of it's good. A big old fan of bee products. Got some good honey right now. Not free anymore, but stuff's expensive, man.
Yeah, that propylene was the bee glue.
Exactly. It's some serious stuff. It really is. It gets on your clothes, and it's pretty much a permanent deal. It bonds with the fabric. Well, that's
Yep.
great that you're getting into that. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting, but like I said, I'm not playing around. I got
All
suited up.
right, it arrived. I can't believe it,
Yep.
and it didn't even say postage due, huh?
Nope.
All right. What is this called? An unboxing video, Bob? That's
Well, I
awesome.
already unboxed it though. That's the thing. It
That's all right.
would have been an unboxing if they didn't, you know, give
Oh,
me that
good. I
strike.
didn't know if I had one with the label on it. Excellent.
Yep, one with a label.
Looks good.
Whoop, there we go. Little
Yeah.
ball.
That's
Nice.
now both of those are lip balm. And what is that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give it a try, man. I like it. Got one from
Which one is this again?
now
I don't remember.
that's the lotion, the main lotion formula. It's just an all-purpose, really anything for skin. Um, the lip balm is basically the lotion formula, but it's got extra like essential oils, chamomile, and carrot seed oil, helichrysum, and it's all either. Let's see, the main ingredient is wild crafted, and the balm of Gilead is wild crafted, and everything else is certified organic. I think this stuff came from India and U.S. and France, and but it's all USA certified. But
That's what's up.
anyway, the main ingredient is a bark. Um, it's a type of mimosa tree like we have here. Oh yeah, the moon gazers, right on. I forgot about that. Well, there you go. You're a sky watcher, man. You had to have
Yeah.
some of those.
Yep. Got a bunch
I
of
mean,
them.
good deal. Well, you got the whole the family unit there, Bob. But
I just
yeah,
want to
those
say
guys. When I
this
first
is
fired them,
this is a
they came out.
package.
It's like, man, they look like different skin tones, of all the people. It's like, okay, well,
Yeah,
that's
there's
cool.
there's different.
Well, good. I'm glad it made it, bud.
This is a package I got from Blickum. Thank you very
Yeah,
much, Blickum.
make you some of
And
that tea. That
boom.
tea.
Yep.
I
No, it's
still, I've
not
never.
weed.
No, no, I wish, but nothing illegal in there, man. Looks like it, man.
Butterfly pea.
Yep. And the first time you make a cup, just use like maybe, I don't know, 8 or 10 flowers, just a little bit. I usually use like a heaping tablespoon per cup, but
Mm-hmm.
use a little less just to see the blue color. It'll blow your mind, man. The
Yep.
prettiest blue you'll ever see. And then when you make it stronger, it's more like a purple, like a violet. But look it up, man. The benefit.
Oh, I did. That's why I
It's
bought the seeds
crazy.
and
It's it
planted
it
it.
jumped to the top of the list of my new favorite, right up there with
Yep.
ashwagandha. It it uh it it's amazing, and the tea it's delicious, man. You know, I assume you can do the lemon honey deal up there. It's fantastic. Tastes really good. Well,
Yep.
I'm glad you got it, but I was just gonna tell you the main ingredient was something that the Mayan Indians used, and they called that tree. Their word for it meant skin tree, and so that was the name of the company I had. And but there was only one place to source that ingredient, and they ran out. They were sending expeditions into the wood. I mean, into the jungle, cold. Trying to find new sources. But anyway, last year I've been looking for almost 15 years, and I've found some on eBay of all places last year. It's like,
Mm.
wow, tested it. Yep, same stuff, man. So
I
there you
find
go.
I find a
The
lot on eBay.
Yeah, well, I've been an eBay fan for 20 years, but you the thing about that ingredient is they you can legally claim that it helps heal scar tissue, and man, if it'll handle that, most
Mm-hmm.
anything else really isn't a problem for it. Can just burns, cuts. It's got antibacterial, antimicrobial, you know, and the carrier oils are also have been used for skin, like jojoba and grapeseed. You know, have been used to. Anyway, let me know what you think, man.
Yeah, no doubt. I like it already. Thanks a lot, man.
You're welcome, man. I'm glad it made it.
Awesome.
Yeah, just those moon gazers. Just charge them up with some moonlight about once a year, and they'll last forever.
What? Who's this? AAP in the house. What's up? Been a while, huh? What happened? Bam. Yep. Bam. Long time no see. But yeah, that's awesome. Let's see. I got a couple things here. Like here's calendula. This is just one of the bags I harvested and chopped up by hand.
I've heard of that. I can't remember.
It's like a marigold.
I
The
can't
marigold
remember
family.
its uses. I remember the name. They make wax out of it, right?
Nope. Tea. Medicines.
Okay, I could have sworn a calendula wax. Maybe not. I just can't remember what. I know it's good for something. I just can't remember.
See, AAP grows the real deal,
There you
but
go.
I grow my medicinals. Got some echinacea here. How much this go for, Luke?
Makes a pretty plant in the garden.
Yeah, no doubt.
I like it. We've grown it. We used to grow it.
Nope, no flavor. They got their own flavors. Good.
Man, add in a few of those flowers. That will put some flavor into it. This stuff is tasty, man.
I got some banana wafer here, though. What you know about the banana wafer?
Sounds like some of the strains of hemp
Yeah.
I've been seeing. One of them seriously was banana something. Anyway,
Not 600 QP. What? The Poe here in what, Florida?
yeah, man. I'm your neighbor, Alabama.
It's echinacea.
Got to be careful too. Earl the Gentleman.
Okay, that's cool.
Is that guy from Sasquatch channel?
I'm not sure.
Cowboy hat guy. He's intense, man.
In Michigan, they plastered the billboards with Mary Jane.
Smoke
That's
'em if
what's
you
up.
got 'em.
Yeah, no doubt.
They tried to pass it here, and it started out. What they had on the table was you could grow up to 6 plants, but only 4 could be flowering at any time. I mean, come on, this is Alabama, but they threw all that away as well as smokable. So really, basically, all you can do is get low strength gummies. You got to jump through hoops. Got to go through like a drugstore, not a dispensary. You know, you can't get all this. You just get one little. It's regulated house. It's just like, come on, man, you got to be kidding me.
Yep.
So,
How you doing, Earl?
That's a joke. I mean, anyway, I'm not worried about it. It's just so stupid to pass something like that. I mean, people that have never done it. Oh, gummies are legal. They're going to go out and eat too much and wreck their car, man. You know, because they're not used to anyway.
Ever hear of 2.5 beer in Florida? No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Used to put that on military bases. Just weaker, weaker beer, half strength beer.
wow, that's crazy, Luke. AAP. 12 per person.
That's right.
What?
Yep, that's right.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
Just
it is crazy.
drink twice as many, but whatever. We got weird laws like that here. We sure do.
A
Make you
hundred.
want to scratch your head.
Wow, things have changed, huh?
Man,
If it was like that here in New York, wow,
yeah.
wow.
It's gonna have to be nationwide, get, standardized before anything's gonna happen with it.
Well, AAP at one time, the Grandmaster level. What? I don't know if you know about the Grandmaster level.
High gravity beer, Tim. 2.5 beer. I've had it many times.
So all that crap you gotta drink in just to get a buzz.
Hmm. It's you get bloated before you get buzzed.
Right. What's up, Stephanie?
Hello, Stephanie.
Hmm. Yeah, it's too watered down. Wow.
What time do those, Darlene? What time do those spirits usually show up, or do they on a regular basis? Smudge your house, you and the bear.
Hmm.
3 a.m. in the morning.
Soon.
Okay. Darlene, did you catch what was going on the other night when I ended up going live at 1:30 in the freaking morning? Did you end up catching the story on that? Because that's crazy.
No.
No, no, Bob, you weren't there.
No.
I went live the other night just because of something crazy. We were watching this other guy's stream, and he was out in L.A. just doing a live stream. He got mugged right in the middle of his live stream, and his girlfriend
Wow.
was in the chat. So I just, as long guy like supposedly beat him up and threw his phone, and his phone was just lying there, but it was still live on YouTube. But the guy apparently ran him off. And so I just went live, in case his battery ran out or whatever. It's crazy. I just wondered if because Darlene saw that I went live and she just popped in. I was wondering
Okay.
if that was crazy, man. A live freaking mugging. Yeah, you did. I just wondered if he had caught up. That was insane, man. Oh, Lord. This world's getting crazy. God knew he was going live on YouTube and jumped him anyway. So, but he hasn't come on to let anybody know what happened either, and that was about 4 days ago.
That's insane.
Yeah, it really was. It's,
But what time it is at? I mean, if it's gonna happen, at least you know. So what
it
do you
was
do?
strange going live. He had like, I don't know, 30 people in his chat, and they all came over to my live stream, which is good because his phone finally did cut out. But I didn't know really too many of these people, but it ended up being a really nice time. Dawn was there, and Darlene popped in, and anyway, the guy ended up being okay. He came home, and that was pretty freaky. Attack in real time on YouTube. Anyway, that was my big adventure for the week on YouTube.
Felt kind of helpless though, right?
Huh?
So you felt kind of helpless though, right?
From here, I did. I was like, man,
Yeah.
they're closer than me. I mean, I was like, what can you do, man? You know, um, his his girlfriend called the police. It was fishy, man, because it was so weird. Because the guy grabbed his phone and he was filming the dude while he was like backing away from it. Like, why would you? It doesn't make sense. Still doesn't make sense. He still hasn't come on to clear, say, hey, I'm okay. Nothing, and his girlfriend just said, oh, well, he's back. He's got a couple of bruises. Good night. It was weird, like, I don't know, man. Something's kind of crazy. But, just another, people are flipping out, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Paris, she's doing well. Thank you for asking. Mom, my friend
Hello.
Paris just asked how you were doing.
Hey, Darlene.
I don't know if you heard that, but she said,
Hello.
thank you for asking.
Good. Sorry I didn't
Hey,
ask.
Darlene. Hey,
God forbid.
Earlson. How's it going?
Doing well. Miss Darlene, good to see you, darling.
How you doing,
Nice
Earl?
to
Nice to
see you
meet you.
too.
And welcome back again, Darlene. Good to see you again.
And you're True Seeker and you're Blickum.
That
Yeah,
is
Blickum.
correct. Yeah,
All right.
I saw you on Sasquatch's channel about a week ago. That's where I met you, dude.
Okay, okay.
I like
Yeah,
what
go
you
ahead.
had to say there, brother.
Thank you
I
very
like
much. I appreciate it.
absolutely.
Hey, Starlight.
Starlight.
Yeah, I've seen you around too. I pop in, but I don't really say much. Just check things out.
Yeah, you learn a lot more by listening than you do talking, don't you?
Yep.
So I learned that a long time ago. Yeah, it's a tough lesson to learn sometimes. I always got a lot to say for sure, but sometimes I just like to be quiet and listen, and you learn a whole lot. What they say is just like in gaming in Vegas, keep them playing. You're eventually going to win. Well, you keep them talking. Eventually, they'll reveal their true nature,
Yep.
good or bad, either way.
It's true.
So, what are you guys discussing tonight? I've been running about and doing chores and eating dinner and having my snack and all that good stuff after dinner and watching a few of the programs. I'm not even sure what y'all are discussing. Miss Darlene sent us a message and said, check out this discussion and see if you're interested. So here I am.
Well, we have open topics here, so if you have anything you want to talk about, we'll talk about it.
The meaning of
What,
life.
yeah,
I start.
okay.
Except one thing.
Honeybees.
Yeah,
Darlene.
Honeybees.
I just purchased a beehive. It's called
Nice.
a flow hive. I never did bees before, so that's what I started the stream with. Because I planted a dozen different types of fruit trees, all kinds of medicinal plants. I got
Excellent.
garden. I got stuff grown everywhere. Berry
Yeah.
bushes, you name it.
The new
Grapevines.
currency. The new currency. It'll be worth
Right.
more than gold.
You
That's
betcha,
why.
buddy.
That's why I took the last almost a whole year off of YouTube because I've been just digging up and putting new fresh dirt in and getting everything ready, building flower boxes, building greenhouses, building a pavilion, building fire pits, and now I
Yeah.
got to buy a chainsaw for the fire pit because I got bought a still because I'm gonna make my own distilled water. You know what I mean?
Excellent. Yeah, we just bought all that stuff here. We sold everything we had in Oregon. We sold 95% of everything we owned.
Mm,
We both felt spiritually compelled to do roughly the same exact thing, just 3 to 5 days apart. So we started liquidating, and we didn't even have a destination in mind. We just knew we had to go east. This happened about a little over a year ago. That was probably a year and 2 months or so when I guess when the fuse was lit, and we realized that it was time for a drastic change in our life and our lifestyle, and our pursuit of something different. Our journey to Oregon was about what you're doing at your house, but we did it on a community-wide scale to involve our local community, get them
awesome.
involved and interested. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we retired early. Not that we were like super affluent or well-to-do. We just resolved to live with less, make do with recycled materials. For example, we built a barn in Oregon. It was 40 feet long, 12 feet wide, and 13 feet high, and it cost $800 to build. It was all recycled materials, and it was big.
Hmm.
It was as long as a 40-foot shipping container, but four
Wow.
feet wider, 4 feet wider, and 2 feet taller, 3 feet taller. Yeah. But the whole farm was, being good stewardship of the land, not using chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, or fungicides of any kind. All natural, nothing genetically modified was allowed to go in the ground.
My
If we
motto
had,
is, if it's FDA approved, stay away from it.
yeah, yeah. As soon as the
Federal
feds get
B-minus
their hands on it, you might as
association.
well just throw it in the dump and be done with it because it's garbage once they touch it.
Don't get me
Yeah,
started, bud.
yeah. Roger that, Captain. you
The
know,
Federal
uh,
Demonic Association. That's my name for them.
yeah, yeah. I agree, concur, totally concur. We put our faith in men, and we still are doomed the moment we do that.
And see where it's gotten us there, brother.
Yeah, it's got us in a gigantic world of shit, and we're getting ready to pay a big price here across this world for it.
Yep.
With the escalation and tension across the European nations right now, and certain political parties and governments are solidifying agreements, ready to take a stand against us and the United
Yeah.
Nations and our food supply that we're talking about, food and gardening and growing. I'm glad you bring that up. I was on another live stream about 6 o'clock this morning with some gentlemen out of England, and I was on there with them for about 3 hours or so, and we were talking. This is one of the topics we discussed: is the need to pull together as a community, locally where we are. And I'm gonna be, I don't know how else to be, but in your face about things. And I don't mean this towards none of y'all. I just mean this in general terms. But there's a lot of people that do a whole shitload of talking on the internet about what's good and what ain't good, and I don't see a lot of people talking about what they've actually done. Like you, Mr. True Seeker, not only are you going to be provide for yourself, you're going to have currencies, things to bargain with. But I suspect that once things get sideways like they did back in World War One, the Great Depression, World War Two, people have to band together because they start, putting what do you call it? When they ration things like they did back, when they had bread lines and soup lines and all that stuff back in the Depression, World War One, and followed into World War Two. Europe didn't come out of their rations until almost 1954 before they stopped the full rations across Europe. We actually know people that were living there alive during that time, people that we know personally. So it's not a maybe. We know people that lived through it. And unfortunately, the last 2 years, the stage has been set for this to occur again. And now we're facing global conflict. And if we don't come together on a community-wide basis and quit thinking about our damn selves for 5 minutes We can't do this shit alone. You know, we have to start thinking bigger than ourselves. We have to start thinking bigger than our immediate families. And I'll give you a perfect, for instance, what we did in Oregon was community-based farm. We didn't hire help. All of our help was done through volunteers. They learned how to grow. They learned how to plant. They learned everything, cloning, um, cannabis or other, you know, whatever they wanted to learn about growing plants, we would teach them. And in turn, they would give us at least 2 hours a week, 1 day a week, 2 hours in one stop or one shot. And, you know, that's how we supported our farm. And the growth was exponential. We did a great thing. It made us learn new things that we hadn't done before. But we demonstrated to ourselves, most importantly, that we could survive regardless. That was part of it. Part of our journey out there was to live in a very remote area and survive almost completely off the land. And we realized very quickly that not only could we do it, we could actually help all of our friends and neighbors and a good chunk of our local community have access to high quality food. And we never charge more than $1 a pound. All you got to do is come pick it yourself, learn a little bit about the farm, why we did what we did. So pretty much anybody could afford $1 a pound. And, you know, for 20 bucks, I mean, you walk out with 20 pounds of produce of whatever you want. And we grew at least 65 varieties of different things every year. For those who couldn't afford anything at all, we would, you know, I don't want to like talk about it a whole lot, but we'd make barter arrangements or just, you know, gifts. We did the same with homeless shelters and food pantries, food banks. With surplus or what you would call B grade, less pretty, less desirable for the retail market, and we just made sure that the people around knew we were there, knew why we were there, and that we weren't here. It wasn't about profit. Lots of people ask us, "Is this a non-for-profit organization?" We're like, "No, this is just what we're doing. We live, you know, we practice what we preach. We live what we do. We don't just talk a bunch of big shit. We actually back it up with action." And we pulled together literally hundreds of people from our local community on the coast of Oregon in the middle of damn nowhere, 2.5 hours from the nearest interstate. And in the first year, we established ourselves. The second year it grew. Third year it grew exponentially. Third year was 2019, by the way. And then 2020, when things went sideways and the shelves started emptying, we became very popular very quickly. People really understood what we had been doing for the previous 3 years. Now had a whole new kind of value attached to it that they could never foresee prior to that.
That is very awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah. And we're still doing that now, mind you. Now we're not farming on that scale again, but what we are doing for our people, and you know, a lot of people say, "Oh, be careful what you say on the internet." I'll just tell you, I ain't scared of no man. I flat don't give a shit who listens to me or who wants to stalk me or come after me. Anybody can want some of this, they can show up here anytime they want. With that said, I'm gonna move right on and say we have already situated ourselves to not only take care of ourselves in the case things go sideways, but we will once again feed our neighbors and the community around us so long as they show up and help cultivate the land, do the weeding necessary stuff. Then their family's needs as far as sustenance goes will be insured. And not only can they help us do the work, but if things get real sideways, they can also help me secure the land and make sure that we are not taken advantage of. You understand what I'm getting at?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You can't do this shit alone. And if we keep thinking that we're going to hide in our little bunker, our little basement, we're going to do this shit without nobody help. I hope
So
you're an ex-Navy SEAL is all I can say.
how do you go about getting a community together though? I mean,
Facebook,
that's
social media, announce your intentions. Announce your intentions. I don't want money. If you want to donate materials that the farm needs, great. I'm not looking for your money. What I need is people who are interested of like mind. And I want people who ain't afraid to do a few hours of work, and we would just structure it. And dude, you will be surprised the response you get, especially if you have the land to cultivate, right? And even if it's, let's just say if you don't have acreage, but let's just say you have like half a football field, because a football field is roughly an acre. It's actually it's slightly larger, but just picture a football field. Now cut that in half, the 50-yard line. If you have a double or triple lot on the edge of town somewhere, you can grow more food on a half an acre than probably 15 families could consume throughout the harvest, which if you plant correctly, I mean, you can start harvesting as early as March or April if you're growing in greenhouses with your greens, lettuces, radishes, and things that have very short turnaround time that you can continually harvest throughout the year through succession planting. So you can grow in most climates in this country. You can grow enough fresh produce without canning at all to feed people 8 months out of the year on average. I know it varies from altitude and location, but on average, we have that ability. Now, then you throw canning into the mix. Now you can sustain life well beyond any harvestable crops. And should things, get real crazy, say, for example, like a large volcanic explosion that ejects a lot of aerosols in the air, cools the planet. We had this occur. Let me think what year it was. It was in Great Britain, all across Europe. They called it the year without a summer. They were actually ice skating on the River Thames in June. I forget the year, so I apologize, but anybody can look this up. The year without a summer across Europe. It's a known cataclysmic event that occurred. I believe it was from a meteor that hit the mountaintop in Switzerland. So what do we do if we can't harvest for the whole year? Now what are we going to do? We have potential global conflict. We have potential food shortages. We have global. I don't want to get your channel in trouble. We have this that everybody's dealing with. I'm trying to be careful here because I don't know all the rules. I'm really new to this whole game. But if you put all these factors in, we are facing some interesting times, and no one can say for sure what's going to culminate out of these events. But if we don't start thinking larger than ourselves and larger than living for today or next week, we are in for a world of hurt. And if anybody that knows anybody that was alive during the Great Depression, World War II, I suggest you have a conversation with them quickly, because they'll remind you why it's important to do the things that we're discussing.
Absolutely. History repeating itself.
History is cyclical, you bet. 100%. We have to take action. We got to stop talking big shit about it, and we have to actually do something about it. And that's my biggest frustration. Part of the reason why I come on social media, express my opinions, free thinking being the first thing. Quit listening to me. Forget my face. Here's why I'm at with my face. Forget who the hell I am. Let's think critical for a minute. Let's use our own heads. Let's come up to decisions on our own. Quit putting our faith in men. Forget my name altogether. You know what I'm saying? Just take the message with you. That's all that matters to me.
That's the only reason why I started this channel. The only reason.
Critical thinking. It must be, because history's proven us that men fail us every time we put faith in them.
Thought we'd be able to wake up the world, get everybody united to all these channels together, and if we all put our input into it, not.
It will work.
Hey, are you guys religious? Do you guys read the Bible?
Not so religious now.
Do you mind if one of us read a verse? Would it offend you?
I don't
hide my religion from nobody, but this is your channel and your forum, so I'm gonna be respectful.
Yeah, I have no problem with it.
Hey, Blickum, you want to read Isaiah 13, chapter 12? This is about what you just said, True Seeker.
Okay.
This is biblical prophecy. It pertains to directly what you said. Now, you could pinpoint this in many different places in history, but when I hear things like this, it makes me think of this particular verse. I'm a man of faith. I am a baby Christian by many people's standards, but I'm very strongly convicted in what I believe. And when it comes to my belief in my Father in heaven, my faith is unshakable, even though I have much ignorance of the biblical text. My faith is unshakable because I know where I stand in this world.
Hang on just a second, guys.
Yeah, I could read it for you if you like. I just like to engage people and quit running my mouth and let someone else talk.
No, man. I was wanting to do it. I wanted to show you this Bible too, but
yes.
My dog is. Hang on just a second. I'll be right back.
Will you give him full screen if he shows something? Can you do that
absolutely.
there, True Seeker? Excellent, because I can't see very well
anyway. Give me a second.
Anyway.
I'll be right back.
Looking at this, I have to use. I don't have a webcam. I got one ordered, but I use my phone and it's got this tiny little screen. I can't see much of nothing. I used to grow cannabis in Oregon too. It was allowed, you could have up to 4 plants that were in flower forming their cola buds and all that good stuff. You could have more than that, but you could only have 4 in flower if you didn't have anything medical. And I don't go to the government asking for permission for shit, so I didn't get no medical card. I just grew my plants and whatever. And I had other buddies that grew shitloads of it, but I mean,
Well, we got a master grower in here, AAP variety
AAP,
channel.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I see him. Squats. All right, AAP variety channel. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm an all natural grower. A lot of people get real deep into the science of growing plants, cannabis in particular. I'm a touch it, taste it, feel it, smell it kind of guy when it comes to the soil. I've been growing food on and off, working on farms, growing for my own self, growing for when my mother was raising me and my brother. Um, she taught us how to garden. My wife's family did the same thing for different reasons, but they all learned how to garden, canning, the whole deal. And we've just kind of expanded and grown. We've had several large properties over the years. We've always had large scale gardens, and we took it to the whole next level in Oregon. And it was just about learning how to take care of stuff and uh, teaching people around us the things that we know because we see the real value in it. When even when other people are asleep to the value of what we have to offer. It was the whole spirit of what we did, and we actually got way better response than we did. Like, so, through social media, we used a local social media. I can't. It was called "What's Happening Coos County" or something like that, and then we used Facebook, which my wife did. I don't really do much social media. This is the first social media account I've ever had in my life, and I'm just kind of winging it as I go. But I'm just tired of sitting back watching all this madness unfold. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people talking good stuff, right? But everywhere I look, I don't see any action backing
Right.
up the words, and that disturbs me. It disturbs me because if people think they can sit here from their keyboard or from their cell phone and change the world with a bunch of good words, well, I mean, that's a crock of shit. If we're not taking absolute affirmative action to ensure our safety and the safety of those around us and getting and surrounding ourselves with like-minded people, we're in deep trouble. We're in deep trouble.
We are. We're being silenced. Can't talk about certain things. I mean, come on.
Yeah, can't say certain words. You got to watch what you say because then they shut you down. I mean, they
Yeah.
tried to. They gave me a warning and took videos down on me 3.5 days in to my channel being open.
Crazy. But I
Hmm.
agree. I mean, everyone's got to pull out of the system. I mean, I'm not 100%. I mean, I still have electricity. I'm trying to become as much self-reliant as I can. I've paid off all my debts. I don't owe anything. I I'm growing my own food as much as I can, and plus extra for others.
Yeah,
And
barter and
plus, you got
trade's the name of the
plus,
game.
plus you
He
got to protect.
dehydrated his kitty.
No, I didn't. Plus, I got a
Yes, you did.
commercial-sized dehydrator.
So I caught a little something earlier. Hey, what's up, Sasquatch? I just saw a comment here. I don't watch the comments very well. I get distracted because when I get to talking on a given subject, I get laser focused on it. Um, I do try to pay attention here and there, but hell, I don't even know where I was going with that. I said seen Sasquatch jump up there. Sasquatch has actually been a very interesting fellow to run into. He possesses some very unique talents, and he's got a very interesting mind. I love discussing with him. I like anybody. I don't want to judge people or label people. We've all done crazy, dumb shit in our life. And it's not our place to judge. We love to label people and judge people through our labels, but
Yep.
I try to refrain from that. And what I'm getting at is uh, the differences that we may possess as individuals, whether your race or religion or background. I like to embrace those differences that way I can better understand the people sitting across from me, and hopefully they'll do the same in return. And that makes a world of difference in finding common ground because we're all human. We love, we feel pain, we feel hunger, we feel lonely. We love our children for the most part. There's a small section of society that could care less one way or the other, but by and large, we all cherish family values. And if we build on what we have in common and try to understand our differences before we label things and judge things, it goes a lot longer for opening up forms of dialogue and having communication with people that have different mindsets or similar.
Pretty much similar. Maybe not agree on everything 100%, but
Don't have to. That's the beauty
Right.
of free will, right?
Exactly.
That's the
Exactly.
beauty of it. Independent free thinking.
And I have no problem with that. I don't know why some people just can't handle that.
Well, the problem is, I don't think it's most people can't handle it. I think most people can handle it with no problem. We have been conditioned to listen to the
Right.
media and listen to these talking heads, and all they talk about is divisive issues. They talk about race divide, political divide, religious divide, socioeconomic divide, and they keep us up on this cycle of fear, up and down, up and down. It's going to be
Hmm.
this, it's going to be that. Okay, everything's okay. Up and down, up and down. Everything's okay, and they're playing with us. It's mind control, it's manipulation, and if they keep us confused, angry, and divided, then we will continually reelect these monsters back into power. They don't care. The politicians, they just pick a side and go with it. They don't care about Republican or Democrat. It's all about keeping us under control and keeping us complacent like the sheep they think we are.
The world stage.
Yeah, and they play us. They play us like a damn violin
Yep.
every second of every day. And our dumbasses, as sleep as we are, we just keep voting these dumb bastards back into office. We keep consenting to this madness. It's a
Yep.
damn shame.
It is.
So what happened to Blickum Blickum? He said he had to take his dog, do something. I was trying to hold back on it. I'll read that before we lose too far track of it. Do you remember the statement that you made there, True Seeker?
The
We were
statement.
talking, yeah,
Oh,
the statement that made me reference the Bible. See how good we're both paying attention here.
is it about the food, about the food shortage?
Food shortages,
About,
yes.
about being self-sufficient, grow your own.
Self-sufficient, yep. How it may affect people, right?
Hmm.
You think back to World War One, you think back Great Depression, you think back World War Two. World War Two alone, that the world admits to, 250 million people died in World War Two,
Hmm.
and that's an astonishing number. And you think about during World War Two, who did we lose mostly? Mostly lost all the men from the age of 15 to the age of 60. If you were able-bodied, willing, able to hold a damn rifle and stand in a line or stand in a foxhole, so 250 million people died, of which probably 80% or more were healthy young men. And think about what that did to the families throughout the world that were affected by this. They lost their male role models. Everything's been turned upside down and on its head. And now we go by a whole new set of rules because the men that are supposed to be leading the household, doing the things that the way that we've traditionally done as Europeans for millennia, was certainly in 1 century, basically in less than 1 century, in a very short time frame from World War One to World War Two. I say less than 40 years. Our whole way of living was turned inside out and upside down across the world, and then we were told, here's a whole new set of rules to abide by. And now look at where we are now. We think that we advance technologically and socially and so on and so forth. But look at the state of affairs across the world. Look at the state of affairs on the way people act in this country. We're so spoiled and so gluttonous in our nature. Um, every great civilization in history has fallen, and I think our turn's coming up. I don't know when, but it seems pretty painfully obvious that we're in line to fall at some point. But as far as the rarity of things, food, money, social order. Let me find this page here. It's real short, but it has a profound meaning to me. It's Isaiah chapter 13. Do you want to read this still, Blickum Blickum? I see you come back. You can
I
read it
can
if
do
you like.
that. You say 13?
Yeah, 13 verse 12, and this talks about in times of calamity. The way I see this, it's times of calamity. Um, Pick a war, pick a major a disruption in society throughout history, and you could apply this text to it. But I'm not living in history. I'm living right here now, and this verse has spoke to me in the last few months, and I just can't shake it. It just keeps jumping up at me every time I turn around. So I like to put that out there just for a little piece of context from my world. It's not your world. It's not your reality. this is my reality, and this is the way I see things. I'm not ever going to sit here and tell anybody, oh, you got to think this way, believe this, whatever. That's not free will. That's not free will. And I don't consent
Hmm.
to that line of thought. You put your opinion out there, people assess it, and they decide for themselves. That's the whole point.
Oh yeah, I like this verse, man. You said 13th
Right.
foot.
Yes,
Uh,
sir.
you want me to do it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. I was just
No,
reading.
please go ahead. I'm just talking, waiting for you to find your page. I'll shut up. I'm going to
Okay.
mute my mic.
I will make a man more precious. Dog break.
Woof, woof, woof.
Calm down. It's okay, buddy. All right.
Hey, by the way, I just want to point out, now you can take this with a grain of salt, but I'm telling you, every time I have something real important to say when it relates to scripture, this very thing happens in one form or another, and I'm going to be
I
quiet.
was
But I'm
just
just,
thinking that, man.
as
I
a
was
point of fact, me and my wife observe it every single day, even when we're having a discussion amongst ourselves. If we're touching on something that's important to us spiritually, this very thing manifests every time.
Yep. It's I was thinking the same thing. I get used to it. It's almost like a badge of honor. At some point you just say, okay, that thing. Okay. All right. He's you
It
cool,
means you're doing something right as a Christian.
Thank you, man. Are you cool, dude? All right. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. Therefore I will shake the heavens, and earth shall remove out of her place in the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the day of his fierce anger. And it shall be as the chased roe, as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravaged. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver as for gold. They shall not delight in it. Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces, and they shall have no pity in front of the womb. Their eyes shall not spare children. It's got a bunch of names I can't pronounce. Did you want
Yeah,
any?
no, that's a good context of it. And, this talks of
I
warfare,
love
death,
those,
destruction.
especially those first two. Yeah, I love that.
I want to point out two words in this text you just talked about. The term thrust through, if you define that, you look it up, it relates to being killed. And thrust through, if you read in, I forget the book now, it talks about the suicide of Saul. It's in the Old Testament, King Saul, ally to King David. It says under, she's going to pull it up here real quick. Try to find it. We got the notes over there too, and it talks about where he was thrust through and those binders over there. I do a lot of research on history, but thrust through is mentioned in the Bible in many different places. It's mentioned in Revelations, mentioned here in Isaiah, and it talks about thrust through being killed. But I'm not going to get deep into that because this is not necessarily the right forum for
I just
biblical.
thrust through. Sorry, man. Just turned it.
Yeah.
This is my grandmother's Bible from 1928. Anyway,
1928. Let me see the cover of it.
Wow.
there's nothing there really. You can see the covers.
Yeah.
Post, but it's got the illustrations. Nice. I read it out of it every now and then, but dude, you had those Bibles from what, 1850, something like
No,
that?
1880s. It's 1880s. We got two of them from the 1880s. We got a few from I think the 1890s, a bunch from the 1820s. Well, the early teens. They run from the 1880s all the way up through right now. We have some are in German, some are in Dutch.
Is there any difference in the ones from way back then till now?
Oh, yes. The main difference is with the big Bible, that it's a big, like a coffee table, or it's what families back 100 years ago or so would have been like their main Bible. It would have been as expensive or more expensive than buying a vehicle because of the nature of the book. But it has the books of the Apocrypha in it, and they were accepted biblical texts back then at one point. And now all of a sudden, flash forward to to our generations and our parents' generations, and everybody acts like the Apocrypha is heretical text. But at one point, I got proof that at one point it was accepted doctrine across the board. Now, not all, because there's roughly 75 books of the Apocrypha, and this Bible only contains, I would say, roughly, I haven't counted them, but I would say maybe 9 or 10 books, maybe 8, somewhere in there. But history has been changed continuously. Napoleon Bonaparte, I say this quote over and over again. I'm gonna keep saying it because it's relevant to history at any point. History is a set of lies agreed upon, and those lies are agreed upon by the people who win the wars. And they rewrite history. They burn books. They burn libraries. They eradicate whole cultures, different groups of people. I mean, history is just showing this over and over again. It's a set of lies agreed upon.
Man, I really wanted to show you my mom's Bible, though. This is crazy.
Do full screen with that, would you, there, True Seeker, so I can see it better. Thank you.
This is held together with Scotch tape, rubber bands, and prayer, dude.
Yeah, buddy.
Wow.
This is part of her daily and nightly routine. Writes in it every day. Look,
dude. Hey, so that you got grandma's cliff notes of what she spent her whole life doing. She just simplified your life and study by a magnitude of about 1,000.
Wow.
Man, if you can find a more well-used Bible than this one,
ain't that something?
I'll read it. Anyway, continue. I just had to show you that. I remembered, seeing that cool Bible you had.
Yeah.
The guy's like, man, he ought to see my mom's.
So let's talk about the rarity of food and the rarity of resources as it relates to global conflict. Let me find the verse here, right here, verse 12. I will make man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. Now, if y'all don't know what Ophir is, Ophir, when we looked it up, says that Ophir was the purest gold ever mined in history. Now, if you compare gold to Ophir gold, gold in itself is rare. Ophir gold would be the rarest of the rare. And what this scripture and passage is talking about as part of a biblical prophecy is that when things get wild, that the Christians, the true believers, the ones that will either be, killed for their beliefs or that may survive this, when the end game comes to fruition, as far as biblical text is concerned, the people that will survive to the end of it and have salvation in our Father's kingdom will be more rare than the rarest gold ever mined. And that relates to, many points in history, the Black Death in Europe, the Ebola outbreak that almost got out of hand a little over right around a decade ago in Africa. And here we are in modern times facing something just as serious, if not far more serious, given the global reaction to what we're currently faced with. So when I say this verse out, I do it to try to see this, whether you believe in it or not, this is a document of history. This is a document of Christian history. Whether modern academia accepts it, I flat don't care. I do. I know that it's been tampered with. I know that things have been taken out and removed over the years. It started profoundly under the Council of Nicaea, under Emperor Constantine in the 300s, after the crucifixion of our Lord and Savior. And that's when the Council of Nicaea decided, under a supposed vote, under the supervision of Emperor Constantine, decided what books would be accepted as of doctrine, and anybody, in particular, the Essene culture, they were agnostics who saw things slightly different. They didn't believe in organized religion the way it's practiced today. They were the keepers of a lot of knowledge with the books of Apocrypha, the original text as well. I don't know if y'all know of the Essene culture. I'm trying to think of the name of the region. It was in the Middle East. I'm just having a brain fart here. Qumran, the Essene culture. Have you heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls there, True Seeker or Darlene?
Yes.
Okay, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in Qumran. It's a desert mountain place with chalky cliffs. They dug holes into and made caves. They buried dozens upon dozens of clay jars with hundreds and hundreds of scrolls. Maybe not hundreds, but certainly dozens and dozens of scrolls. I don't remember the exact number. But it was literally tens of thousands of pieces of parchment that were, restored and put back together. And this was hidden in there by the Essene culture in the area of Qumran. And they did it to preserve history because, from what I know, these documents were dated, supposedly by academia, going back to 80 years after the crucifixion, all the way up to 300 years after the crucifixion. I find that number interesting because that's right around the time Constantine, as a pagan Roman emperor, hijacked the most beautiful religion that has ever existed on the face of this earth, which is Christianity, which is manifest through Christ Jesus. But I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go down the road and preach at you, sir. I'm not trying to take over your program either. This is just the core beliefs of who I am. But because of the time frames involved, we're talking about Constantine 300 and all these things that were taken out of the books under a pagan Roman emperor who, basically conquered a religion, assumed it under his kingdom, professed to be a newborn Christian, and proceeded right on with their same pagan ass ways. That's just my opinion. There's many, many more people would disagree with me on that view of it, as they're entitled to, but that's just how I see the world. And I worry about, history being cyclical. And then when we talk about, more rare than the golden wedge of Ophir, it just makes me think, because I love history so much, it makes me think about all the points in history where, had we taken heed to some of these warnings in Christian history, we would have certainly came out a whole lot better rather than listening to man's set of lies agreed upon. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what history is, a set of lies agreed upon. But this has been around in different forms for thousands of years. 3,000 years, maybe more. Predates all other, significant historical texts. Predates most religions, not all. At least the way we understand history. That may be a falsehood, but it certainly predates most. And it's the most printed book ever. Never been surpassed by any other printed book in history. It's the only religion where they use the name of our Father and our Lord and Savior as a curse word. Nobody says, a curse word associated with Prophet Muhammad. Nobody says that with curse words associated with Hinduism or Shiva the Destroyer or Jainism or Taoism or using the name of Buddha as a swear word. They do it with ours. And why? To me, that's a fundamental important question, and why we are in the mess we are in. So I'll circle back to that and shut up and let someone else have a say.
Good.
A lot
If
of good
anybody
information.
knows, go ahead, Bob.
No, I was saying it's got a lot of good information.
I say good because I want to clarify that I'm not talking to a phantom down there named Jody. It's Ron's wife, Earl.
Yeah,
Oh.
she's on it. Here, look. She's over there typing right now. She's here. She's looking at her phone.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
I promise y'all I'm not that talented. I can barely walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, let alone type on the keyboard. I can't even read the doggone comments and have a conversation. I get so far behind on the comments. That's why she's over here backing my play.
No, I figured when I said hello, Jody, that everybody thought I was crazy. So I better clarify.
No, you already know, Darlene. You already know what time it is. This girl's got my back 24/7. We almost never are without one another. And it's not about codependency. She's my best friend and we do everything together.
That's what's up.
She's my sidekick. That's my shotgun rider right there.
Hello, Don.
So what do you think about the artificial sun?
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I will say this. My life has taught me that reality is usually much stranger than fiction. I see that beautiful puppy. Reality is usually much stranger than fiction. My entire life has attested to that. So if there's an artificial sun, I wouldn't be shocked at all. You know, the lies go so deep in culture throughout history. Just the lies I've uncovered in the last few months, digging really deep into history and running it side by side with the Bible. Yeah, there ain't no telling to the level of lies that we're living in, this false reality we live in. I
Well,
think that's why. Go ahead.
don't you think the
Yeah.
sun is kind of a different color than what it used to be?
It don't look nothing like it used to when I was a child. I grew up in Texas where it was sunny as hell all the time, and I don't ever remember the sun having this bizarre aura that makes it look much larger than it should. The aura that comes off of it is much more intense and brighter than I
Right?
remembered as a child. The colors in the sky are very different. Even the hues of blue are no longer not. Now sometimes they're what I remember, but sometimes they have this weird turquoise jade color to them that you would only
Right?
see preceding a thunderstorm. But yet it can be a perfectly clear night and the sun sets and you see these strange hues of blue, and then you see all these contrails in the air. We're going to call them that gently.
Yeah.
You see all these things in the air, and then you see
The
these
sky
weird.
bandits.
The crazy thing that got me really looking up is realizing that when I see the sun drop behind these clouds, or not clouds, but these contrails, yeah, sky bandits, sky snakes. I've heard them referred to a lot of things. But
Whatever you want to call them, just
yeah,
don't
yeah,
call them what they're supposed to be.
right, exactly. Yeah, quit repeating the lies, right?
Right.
But I've seen just here this year, well, not this year, in 2021, I saw at least 6, maybe 8 perfectly vertical rainbows with no bend of any kind, perfectly vertical. I
Right.
saw another rainbow off the back deck of my house about 3 months ago, more 4 months ago. It was a perfectly flat horizontal rainbow, and it took up the entirety of my field of vision.
Wow.
Now, excuse the shit out of me, that ain't normal.
Nope. That ain't normal. Nothing is normal anymore.
No.
It's like every time I look outside and look at the sun, look at the clouds, I'm going, yep.
Yeah, I walk outside and I see these vertical rainbows, and I looked it up, and like a circumpolar rainbow or circum something,
Oh
I
yeah.
forget now. They say it's supposed to be different, but they're extraordinarily rare. I saw 4 or 5 in one day, and I'm like, well, if they're that rare, how in the hell am I seeing them day after day? Or every 3 or 4 days, I go outside with my wife and we're out with the dogs or we're doing something. We're looking up in the air, and we're like, where the hell's why is there all these damn vertical rainbows every time we turn around? There's no arc to them. I'm like, this is not normal. What the hell is this? And I just don't know. I don't
Right.
have the answers. But something the British like to say, I love this term. There's some serious fuckery afoot. Pardon my
Well,
language.
if
But
That's a great word, by the
I
way.
shared a video with Mr. Bob up there of the sun and the moon, the artificial moon that China wants to put up or already did, God knows. The moon looks strange too.
what else have you seen as far as the sun and moon that stands out and pops to you?
What pops to me? They
Yeah, the
said the
most. Like what
moon,
really grabs a hold of you
the halo around it.
constantly, right?
Yep, that's not normal.
Did you see that video? I forget what it's called. It's white orb. It's not very long. It's one of the ones I took where you can see the clouds up in the sky, right? And you can see that the sun's kind of behind it, and it's casting its rays up into the clouds, and you can tell where the sun is. And then you see this other white orb, and it's moving fast. It
Yeah,
comes in. You can watch it, and it comes in and transitions, and then stops and never goes the other direction. It
right.
doesn't.
Sits right
It
beside the
stopped.
sun.
Yeah, it stopped right in front of it. And I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
watching this
I've
shit,
got a few pictures of it.
and I can watch this other sphere. I mean, it's not like watching the moon or the sun process across the sky. It wasn't like that at all. It was like watching the minute hand of a clock that was moving way faster than it should, and they transitioned and then stopped. I was like, what the hell is that?
Right.
And luckily, I had my phone on me and I was recording it because of the weird auras and the intensity of the light. I'm like, well,
It's
this is weird. So I
always like
started
that.
recording.
Whatever that is following the sun, and then it stops.
It came
The
out from,
moon.
I could see it moving behind the clouds. I'm like, the sun is to the right and this thing is to the left. I was like, what the hell is this thing?
Right.
It looked like the moon, but it was the wrong time of day. The moon was still below the horizon.
No, it's not the moon.
I know. It's what blew my mind because I follow star charts and everything else, and I knew immediately that the moon was still below the horizon based on the time of day that I was seeing this event occur. And I'm like, this ain't the moon. It ain't. I don't give a shit what it is. It ain't the moon. The moon's below the horizon, back to the east.
Like I said, they're strange things. It's
Yeah,
like
I
the
was facing
sunsets
south.
and the sunrise. They're way far south.
Yes,
Too
yes,
far south.
way too far south. It's not overhead like it used to be.
Nope.
It's like 15, 20 degrees off or more.
Hey man, I just put up a couple of like 10-second videos. I caught something looks like up near the sun a couple of days, a few days ago. And you might want to give those a look.
What's the name of your page? Is it Blickum Blickum?
Blickum Blickum. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll subscribe to it. Yeah, she's got you pulled up on the computer right now.
Oh, no worries. I was trying to catch a hawk that was catching a thermal, and my camera, I was zoomed in all the way and it was blurry at first, but I just was, for some reason, I looked at the film and it just looked like there's an object. And then the next day I caught it too. I caught it again in the same spot.
Yeah, she's going to pull them up here in just a minute once
it's been cloudy or rainy ever since, and I haven't been able to catch it again, but it is fairly interesting, man. 2 days in a row. Anyway, I just thought while you were on that subject, I thought you might want to. I think Bob showed it last week, but I don't think you saw it.
Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, I haven't heard of you yet. I know I seen you in the chat room, but if your link didn't get posted or if I wasn't paying attention, then I probably wouldn't have got it. But we try to subscribe everybody we run across, especially someone that's got something interesting to talk about. Even people that talk about
you over on Sasquatch's.
Deal. Yep, that's what I remember.
Link in there if you want. No big deal. I just want you to check that out, man.
Yeah. Well, we just subbed to you. We're going to be checking it out for sure.
Oh man, I've heard about this video. Some Dawn, I think, sent it to me, or somebody did. And I hadn't watched. Good God, look at that.
This one Darlene sent to me. She sent me one for the moon too, but she sent me the same video. Wow. Darlene. Yeah. They're both the sun video.
Yeah, see, we follow not only astronomical or celestial events in the heavens in real time.
I'll look for the moon.
We track celestial alignments that have occurred in history, celestial alignments that will be occurring in the future through software programs that are pretty easy to do. We also track solar weather. We track solar events as they've occurred throughout history. So yeah, this is right up my alley. This is totally up my alley. Hey, let me mute my mic and turn the volume up, and let's watch it for a minute. Let's hear it.
Okay, sounds good.
Tinatayang ang deuterium ng 1 litro ng tubig dagat ay pwedeng makaproduce ng enerhiya.
What is that, Darlene?
Sounds like Hindi or Pakistani. I would have to lean towards Hindi, but I couldn't swear to it. I don't speak Hindi.
Chinese.
Oh, China. That can't be Mandarin. That can't be Mandarin. Play that again. Let me hear that.
Ang kanyang resources. Kaya ipinagmamalaki ng mga Chinese scientists na ito na ang gagawin nilang artificial sun ay malinis o clean energy.
English
Hindi kailangang mamroblema sa mga raw materials na gagamitin rito. Dahil halos unlimited ang mga ito sa ating mundo. Kaya kinukonsider nila itong ideal na ultimate energy. Layunin ng mga scientists na ito na bago sumapit ang taong 2030 ay makukumpleto na ang artificial sun at ilalaunch pagkatapos ng go signal ng gobyerno. Ang katotohanan niyan ay hindi lamang China ang nakagawa ng artificial sun. Usap-usapan rin ang Korea ngayon. Yes, gumagawa rin ang South Korea ng...
Just one question though. I mean, this is supposed to be 10 million degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but I know it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a massive difference in Fahrenheit.
It's going to
Well,
burn everything up. And
How
I
does
think
it
it's
not
already up
melt when
there.
it gets that hot? How do we build something, anything that can
that's
withstand those temperatures? That's not possible.
exactly
Not
that right
what we've
there.
been told.
What I'm looking at right there with that 10 million degrees Celsius, I think would be disintegrated.
Yeah, exactly. We can't make anything, or we can't even get temperatures that hot. Maybe in a nuclear reaction, but we sure as shit don't forge metals and metal hybrids out of materials that apparently nobody knows about but the damn Chinese, and be able to make blast furnaces. Because if it will withstand that temperature, how do you get that material that hot to make it into something?
Exactly. Yeah,
Let's see
Dawn,
what else.
we were talking about that last week.
Yeah,
artificial sun na
that's a
halos katulad
crock
rin
of
ng
shit right in our
China
face.
na ginagamitan ng nuclear fusion. Ang proyekto ay tinatawag na K-STAR or Korea Superconducting Tokamak Advanced Research. Noong 2020 ay nagawa nila ang record na plasma ion temperature na umabot sa 100 million degrees Celsius sa loob ng 20 seconds. Higit na malayo pa kumpara sa gawa ng China. Pero ito ay isang napakalaking milestone na kumpara sa nagawa nila noong 2018 sa kanilang first trial na umabot lamang sa plasma ion temperature na 100 million degrees Celsius sa loob lamang ng 1.5 seconds. Pero kung kayo po ang tatanungin, ano kaya ang mga masasamang epekto ng mga artificial sun na ito sa ating mundo? I-comment nyo na po ang inyong kasagutan sa baba. Pero sa aking palagay, ay malaki ang maitutulong ng mga ito sa ating mundo. Lalong-lalo na ngayong patuloy na tumataas ang presyo ng langis. Kung magtatagumpay ang mga ito, ay malamang sa malamang ay mayroon ng alternatibo at pamimilian ang buong mundo sa larangan ng pinagkukuhanan ng enerhiya. Pero hindi pa rin maalis-alis sa aking isipan na lahat ay may kapalit. Kung mayroon mang mga advantages, ay mayroon ding mga disadvantages ang mga ito pagdating ng panahon. Kamusta na nga ba ang plano ng China na gumawa ng isang artificial moon? Bakit nga ba nila ito gagawin? Ano ang pinaka-purpose ng naturang project? Well, gusto mong malaman ang buong kwento? Tara, pag-usapan natin yan.
That is crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, these scientists and transhumanists and all these other people, that's all they want to do is change and modify and add nanotechnology to everything and hybridize the crap out of all of our plants and animals and everything else. They're trying to clone the woolly mammoth, for God's sake. They've been working on that for a long time. I mean, really, they talk about it right out in the open. They've been trying to find recoverable DNA up in Siberia for well over 10 years, maybe 20 or 30. I don't know. I know it's been more than a decade. They've been trying to recover damn DNA. They want to clone and regrow a damn woolly mammoth. What the hell would we be doing that for?
They're doing that with all kinds of stuff.
Jurassic Park nonsense.
Imagine.
What the hell are we talking about?
There's been stuff washing up on beaches in places that I did a video on not that long ago. There's these nasty looking fish with huge teeth on them, man, coming ashore on beaches where you swim.
Australia, they've been finding a bunch here lately.
Can you imagine? I wouldn't swim there again. I'm doing good, Sandy. Thank you. Hope you're doing all well also. Hello, RV. Good to see you.
Sandy Hopkins. I'm trying to read. I try to pay attention. I'm bad at looking at comments.
Mm-hmm.
They already recreated dinosaurs. Yeah, buddy. Yeah,
Sandy,
there's a
I'll
reflected
text you later,
light.
Sandy. I'll send you a couple links I want you to check out.
Yeah, let's watch this other. If you got more than one, let's watch them. I'm game. I like looking at stuff.
Well, Darlene is looking for the moon, but this one is the moon. There's the sun and moon in one video. This
Times
is
di
their
umano na mas maliwanag ang gagawing artificial moon ng China kumpara sa totoong buwan. Ang katotohanan niyan, noong 2018 pa usap-usapan ang planong ito ng China at ang kanilang layunin na i-launch ang naturang bagay sa taong 2020. Subalit magpahanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin ito natuloy. Maybe isa sa mga factor ng pagkadelay ay ang pandemic. Sa tingin niyo po, mayroon kayang masamang epekto ang planong ito? I-comment nyo na ang inyong kasagutan sa baba. #yes or #no. Pero huwag masyadong mabahala dahil
no
ang
idea.
artificial moon na ito ay hindi para sa buong mundo o para sa buong
Okay, we'll shut it off. That's crazy though.
Check your subtitles. If it's Hindi, it sounds like, I'm telling you, the other one sounded like a mix between Hindi, English, and Chinese Mandarin. This one sounds like it might be Hindi, but you might be able to hit captions on there. Your little CC button on the side there to the far right of your screen. It might give you the text. I don't know. I don't know. Depends on if they embedded it when they made the video.
Yeah, it's still both. It's a combination of both. It's over.
Yeah. I wish I spoke Hindi or Mandarin. They're interesting languages. Very fascinating cultures too. That's funny. That picture's up there. Y'all see the video that the U.S. government released with the pyramids floating around up in the air? Did y'all see that?
No, I didn't.
Just do a Google search. They're probably on YouTube. Do a Google search of U.S. military / flying pyramids. Yeah, get ready. Buckle up. Released by the U.S. military, mind you. Okay.
Yep.
They should be in night vision, like the green, what do they call it, the monochrome green. They got night vision. They did it from a ship, one of the destroyers. I believe it was in the Pacific Ocean, maybe. No, I believe it was Atlantic, maybe off the eastern seaboard. The U.S. government started openly admitting to video footage, and even possible they halfway admitted that they were in possession of how they word it, off-Earth vehicles made of materials not from planet Earth or not from this planet, and that was by the government. They said that.
Quote. Yeah.
And their dissemination of this this supposed alien life and video evidence. What was the one they called Fast Mover? They released in 2017. There was 3 of them they released in 2017. There was a guy named Lou Elizondo that was part of that program. Chris Mellon, I believe he was former assistant secretary of intelligence or defense or something. He is part of the Mellon family, Carnegie Mellon, the big financiers out of New York. And then there was the singer from Blink 182 was involved in the dissemination of this information, and they were all working directly with the federal government, working in concert with them, pretending to be whistleblowers or concerned citizens that want to get the message out. But in my opinion, they're charlatans and they're working hand in glove, because you don't disseminate classified information as a whistleblower. Look at what they did to Snowden. Look at what they did to Julian Assange. If these guys are getting that kind of high level intelligence, like this supposed former intelligence officer Lou Elizondo, that's on the damn media for the last 3.5 years all the time, talking about his whistleblowing status. Well, why in the hell ain't he in prison? Why the hell ain't he hiding out in Russia like Edward Snowden? And what about the people that disseminated this information to them? See, they're always talking out of both sides of their heads, and we hear a good story, they hang a little piece of a little bait out in front of us. Oh, look, here's some new alien stuff. But yet he's talking about disseminating classified information, yet nobody's been in handcuffs and there's been no outrage or nothing. So I see these things all the time, and it just makes my damn stomach turn.
Yep.
Let him do a search. I'll see if we can find it.
Especially when you're trying to tell other people and it just goes in one ear, not the other. I mean, I'm surrounded by them. While you're looking for that video, I got this. I went back and got those links. Blickum dropped. Are you there, Blickum? Oh,
I'm here. I'm looking up the other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to watch your video. I'm just sitting here, trying to find a video link that I could share with you. Yeah, there's something here. Go ahead and do your thing.
Well, this is Blickum's video. He wanted to say something about it. He wanted to show you.
Yeah, 10-4. I'm ready.
I'm waiting for Blickum. Blickum. And no, Navy Dogs, I haven't heard of Brushy Bill Roberts. What is it? Yeah, more people are waking up, but that's about it. What do you think about the government's pulling back on a lot of these mandates in these areas? Is that the pendulum swinging back?
A little bit. The narrative's getting away from them. I don't know if you're in tune with what's happening across Europe, but when I say Europe, I include Australia, New Zealand, but all of Europe, European nations, I guess, that are dominated and controlled by Europeans. But yeah, Great Britain, Scotland, Ireland, France, Denmark, Sweden. They've been pushing back in a profound way. It's not really being covered on the mainstream media to any effect or consequence. But if you seek other sources, you'll see that there's been mass protests all across the nation, not nation, but all across the world, especially Europe, where there's been tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people taken to the street protesting these out of control mandates. And now I think things are culminating. So they're either going to have to do one of two things. They're going to have to either back off or start declaring martial law. They ain't going to have much. But, if we had a well-placed global conflict right now, say with a few adversaries that are kind of stirring the pot right now, that would be the perfect place to institute a little bit more draconian measures to further make society bend their knee. If you kind of catch my drift here.
What's up, Jace? Good to see you. Jace Ventura in the house.
Hey, man, I just had to. This dog's just going crazy for some reason. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Earl, I just wanted you to see this, man. Bob said it last week, but kind of interesting.
Hold on a second. What's going on here?
God, crazy dog. What are you doing, Bubba?
Post the link.
you see it?
Yeah, well, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't looking for it, but the second day, I could see it through the camera lens on that the second.
Yeah, that's pretty trippy. Yeah, the way it's glaring right there, that just blows my mind.
Somebody said it looked like a disco ball. Kind of does.
Yes, it does.
Pretty
That
far
don't
out.
make no
That could be a
sense.
camera artifact or something, but it really does. It shimmers. It looks like it changes color, but it was blurry. Like I said, you can't even see the hawk I was trying to film. He was in there somewhere, but
like
I've
you're
had some
talking about
people.
the
Go
next
ahead.
the next one's a little clearer.
when I
I was
explained it the
actually
last time, though.
I
He's
was
pointing
looking
out
for it the next day.
that spot right next to the sun there. Do you see it?
Yeah, about 2 o'clock.
You see it
That
clear
one,
as day.
that one
It's
doesn't move, but all the other ones move
right.
around.
You can
Right.
the other
That's what an
video.
artifact does. It moves with the lens. When you
Exactly.
move your spatial orientation, the artifact will move around in your field of view, like that one across the top. That one other
Right.
there is stationary to the sun, and that's one very similar that I captured and that I posted on my channel. You can not only is it not, it's not just stationary in the sun, and it's moving towards the sun, counterproductive to what the rest of you're seeing in your spatial reality. We put a link up for you if you want to take a look at that. That shows those pyramids that the U.S. military released. By the way, this is not a ancient aliens or some conspiracy nut house crackpot YouTube site. This was stuff that was released by our trustworthy government that we love so much.
Where's the link?
It's in the comments.
Show that other one when you get a minute too. That other video, it's a little clearer. I caught it 2
What'd you
days
say?
in a row.
Oh, yeah. She
Right,
said that she posted it. I don't know if you have any restrictions on a link being posted in your comment section or not, so I don't even know if you can see it.
Maybe. Hold on a second. You try it again, or just leave a message in there. I don't know if you're a moderator or not. You have a wrench?
No, I don't.
I don't know if it show up without a wrench. Just say hi real quick, and then I can.
Hello. Oh, put up.
A message.
Type something in there. Just type hi in there and just send it. Yeah.
I can't find it now. Everything is Chinese.
He's
Yeah,
trying to see
that
if you can
video
make a
was
moderator so you can post it.
right. That video was both, Darlene. It had the sun and the moon in it. The second half was the moon.
Oh, okay.
Hey Bob, can you show that
Yeah.
second link I put on there?
Yeah, let's see
Hold on,
that.
She
It's a
could
little
drop the link.
clearer. I was actually looking for it. I can put it in again if you.
No, I got it.
Okay. Because I could see it through the lens the next day, and I don't know. I don't think you don't normally see lens flares through the camera. And you can see the what kind of clouds right in front of it. But that's the second day right there. The same spot, man.
Stationary.
Anyway, worthy of note.
crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it's man, it really got a hold of me. Okay, there's a wrench just came up on our channel there. I promise you, we'll respect your channel. We won't do anything. Feel free to
Yeah,
take it away anytime.
not a problem.
Now, I will tell you, I will admit, this is kind of funny, and I'm sorry. This is a short little story I was having. I'm not even going to mention the dumbass's name, but I had a guy who was trolling me and trying to single me out for no apparent reason. And he wanted me to go in there and have a big verbal spat with him so he could, show his ass to his audience. And I wasn't going to engage with him, but I went into his chat, and for whatever reason, I don't even know why, he made me a moderator, and he was being hateful. I mean, saying disrespectful things, even made very direct insinuations, potentially threats to my life, just because he hates the way I think and hates the way I talk. So I used a little wrench and I went and blocked everybody in the whole damn thing.
Wow.
I just shut the whole damn chat board down and made them go back and undo it all. But I mean, I'm just being honest, but I wouldn't do that unless you started cussing me, threatening my life or something. Yeah, I'll take that little fake wrench and, have a little fun with it.
That's funny. That's crazy.
I don't know why he was just irate.
Brother.
Just irate and wanted to talk a bunch of garbage. And I'm like, and then everybody's like, we were in another chat room like 20 minutes later, and someone's like, yeah, I got blocked off that thing. And I'm like, I typed back in. I'm like, yeah, well, he gave me a wrench. I blocked everybody on the whole damn board. But like I said, he was trying to show his butt, and he wanted me to be the center of his big drama queen thing he had going on. So yeah, I just had a little fun with it. Rather than getting upset and playing his game, I just had a little fun with it.
Yep.
But I won't do that to you.
That's mayhem.
Well, you can't do anything anyway because pretty much everybody's blue.
Yeah.
You can't do
Oh
anything
yeah,
with
right. Yeah, see, I don't know a whole lot about this, but I know we definitely shut some people down. Maybe they were on his side, maybe they weren't, but yeah, we were just having a little fun with it because he was being such a sideshow about the whole deal. So we're just like, well, whatever. We're just not going to get upset about it. We'll just play around.
Dearest Dawn said he deserves so much more.
Yeah, well,
Wrench
I ain't
worse.
even getting warmed up yet. Until someone else is willing to. I don't even get into it. I don't want to change the topic here. I'm just saying, I don't back down from nothing ever. And as long as someone keeps poking a bear with a stick, they're liable to get a swipe every now and then. And I ain't never been afraid to take a swipe. I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
I can be a little cynical and a little cocky. I'll admit, I got my own sinful nature, but I've lived a very challenging life. I'll say lightly. So I am who I am, and I just embrace who I am, and I try to be humble. Admit that I'm a sinner. Sometimes I tell a fish story that gets bigger over time. Sometimes, we're all capable of these things. I just try to put it out there. I'm just a normal guy.
It's all part of being a man, though, too, right?
Yeah, you got to own who you are. Hell, embrace it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Embrace it. Quit living in denial. Yeah, I'm a sinner. I curse when I shouldn't. I'm a Christian, so here I am being a hypocrite outright when it comes to that. But, I'm normal. I have emotions and feelings just like the next man. I'd love to meet a single Christian that's never uttered a single curse word out of their mouth, before they go judge, not at least you be judged first kind of concept. I just, I admit who I am. I am who I am. I got a lot of opinions, a lot of comments, a lot of things to say. It's just my nature. We got another video coming up, or?
Oh, looks like Jace Ventura just dropped one.
Yeah, Ron.
Yeah.
Read private chat.
Do what?
Read the private chat.
Oh yeah, I forget about that.
Is that because
really?
of me, Darlene?
So are all those back there private?
No. You got the private and you got
okay, all right.
the other one. One says private chat.
Yeah, Roger that. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, I'm not trying to go there. I really I don't want this to turn into anything other than what these gentlemen are talking about. I have no,
Right.
yeah, we're good.
No drama.
Correct. Yeah, I don't want that. I'll disengage before I engage. I like things mellow. I like to talk about interesting things. I have a very curious mind.
So do I.
I never get enough reading. I mean, we read 12, 16, 18 hours a day sometimes, researching, studying all different aspects of all of, everything that we can wrap our heads around, solar weather, language, meaning, root words and meanings, studying multiple different languages, how they're spoken, how they're written, what the original meanings of the words are. We get into a lot of things.
See, that's another way they divided us too, with these different languages.
Yeah. In the biblical terms, it's called the Tower of Babel.
Can you imagine if we all knew what, I mean, all these countries, we all knew what we're saying.
Mm-hmm. That's why I like language, because, communication, on even the most basic level, like say if you're going to go to France, you never intend to speak French, but if you're going to spend a week or two over there, you'd be doing yourself a disservice not to learn 20 or 30 basic words and phrases when you go over there, just to help you navigate around the society. And it shows locals your willingness to engage with them, at least even if it's not, well spoken, you're at least trying. And that opens a lot of doors for conversation and engagement with different cultures and different ideas. And it's a great way to expand your mind.
This is a protest in Australia. What's going on there, Jace?
Wow.
Yeah, let's see what they're saying.
You ain't got no sound.
That there will be no more mandates, no mask requirements in the UK.
Yes, that's correct. It will come here. We just need to keep fighting for the right side of history. Thank you.
So thank you very much again. Appreciate your comments.
Wow, what's he doing there?
So we're just going through. There's a bit of a bottleneck here. It's a massive crowd trying to pinch through, squeeze through one particular part. So we're just going to stand underneath the shade here. Thank you very much for your shade. Hello, your name?
Lydia.
Oh, she's a little bit shy there. But so what about your name?
Camille.
So it is a hot day here in Perth, Western Australia. I say that because we're also broadcasting to Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane. So we're in Forest Place. Regardless of the heat, a Screamer Perth Day, why have you taken to the streets of Perth today?
To fight for my children.
Your children?
Well, myself and my children, but my children, every child on this damn planet.
And against tyranny as well, and against tyranny, dictatorship, and losing our freedoms. Yeah.
So can I ask you, as a parent then, school-age children?
Yes.
Are you concerned of what's going to happen this year in terms of sending your children back to school?
It's a concern, but I know we've dealt with worse. Homeschool, not a great concern, it's just what's taken away from them. Our son's on the WA boxing team, youngest member. As of June, he won't be able to fight anymore. He's a very promising up-and-coming athlete whose dream is to go to the next Olympics, and he won't be able to do it.
So back on Thursday, Mark McGowan, he backflipped on his plan that he set in December that he will not move on his reopening the border date. He was adamant pre-Christmas. December 5th was the pathway out of opening up Western Australia. Thursday, this just gone, he backflipped on that. What do you think about that?
I think he's a fucking arsehole and we should be allowed to live our lives.
Okay.
Yeah, we should be allowed to live our lives.
Yes, sir. We keep electing these lunatics in to tell us what to think and what to do and where to work and all this other nonsense and what to take versus what not to take. Yeah, I mean, what do you think's going to happen? Eventually, people are going to quit bending their knee.
This is way bigger than just our government, though. This is the United Nations.
Yeah, this is global for
Oh,
sure.
yeah. It's just like
It's
all
happening
the.
everywhere. We're insulated from it. We are really lucky. Um, just because of the nature of the way this country is, we don't see the type of things that are being imposed in other nations.
Yeah, but meanwhile, all around us, we're watching our fellow countries being taken down, destroyed, burned, flooded, you name it.
So someone in the audience asked a question. Buried Axeblade says, "Hey, bro, did you know Saint Cuthbert, first environmentalist, saved the ducks for real in real life?" Saint Cuthbert, I can't place the name off the top of my head. I do know that there was a gentleman. We're going to pull it up right now. There was a gentleman in history that I know was involved, but I'll have to know. This is time frame 634 to March 2687. I'm not real familiar with this time frame, so I couldn't speak to it. We could certainly pull up something. What do you know about him? And if you don't mind me asking, that is, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take over your show. I just got a
No,
curious mind. People ask questions.
no, it's fine. You ask what you want. I don't know.
Well, I love history. My history in this time frame is real shaky. Most of my history here recently that I've been hyper focused on is from a place in history called the Great Schism. I believe it was in 1054, 1055. Moving forward in history all the way up to modern time, but there was uh, there was something in what was it 1066 where William the Conqueror took over the British Isles. Charlemagne or one of his descendants, I can't remember right now. There was a lot of stuff happening all over Europe. The first Holy Roman Empire was established in the Germanic lands in Germany. I believe it was under Charlemagne. Frankish king, by the way. It's kind of funny. Frankish king to French. Let me see here. I'm gonna look at these comments again and see what this. We got this pulled up here. I'm gonna look at it. I'm just seeing if he had any further input before I go reading a whole bunch of stuff here. Um, yeah. Right. Let's see here. I'm trying to catch up where I'm at here. Right. So what are we talking about with Saint Cuthbert? Did you have something in particular? Because I don't really know nothing about it. Sort of reading something on here, which I'd be happy to do. It shows a picture of what looks like a puffin or a type of flightless bird. Well, maybe it could be a flightless like a penguin, but it looks more like a puffin because it shows some yellow about the beak areas. Something I'm looking at here on BBC News about St. Cuthbert. Blueprint for nature conservatism, was one of the most revered saints in early Christianity, but few people knew he was the world's first nature conservative. He was visited when he visited the Farns around AD 675 in a period of solitude and reflection. St. Cuthbert became interested in the seabirds which lived on and around the islands. Yeah, so I would almost certainly say that's a puffin represented in this picture. I'm just going to put my camera on that so you guys can see what I'm looking at. I'll share it with you a little bit. Let me get my camera turned around here and turn back on. No, I didn't. I wasn't aware that this went back that far in history as far as conservative. Let me see, scroll this up just a little bit. See, it says St. Cuthbert. That's
Hold
cool to know
on.
it goes back that far.
Hold on, I'll make you full screen. Just hold on one moment. Okay, there you are.
So this is St. Cuthbert provided a blueprint for nature conservation. We were real big into this in our farm, being stewards of the land. As landowners, we kind of look at it as we have paid for the right to be a good steward of the land, not necessarily a landowner in the way most people conceive it. Yeah, I legally own it, but I want to leave it better than I found it. And that's a pretty wild representation of a puffin. She's going to pull up Wikipedia if you want to discuss this. I love history. I'll talk about history until I pass out. I love it. I will. I never gets old with me because, if you know where you come from, it kind of tells you who you are now, based on what your forefathers may have done and went through. And then it gives you an indication of where you're going to end up going, where you may end up, who you may be in the future, where your children, grandchildren may be. If we forget history and we forget history is cyclical and the destructive nature of humankind, yeah, buddy, we're in trouble once we start losing our place in history.
Yeah. A lot of snakes in the picture.
Yeah, that's pretty consistent. Pretty consistent no matter where you look at in history. Ancient Aztecs, Temple of the Sun, I believe, has a serpent built into the side of it. Chinese emperor, first emperor Qin, said he was brought to the earth in a golden dragon. That's a legend of the first emperor of China, Qin dynasty. A lot of Arthur, Knights of the Round Table talked about fire-breathing dragons and stuff around that time in history. A lot of interesting things. You ever heard of the painting that was done in 1562 by Peter Bruegel the Elder? It's called The Suicide of Saul. That'll blow your mind.
Yeah, I saw that when you were on Sasquatch's channel. That was wild, dude. I looked that up. Yeah, that was crazy.
So here, if you like that information, let me give you a little nugget that'll blow your mind even further. Go back. So that happened in 1562 when that was painted. Go back and do a Wikipedia search or a Google search and go back to 1052 or 1053 and then read forward from 1053 in history around that same time frame all the way up to the Great Schism, which is 1054, which was the separation of the Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, and the Roman Catholic Church separated in the Great Schism, and then continue to read all the way up until 1066, when the celestial phenomenon over Basel, Switzerland occurred. But everything that happened in that time frame in history is astonishing, and the things that were written, the things that were talked about, paintings by Peter Bruegel the Elder, 1562. The Suicide of Saul. Now, this painting is supposedly about the Saul in biblical times, but when you see what's present in the painting, it shows brontosauruses, and it shows what appears to be in spatial proportion to the people on the ground. It looks like these brontosauruses are mounted by giants, and if you talk about biblical history, the giants would be the Nephilim. So the fallen angels mated with man, in according to the Bible, the women, and their children were born as giants, and those giants were known as the Nephilim. And there's something represented very similar in this painting. Now, the interesting thing about this painting that really blows my mind is modern paleontology did not exist before 1562. This wasn't conceptualized until I think the late 1700s, early 1800s. roughly when modern archaeology was established. So how did this man in 1562 paint what looks, for all intents and purposes, I'm going to have her pull it up so I can show you a picture of it. It's absolutely mind-blowing. And how did this get painted in 1562, along with all these other massive events in world history that occurred? That's why I love history. I just go on and on and on for days. Click on that picture right there. I'll show you a picture here. Let me flip my camera around again. This is just, I can't get, and this guy, Peter Bruegel the Elder, he painted a whole series of Sasquatch, enlightened me to, Show Me Sasquatch on his channel. We were talking about this very subject, and he looked it up while we were discussing the picture, and he found a whole other series of paintings that this gentleman did, Peter Bruegel the Elder, and they talk about all kinds of wild things. Here you go. So let me show you, scroll it up just a little bit so I can let them see the name down there. No, this one right here. Okay, so it says right here, the suicide is solved. And this is a painting. Look at this. This is in the background of this painting. Now you see that thing right there? Now look at this. Let me see if I can get this guy right here. Look at the size of him and look at the proportion. And even more striking, this guy here, relative to these guys, you know, close by. Look at the difference.
Yeah.
And what is this? That's not a camel. Camels don't have necks that big. Not relative to their body and a rider. I'm sorry. Doesn't look like a camel to me. Look at that. Does a camel's neck do that? I don't think so. Camel's neck ain't that long where it can come out. You know what I'm saying? What are we looking at here? Well, I don't know what it is, but it certainly looks like a brontosaurus or something similar. And how was this painted? How was this painted in 1562? Long before the establishment of modern paleontology, by hundreds of years.
Looks like a giant ostrich.
Yeah, I see
something.
the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a neck. It's got a neck longer than an ostrich, but certainly serpentine in nature, like an ostrich neck can be. But boy, it don't look like it's got. Looks like it's got more than 2 legs.
But it's got feathers.
Pull up that one. There's another thing in here. Look, this shows. Well, that one's not very clear. See if you can find a clearer one of that. Click on this one or that one. Nope. Click on that one up there. Some of these.
Giraffe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it'll give us a bigger image or smaller. No, that's worse. That don't do no good. Does it put this cursor on it? See if it lets you click on it again. I don't know if it lets. There you go. Nope. Get out of this page. This ain't no good. Try one of them. This looks like this is crazy. It's one of the craziest paintings I've ever seen. It's got what looks like a serpent coming out of the mass. Sorry, I'm getting all in front of the camera here. I'm a rookie with filming stuff, y'all. I'm just a dumbass country boy. Click on that one, this one, or this one. That one's too fuzzy. Nope. Try the next one. Man, I can't find a good one. Try that one up there. No, it's too small. I can't find a good one. This one right here. No, go back and click on that first one. This is better than nothing right there. Right here, this is supposed to be like some guys that got turbans on their head. So like Ottoman Empire, maybe pre-Ottoman Empire. And right here, it looks like there's a giant serpent coming up out of this group of people. Right? Why is there what looks like a giant green cobra or a giant green serpent? You know, and it's just a small group of these things, mind you, right? Not a whole bunch of them. And they're fighting a whole army and winning. There's dead knights. These are knights in armor.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I see things like this. Now, I'm not convinced 100% that it shows a brontosaurus, if you will, you know, I mean, but that's what it appears to be. You know, I didn't paint the picture. I'm not inside of the mind of the man who did, but how do you explain that? I mean, that ain't a camel. If it's a camel, then it's a cross between a camel and an ostrich.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look like anything that we've seen. This is peculiar. I mean, that does not have the same shoulder structure as a camel or any other kind of pachyderm. Not an elephant, not a llama, alpaca. The shoulder structure is wrong. Everything about it's wrong. Just don't make a whole lot of sense.
But it looks like it's got feathers.
Well, it could, because it's hard to say, because, when I grew up as a little kid learning about dinosaurs in school, right, that one does look like it's kind of got feathers on it. It's got something on it. But they told us when I was a kid, when we was learning paleontology in school, they said that dinosaurs had skin like a reptile, and they were cold-blooded. And now, in the last 15 or 20 years, modern paleontology have said, especially through the, I don't know if you guys are familiar with a semi-precious gemstone called amber. Well, they find insects and all kinds of stuff trapped inside amber. Well, they found feathers inside of amber that they say, came from dinosaurs. Certain dinosaurs were covered in feathers, not scales, which therefore, if they were covered with feathers, that doesn't necessarily make them cold-blooded anymore now, does it? Might make them warm-blooded. Maybe not necessarily the way we've been taught. And if it's an animal covered with feathers and not scales, and potentially no longer cold-blooded, but maybe warm-blooded, so what does that make it? Well, I don't know what it makes it, but I know there's conflicting information throughout history and modern paleontology as it's been recorded. I pay close attention to detail. That's a gift I possess. I have a pretty interesting memory. And once I grab a hold of something, I don't usually let go of it. History is one of them. I think it shows another back in the background. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I do all kinds of research on this stuff, not just this, but many other things. That's just something I love. Knowledge, love learning. I think sometimes I figure things out and have to turn around and scrap everything I've ever believed in as far as history is concerned, because sometimes you find such conflicting and contradictory information based on what you like. Feathers on dinosaurs. I grew up believing that they were all covered in scales, like a Komodo dragon or an iguana down in Florida or South America, Central America. And now they tell us that they got proof that some of them were totally covered in feathers. So, sometimes what you learn evolves over time. That's the fun part about pursuing knowledge. I'm self-educated mostly. My education stopped pretty much abruptly in the 6th grade. I officially dropped out of school in my freshman year. I did get my GED for employment purposes, but I've just read thousands of books. I used to read 300 to 500 pages a day.
Yeah.
Read whole volumes of encyclopedias, dictionaries front to back, thesauruses front to back. Just like learning. It's a lot of fun, especially when you don't have some school of academia or indoctrination beating some nonsense into your head. I like to be a creative, free thinker.
Exactly.
That's a journey. Now that's fun. That's fun history, and you make up your own mind. You just look at all the available information. You say, well, they look like they had something to gain from telling the story this way, because you look at the other side and they had everything to lose, and they did lose, and their contradictory story to the winners doesn't give them any gain regardless what happens moving forward. So why would they tell the lie as a loser? It makes you weigh the information to hand and draw your own conclusion. Like the Native Americans in this country, that's a story in all of itself.
Got a question here from Sandy Hopkins. Do you all think World War III?
Well, I don't want to get your channel in trouble. Yeah, it seems, if cooler heads don't prevail real soon, based on, China made a purchase here in the last few months, since the last harvest. They roughly bought half of the world's grain supply. And that's kind of unprecedented in history.
I personally think we're in it already.
Yeah. Well, the stage is being set right now. There's more stuff, more assets being moved towards the border with Ukraine. There's a naval exercises going on right now, I believe, with Russia, China, and Iran. And what a combination to come kick us in our square in our pants.
Yep.
They've been itching for it for decades.
Especially
Decades.
with old Biden that we have right now. He didn't help matters with his speech the other day.
Mr. Potato Head.
Mm.
Doesn't help when we got Operation Shield. You hear about that?
What's
And
that? What is that about? Tell me about that. I ain't heard that. I try not to get too deep into it because I know it's all a pack of lies anyway. And if they want conflict, they're going to set the stage for it. And they've been doing it to pretty good effect here lately. So I'm just bracing myself for what seems to be inevitable. You can't prove it, but it certainly seems at this point inescapable.
Let's see if I can find the thing.
I got a feeling we're going to have a revolution first, especially here in the States.
All I know is if
People are getting tired.
If I had an extra $100 bill laying around every time I went into town, which is usually only about once every month or two, but if I had an extra $100 bill around, I'd be taking that $100 and I'd be buying me seeds, a nice shovel, and a nice hoe, and I wouldn't worry about tillers or tractors that take fuel that might not be able to be
Absolutely,
accessed.
I've got shovels and tillers.
Shovels, hoes, and some good heirloom variety seeds. And for what people would waste on an evening having a meal with the family, you could have you a nice little stack of seeds that could keep you fed for years.
I've got plenty of seeds.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I can speak for Mr. Bob over here. He's got lots of seeds too.
I got boxes, and I mean literally about 1 million seeds, because I learned that you don't buy packages that will have 20 seeds, 25 seeds. You can buy them by the pound, and it's only a couple $dollars more, and you get a whole pound. It's like when you go to buy some snap peas, right? You get maybe 10, 12, 15, or whatever, 20 in a package, and you're spending $2.50 for that package. Well, for like $8, I think I got a 5-pound sack of snap peas for like $8. So you're talking thousands of seeds, very cheap.
Mr. Bob, can you drop the link for Blinky down there?
Oh, okay.
So we planted. We had a 4-foot tiller on the back of a small tractor, and we used that to turn the ground. We did not do no-till farming because the land was in rough shape. We were preparing it for the transition, but we hadn't started in the no-till start yet. Excuse me. The no-till side yet. But we did everything pretty much manual, weeding and things. We didn't use chemicals. That's what a lot of volunteers did, was help keep the weeds at bay by taking, hose and things like that and just keeping the top of the soil brusted up a little bit, which reduces compaction in the soil and helps let your soil stay aerated, breathe, and move moisture in and out a little bit. But we would buy enough seed to plant 3.5 acres that we did for our small community farm. And we would never spend more than $400 in seeds for the whole season.
Mm.
Need a magnifying glass for that one.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a section where I want to read it, but this is Operation Shield is an ongoing program created to increase the visual presence of law enforcement at FPS protected facilities to deter the terror, IST, or that criminal activity. The site provides overview of Operation Shield, how it safeguards employees and visitors of federal facilities. But this tells us how they can use it with this thing that's going on. I wish I could find it.
Hey, I want to make a comment real quick about one of your audience members. Man, I'm dying over here. I'm about ready to fall out of my chair.
What happened?
Oh, homeboy Buried Axe Blade said, iguana equals tree chicken. Oh my goodness. Oh, no way. That is hilarious. Oh man, I tried to take a bite of pizza. I about choked on it. Hey, let me tell you something. I've been hungry, man. I went days without eating many times, and you see an iguana, buddy, it would look like a chicken.
I don't know. I wish I had this pulled up already.
Oh, keep looking. I'll mess with your audience, but I'll be nice. Sandy Hopkins says she just bought a shovel a couple weeks ago. Excellent. Excellent. Just basic hand tools is all you need, and a good little handful of seeds. Make sure they're heirloom variety, though.
Yep.
Probably already know that. I'm preaching to the choir, it sounds like, but Chad W says it's worth a shot. Food and water insurance should be the normal thing to have anyways. Roger that, Captain. Basic stuff, man. You know, we don't throw our milk jugs away. We rinse them out. Put just a tiny little bit of dish soap in there, just like maybe a half a teaspoon of bleach. Clean it out real good, fill it all the way up, let it sit there for a couple hours with the bleach and soap in it. We go dump it out on the weeds in the yard that we want to kill, and then we come and rinse it out, fill it with water, and stick it in a storage area. Just the way you have clean, sanitized water sitting at hand, because you never know when the power might go out in the wintertime too. You know, you have the power lines go down, stuff like that. So yeah, always thinking ahead. Absolutely.
Did you just say you want to kill your grass with bleach?
Well, no, not grass, weeds. So like if I got like rocks and
They'll
gravel
love
driveway.
it.
Do what?
They'll love it.
Bleach?
It's got Yes, it's got nitrogen in it. Didn't you know that? Makes everything pretty and green.
I don't know about that. I know.
You will see.
Bleach is, will kill just about any kind of chlorophyll containing material.
I don't know. I tried that bleach thing, and my weeds came back pretty dark green.
Really?
Yes. And then I read up on it, and it's got nitrogen in it, which gives the plant. Now, if you put pure on there, that might kill it, but just a couple of drops, they'll love it.
Well, I will say that ain't possible. I don't know the chemical structure of it that well. Chlorine. Here, pull it up. Pull up chlorine on there. Let's see what's in it.
Just want to show you this real quick.
Yeah, I'll watch what you're doing. I'm gonna let my mind wander.
No. You ever hear of Indeed.com?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You looking for a job?
Me? No. No. I don't like working.
Looking for a job. They're hiring nationwide. Oh, there used to be like 3,000 something. Now it's only 2,995 jobs. Just type in FEMA.
Right.
Don't type in where. Just leave that blank, and it shows you nationwide.
Yeah. Yo habla español.
Yeah.
See?
25 to 35 an hour for interpreter. Anyway, there's almost 3,000 openings, and that doesn't mean it's one person for that opening. Some of them could be like a crew or a whole operation. You know what I mean? There's 15 to 100,000 a year. Field inspector. I think we all should just go and apply.
Yeah, I think so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, why not?
Things around a little bit.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's how things got where they are. Infiltrators came in, took over it from the inside out. They did it slowly over time.
Yeah, be a crisis counselor full time. Anyway, they're open and hiring and.
What was that one they were looking for? Some kind of quarantine was that Washington State?
Officer or something.
Some kind of quarantine control, something or other. I don't know what. We saw it. We looked it up. It was with FEMA or one of them knucklehead groups.
Yeah, where they collect the people who are a danger to society and put them in these shelters.
Yeah, yeah, these warming centers,
50.
the free
Well,
speech
that's
zones or whatever you want to call them.
green zones.
Yeah, there you go.
Green zones. Yeah, I've been talking about that for the past year now. Now they're, yeah, that's what I was just trying to look for. Is Shield? It's called Shield Operation. The Shield Operation to protect the planet from the the sick or the threat.
See if they got any welcome center job openings. Welcome center shift supervisor.
That's hard.
I mean, these people are ludicrous. They do it right in our face too, like we don't even notice. Hey, did you ever hear about House Resolution Bill 666?
No, I probably have. I heard so.
Bullshit. Wait a minute. Hold on now, homeboy. You got to pull up that now. Just type in HR 666. Okay, go ahead and blow your mind for a minute.
Can't remember.
You got to be bullshitting me. I thought everybody knew about this.
Yeah, I heard. I can't remember what it is.
It's a real thing, man.
Yeah,
it comes from the USCongress.gov.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is.
Crazy.
How far down the rabbit hole you want to? Hey, how far down the rabbit hole you want to go tonight with me, son?
Doesn't matter. I've been down rabbit holes for years. Oh, that's all I used to do.
I can't help but laugh at this shit, man. I'm just being smart ass here. Yeah, I mean, this is so absurd, and it's right there in your face.
Sometimes you have to laugh. I mean,
oh, it's so much easier than crying. So there's a passage in the Bible. I know you're not in the Bible, but it makes me as a Christian have pause. It says, calculate the number of his name. Let me see if I can find that. I believe that's in maybe 17. It talks about it right there. I mean, and this was written, 2,000 years ago. And here we are, federal government is putting that right in our face, like spiking the football after they just did an interception. They're like, in your face, Christians.
This bill establishes.
Yeah, build back better. Blickum, blickum, blickum. Build back better. Roger that, Captain.
That's about in your face right there.
Yeah, all up in your face.
It's like
interception, spiked it, and did a happy dance all up in your face. So Revelations 13, verse 18. This calls for wisdom. If y'all don't know what Revelations is, talks about Armageddon, by the way. Revelations verse 13 or chapter 13 verse 18. This calls for wisdom. If anyone has insight, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is man's number. His number is 666. 2,000 years ago. So in your face, politicians, kiss my ass. My faith tells me they saw y'all ass coming a long time ago.
That number comes up a lot in all sorts of equations. Just, it even blows atheist scientist mind, how often that number comes up.
Hey, right before we sold the farm, left Oregon, I had to go buy some parts from a pickup and get it fixed. And I shit you not, this is a true story. And it's happened to me so many times I can't even tell you. Paychecks, receipts from stores, all of it. We went to buy some car parts. I go up to the counter. I said, "What I owe y'all? $666 and some odd cents." I said, "We bullshit." I said, "You're going to charge me more, or you're going to give me an employee discount one way or the other. I will not pay that." I said, "You charge me another 1%." I said, "But I guarantee you ain't going to pay that bill."
Yeah.
She's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I'm a Christian. What are you talking about? Give you $666? Hell no."
Comes up a lot.
Nothing.
It comes up.
Give me a discount or add $1 or $2 to the bill. anything short of that, and we're going to have a dispute right now.
I take screenshots as a hobby when I'm, like viewer number 666.
Yeah.
It does.
Dude, I trip and fall over it all the time. It lands right squarely on my lap every time I turn around.
It comes up. It really does. Hang on, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Mom says hello again, by the way.
Hello, Mom.
Hey, Mama. Hola, mamacita. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Say goodnight
¿Tú
to
hablas
Buried
español?
Axe Blade too, real quick. Good night, Axe Blade. Have a good night. Much love.
Good night, Buried.
Axe Blade.
Did years ago.
Tree chickens.
Yo hablo el español.
Sí, poquito. Mucho gusto, señor.
Mucho gusto, señor.
Mom got a song for us tonight?
Yeah, Mama gonna sing?
Let me see. Do you have a song that you would like to sing?
I wanted to tell them about a miracle the Lord did for me years ago.
Well, she wanted to tell a story there, Earl. You didn't want to? Do you not have a song?
Me? A song?
No, I was saying my mother wanted to tell it.
Oh, I'd love to hear Mama's story.
The song I wrote, Lion of Judah.
Well, okay. If you want to do that.
You can do both, Mom.
Can we do the miracle?
I don't know.
Well, let's see. Okay, I'll see if I can sing Lion of Judah.
All right, you guys.
Lion of Judah.
Let me point this over to get some better sound, and she's camera shy.
Hey, our elders are the true keepers of wisdom. Now, we might have intelligence, we might be smart, but our elders are the true keepers of wisdom. And when they talk, I'm going to mute my microphone and listen.
Hey, man, you and my mom, you be big old buddies. You be big old buddies. She's something else. Anyway, let me see if she can do her. This is an original song she wrote, man, and I told the story last week, but there's a motorcycle club, a so-called Christian motorcycle club somewhere out in California, and somehow they got wind of this song that my mom wrote, and it's their official theme song. But anyway, let me
didn't know that.
That's true. You forgot that.
That's awesome.
I'll look it up for you. I found it years ago.
Yeah, send a link, man. I want to check it out.
All right, well, here goes Mom. Then this is a little song she wrote, and I'm going to slide this over so you can hear it better.
Hold on just 1 second. We got Sandy. Sandy's in the backstage, and it says device not connected. Just to let you know, Sandy, so I can't put you up on the panel.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Maybe it's your microphone, or you don't have to have a cam.
Seeing my goofy looking face up here, we need some fresh blood on the panel, right?
But you try it again. If you can get it connected, I'll put you up. But right now it says not connected. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Backstage.
All right. Mom, this is somebody you don't know. This is Earl. And Earl, this is my mother, Marilyn. Y'all say hello to Earl.
Hey.
His name is Earl. I love that.
Ma'am, it's a pleasure to meet you.
He says, pleasure to meet you.
Oh, thank you. Same to you.
Yes, ma'am. It's my honor.
Okay. Anytime you're ready.
Hey, darling. Years ago, I wrote a song about Lion of Judah. You know, Jesus was from the tribe of Judah. And they always, when they went to battle, they always sent the tribe of Judah out first. And Judah means praise, Praise. So we are to praise the Lord before we do anything. And when I wrote this song, there was something that I've forgotten that I didn't know. Oh, I wanted to tell you, the Bible says his banner over us is love, Love. His banner over us is love. And I put that in my song. And are you ready for me to sing it?
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
ready.
Love conquers all.
I hope
Jesus.
I can remember all the words. I'll try.
That's all right. If you
Awesome.
forget, just keep humming. We're gonna keep listening.
Okay. Lion of Judah, you are the protector of your people. Lion of Judah, you defend your own. You stand tall above the nations. Lord, you're worthy of our adoration. Yet you say, we're flesh of your flesh and bone of your bone. Who can understand it? Lion of Judah. The sun shines like fire from your helmet. Lion of Judah, you hold your banner high. You hold your banner high above us to show the world how very much you love us. Lion of the tribe of Judah, you are El Shaddai. You are God Almighty, Lion of Judah. The wonderful, the precious one, the awesome, the beautiful Lion of Judah. You are the strongest one. We hear the shout of the King of Glory. Tell the angels to sing the lovely story of the Lion of the tribe of Judah, God's own beloved Son. That's it.
Mama, that's
Awesome.
fantastic. Thank you so much. That is creative and it's got
You know,
harmony.
I
Bravo.
Bravo.
think a little bit higher than I should have. My voice won't go that high very well. But anyway,
Did a
that's
very good
it.
job.
Now, what you said, one of the verses in there, you said the name was it
El Shaddai.
El El Shaddai, right? So, are you familiar?
D-A-I.
Yeah, I have that in some of my research here. Yes,
Which
ma'am.
means God Almighty.
Yes, are you familiar? And it can also mean I am.
It means I am.
I
Okay.
am Almighty God.
Yeah, He is the great I am.
Are you familiar with the term Elohim?
The what?
Elohim.
Huh?
Elohim.
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 Yes, I used to be. You know, I've forgotten so much. Elohim. What does that mean?
Elohim translates directly from Yahweh or Yah to God. Elohim Ha is
I used
the
to know
God.
that. Yeah, I used to
Or
know that.
Elohim Hayim is the living God.
I wanted to tell you about a miracle God did for me. Do you have time?
I got it's not my show. I got all the time in the world. I'll sit here until I
we,
can't stay awake no longer.
we have time, Mom.
I saw a lot of miracles in my 94 years since I was baptized in the Holy Spirit. I was baptized in the Holy Spirit in 1971. And the Lord gave me a love for the Jews because the Jews are important to Him. And He told a friend of mine to take me to Israel when she went. And my way was paid, and I was taken to Israel in 1977.
Wow.
But anyway, one of the great miracles that I felt He did for me, I had two younger sisters, and my youngest sister's husband did not believe in God. And the Lord did a miracle, and he saw that God was real. What happened was my sister and her husband were building a house in Georgia, and they lived in a nice house in Georgia, but they were letting it go, and they were building another house. And they had a dog, a female it was a Hungarian Puli, Pulli, and her name was Pooh. and so they left Pooh at the old house in the backyard that had a fence around it. And one day, this was years ago, my sister, whose husband did not believe in God, called me up from Atlanta. I was in Birmingham and she was in Atlanta, and she called me up and she said, Marilyn, Pooh is lost. She said, we left her in the backyard of the other house, and she got out. She got out of the fence, and she's been gone 5 whole days. And so I prayed for Pooh on the phone, and I said, Lord, you know that Pooh is scared and hungry and miserable and probably full of ticks and fleas. And we ask you to bring Pooh home. We ask you to find her for Nancy and Dick. And so 3 hours later, Nancy called me again from Atlanta. Dick had found Pooh 3 hours after we prayed for her, and she had been gone 5 days. And he came home from work. He was with, the people that made computers. Anyway, he came home from work in Atlanta, and the traffic slowed down in front of him, and he slowed down and saw a little dog walking across this big wide avenue in front of all these cars, and it was Pooh. And it was 3 hours after we prayed for her, and she had been gone 5 days. And he took her home. He said when he got out of the car and called her, he thought she was going to eat him up. She was so happy to see him. And he took her home, and he told his wife that he found Pooh, and she said, Marilyn and I prayed for Pooh 3 hours ago. And he said, well, I know there is a God. And that was what it was all about. God wanted Dick to see that when we prayed, there was a God that heard our prayers.
Mm.
That's a very, very cool story. I appreciate you sharing it. It makes me think of a lot of myself.
Beautiful.
But
Wasn't that wonderful?
That is a cool story. It's the power of prayer. It's the power of faith, power of belief.
Yes. Amen.
Positive energy.
My grandma, what you reap what you sow. You could look at it through, projection. Some people in modern terms think of these things, of your will, your intent.
Honey,
You're putting
my
out good.
is not good. Kelly will have to tell me what you said.
I get to rambling. I'm just amazed with your story. My grandmother told me a similar story. They were at
I saw a lot of miracles. I really did in my lifetime, and I'm sure you've seen miracles too.
Oh yes, I'm. The only reason I'm still here is because a series of them throughout my life.
Right.
I'm serious. I mean, car accidents that I knew were going to happen before they transpired. It happened.
Oh, Kelly said things like that too.
Yeah, I was baptized in the Holy Spirit when I was 8.5 years old, and
really.
Yes, ma'am. I was baptized in water submersion when I was 8, and before I turned 9, roughly, I was baptized in the Holy Spirit, and I had a lengthy conversation with my mother and with the minister and a few of the deacons about what it meant. I was a little different than most children. I won't go into that too much. I was just a little different. I had a deeper understanding of things in general around me. I did that, and there's been many things throughout my life that defy reasonable explanation. It happened the first time in a profound level. I was driving in a car with my sister and her 2-year-old. I would have been 10 years old, and I just had the overwhelming feeling like that it wasn't like hearing something. It was just like a knowing inside, and I knew it in every cell of my body that we were getting ready to get in a car accident.
Yeah.
And this was in 1981, and nobody wore seat belts. Nobody cared. There was almost no laws in existence that would enforce it, even if. And I panicked, and I told my sister and my brother, and I said, "Get your seatbelts on right now. Put them on. Put them on." They weren't listening. They thought I was just, having a spastic attack or something. And I wouldn't let up, and they put their seatbelts on. Within 30 seconds, we got rear-ended, and we got rear-ended hard. It would have shot me through the windshield because I was sitting in the front seat next to my sister.
Oh my goodness! Praise God.
Amen. Praise God. I mean, it happened in real time, and I remember it like it happened 5 minutes ago.
Well, we could tell each other a lot of miracles, couldn't we?
I've lived a few. I've seen some unfold around me too that weren't related to me. But once you live it, once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's for sure.
Right. Tell me your first name again.
My name is Ron, ma'am. It's a pleasure.
Ron, R-O-N?
Yes, ma'am, like Ronald McDonald.
Okay. Well, when I was little, the preacher in our Presbyterian church was Dr. Cross. And Dr. Cross was a handsome, charming, educated man, but he was very humble. And I found out he was influential over other preachers many years later, because people that weren't sure the word of God was true, Dr. Cross was telling them to believe the authority of the word of God. And Dr. Cross preached to us about Jesus. And I fell in love with Jesus when I was a little girl, 6 or 7 or 8. And I was teaching Sunday school when I was 16 years old. I was teaching the 9-year-olds in our beautiful church.
Youth minister.
And I had about 8 9-year-olds to teach, and their hearts were open to Jesus. And that's the first time that I ever realized there was life in the Word of God, when I was 16. But anyway, the Lord is wonderful, isn't He?
Yeah, it's amazing some of the things that you live and see. I think the problem with our society now is, predominantly this country is Christian, regardless of where you fall in politics and other things that are not of any real relevance. There's a lot of Christians here. And back in the day, we grew up learning how to read and write from the Holy Bible. I mean, that was the main textbook in every household, who, by the way, homeschooled their own children. There wasn't such thing as public schools the way we know them until probably the mid to late 1800s. Prior to that, it was done in the church houses. It was done at home. Yeah,
right.
And we've gotten so far away from that, and we send all our children just like sheep to the slaughter. We send them to these government-funded schools of indoctrination. And we wonder why our society is turned on its head right now.
Yeah. Well, now I want to ask you to pray for somebody for me, Ron.
Yes, ma'am. I'll pray for them right now if the host don't mind.
I'm not going to tell you who she is to me, but she is somebody who was baptized in the Holy Spirit, and she saw a loved one of hers suffer so much that she decided there couldn't be a God who would let somebody suffer that much. And of course, she wasn't thinking about how Mary had to watch her son die on the cross, But anyway, this is someone that I love very much, and she has backed away from the Lord and says He doesn't exist. And I want you to pray for her. I'm not going to tell you her name, but
our Father knows who He is, and I've been praying as soon as you started talking. What is your name again, ma'am? I'm bad with names.
I'm not going to tell her name.
No, ma'am. Your name.
My name is Marilyn.
Marilyn. So, Marilyn, our Heavenly Father knows precisely who your friend is and who you speak of. And the way I believe Scripture, the Heavenly Father, the way He speaks to me through the Word I read, says that we don't need to ask for prayer because of our faith and belief in our Father. He tells us to just let him know what it is that we need, and believe it and know that he will give it to us.
Amen.
And he will reveal to your friend who lacks faith and our Father, because I believe personally that when I pray to our Father just tells us outright, just let me know what you want. You don't have to ask and make a big stink or big fuss of it. Just ask for what you want. Give glory and praise. Ask it through my Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior.
Yes.
And our Father through our emissary, our brother Christ, will reach out and touch the Father and tell him what she needs. And the Father already knew this before you ever said a word. And as long as we believe it to him, we'll come together in my name, ask and you shall receive, knock and the door shall be open. You believe that the Father has a plan for your friend, and he'll reach out and he'll touch her through the power of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, amen.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful prayer. Oh,
Amen.
I'm so glad you prayed that. I wanted to tell you one more thing, and then I'll let you go to Kelly. My house and my husband's and Kelly's house burned in 19, I guess it was 77. I've forgotten. But the scripture that I was to have read the very night our house burned talked about the fiery ordeal. It was from 1 Peter 12. And it talked about the fire in our house. And it says, to the degree that you share the sufferings of Christ, keep on rejoicing, so that also at the revelation of his glory, you may rejoice with exultation. And you know, Ron, I read that many times, and finally it dawned on me the Lord was saying that I would see the revelation of his glory, that he is coming back soon. And I'm sure you believe that too.
With all my heart.
Yes.
I've known since I was 8 years old.
The word of God that I was supposed to have read in 1 Peter 12, the night our house burned, said that I would see the revelation of his glory. And I never thought I would live to be 94. And it seems to me the Lord may be saying that I will not die, that I will see him come back.
I've known since I was 8 years old. First time I was introduced to the book of Revelations. This was after I was baptized in the Holy Spirit. I've known it. I've been studying for it and preparing for it my whole life. I've known that I would live to see this unfold. Revelations.
Hallelujah. How old are you now, darling?
I'm 47, ma'am.
47?
Yes, ma'am.
Young is everything.
Yeah, I'm still full of a little bit of a feisty nature. I'm a little sassy and sometimes a bit cynical, but evil has a funny way of manifesting in your life, and the more you study to the Word, the more you try to follow our Father's path,
Amen.
the more evil will manifest around you and try to attach itself to you and make you deny your faith. But it only makes me dig my heels in,
Yeah. Now, where do you live?
Currently, I live in the Smoky Mountains.
Do you?
Yes, ma'am. Relatively close to the Appalachian Trail, which is a large area. But
what state is that? Virginia or?
Well, it encompasses a long area. I'm somewhere along the North Carolina border.
Yeah, it's beautiful over there, isn't it?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I am absolutely blessed and humbled at what our Father has blessed my house with. We've worked hard, but we only by His grace do we have what we have.
Yes.
We have a house perched on top of a mountain. We have a excellent view. We're surrounded by timber. We can't see neighbors from where we live at all.
My goodness.
Yes, ma'am. I've been dreaming of this since I was a little boy. I used to have a picture hanging on my wall. I bought it at the Goodwill store, and I had took a little picture of the face of Jesus. It was about a little bit bigger than a postage stamp.
Oh.
And I stuck it to that picture and I hung it on my wall, and it showed a large waterfall, but it was very rugged, something like you'd see in the Pacific Northwest. And I carried it around with me for years. And you know, when True Seeker said a little bit ago about projecting your intention, or,
Yeah.
you know, putting out positive energy,
Yeah.
that's something that I've had in my mind since I was a little boy, and now I'm living it in reality.
Oh, Jesus must have enjoyed you a whole lot.
Well, I've been a very disobedient son. I've lacked faith over the years. I've had my
All of
ups and
us have.
downs.
Yeah, we all have.
I've never denied the Father. I never denied Christ, but we've certainly had we've been at odds. I'll say that gently as possible, so I don't get myself in any further trouble. Um, but I've come to a new understanding of my place in this world, and more in particular, I've had some recent what I would call miraculous and profound revelations, which I won't discuss now. Um, uh, but yeah, my position and my faith has only further solidified over the last 6 months. Um, yeah, my faith is unshakable at this point. There's nothing that could ever change that. No catastrophe, calamity could ever befall my house that would only further solidify my faith in my Father.
Well, you have been a blessing to me. I want to tell you about one other miracle he did for me. I was a painter, and I wasn't a real good painter as far as I was concerned, but I loved color so much that I just had to paint, and I had to overcome fear every time I started a new painting. But I was going through something really hard one time, and I said to the Lord, Lord, why did you create me? I said, I see myself one way and other people see me another way, but you see me in the true way. And I said, why did you create me, Lord? What did you want me for? And what sort of an entity am I in this universe to you personally? And he said, and I had been decorating for my friends and my sorority sisters, and I had been doing artwork. And he said, I created you to enjoy beauty and to share my love of color and to share this beauty with others so that I might reach out through you and touch them. And he sent me to the grocery store that night, and I commented on a woman's outfit because I love the colors. And I got to stop and talk to her. She didn't know Jesus. The Lord reached out through me, through my love of color. And I loved the colors that she had on and just spoke about them without thinking about it. I said, I love your sweater. And the Lord reached out through me and touched her that night. She did not know Jesus. And I told her how much he loved her and how he died for her. But he told me that he reached out through my love of beauty to others. And he reaches out through us in different ways, doesn't he?
Yes, ma'am. He certainly does. I had a similar occurrence. It's a beautiful story, by the way. I mean, it is profound when you see it happen in front of you, and you know, with someone of your wisdom and experience, you know, you're like the gatekeeper of knowledge and real deep wisdom because you've lived these things your whole life, and I've lived some of them too. But you know, I had something similar with a gal I ran into, her and her husband at the Dollar General, and it's been years and years since I've ever tried to testify or say something about you know, the Lord in public because of the way things are nowadays. You know, a lot of people feel it's not okay to have a conversation out in public about your faith without being labeled as
Right.
this or that. And I don't know what come over me, but it happened. And I literally right there, and I told him, I said, look, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to preach at you. I said, I ain't done this, if ever, in years. And if you want to walk away from me, I won't be offended. But they just kept standing there listening. And when I was talking about Christ and what it meant to me, right, not telling them what to think, but just telling them what it meant to me personally, the gal that was there, her eyes started tearing up, and she was so overcome with emotion. She didn't sob, but she could no longer look towards me because she realized the truth of what she was hearing, and it was evident. And Hallelujah, amen. It was amazing to witness that, and I was humbled, and I just thanked them for their time, and I was very polite, and I just went on about my way. But to watch it like you described, it is an amazing transformation. I went through the transformation multiple times throughout my life myself, mind you, because I am a sinner. I'm a sinful man, and I curse and I smoke and luckily I don't drink alcohol. But I do things that I regret. I say things I regret. I lash out at people I shouldn't. It's human nature to be flawed and be sinful, but when we can admit it and own it and testify to it like I am now out in the open, being unashamed, right? I do make mistakes, but
wonderful.
that's how you grow.
Yes. Well, Ron, has the Lord given you any visions?
Yeah, a lot here lately. I've had some on and off.
I've had 14 or 15 visions, but I wanted to tell you about one if you've got time.
I got all the time the host is willing to give me.
My mother was a wonderful Christian. I can remember when I was 3 years old, she would sit by my bed and read me Bible stories. And she was a wonderful Christian, but my father was not a Christian, and he used to be kind of ugly to me and laugh at me about believing in Jesus. And I talked to him about it, and the night he died, he was in a nursing home, and I was in his room, and they had called me. He was had lost consciousness, but he was still breathing. And I went to his room in the nursing home and sat there praying for him that God would take him as soon as he could, but he wouldn't let him go to hell. And as soon as he died, Ron, the Lord gave me a vision, and I saw a grassy green bank, and Jesus was coming down the bank, and my father was going up the bank toward Jesus. I couldn't see my father's face. I was looking at his back in the vision, and Jesus was smiling at him. And Jesus took my father to heaven, and I saw it in the vision.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, it gives me goosebumps all over. Right when, man, that's cool. I'm sorry, you just got me giggling a little bit. Right after I've been with my wife. We've been together for 21 years. We've been married for 18, and right after I started dating her, my grandmother, she's not my biological grandmother. My mother was adopted along with her brother and sister by two separate families. And but she was my grandmother. She's a woman I knew. And she called me. She was getting up there in age. She was, I believe, she was in her early 80s. It's been a long time ago, so I forget her exact age. But
and this was your mother or your grandmother?
My grandmother. It was my mother's adopted mother.
Okay.
And I had just been dating this gal I'm married to now. I'd only been dating her for, I would say November, December. It was right before Christmas, so I hadn't been dating this gal for maybe a month.
Yeah.
But I knew when I met this gal, I knew for sure she was the one. There was no question. She's brilliant. She's smart. She's got everything that I look for.
Yeah.
And still does. But my grandmother called me and she says, "Hey, I want you to come see me as soon as possible." I said, "Well, what's going on, Grandma?" She lived down in Joplin, Missouri. And I said, "What's going on, Grandma? What do you?" She said, "Well," she said, "I'm just telling you, I'm getting up there in years." And she says, "I'm just telling you, I'm not going to be here much longer, and I need you to come see me. I'd like you to come see me for Christmas." I said, "Well," I said, "I have plans." And I said, "Do you think it could wait? Maybe a few days after Christmas, and I could get down there." And I said, "I said I'd love to come because I met this new gal, and I said I'm going to marry her, Grandma." I said, "I know for sure that this is the one." And she said, "Yes, please come down." She said, "It'll be fine." She said, "You come down, whatever, a few days later." And my wife got to meet her, and then she died 2 months later. And after she passed, after she went home to see our father, to go to his kingdom, with a few weeks after she passed away, she came to visit me while I was sleeping, and it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever experienced in my life.
Well,
And I couldn't place it, but geographically, if you can imagine the Highlands of Scotland or Ireland, where there's just open meadows and no trees, we were walking next to each other, and she was holding my hand,
oh,
and we were just talking about random things, nothing that was profound, just something that grandmother and grandson would talk about while they're taking a hike through something beautiful and experiencing God's beauty on this earth. And then she stopped me. We were walking with people, a whole bunch of people that were her age, very, very mature, very solemn in nature, not solemn and sad, but just everybody was just looking at the awe and the beauty, and it was kind of as an individual experience, but you could see the reaction, you could feel what people were feeling, you could see what they were feeling, because you were living it with them. And she stopped me in the trail, and she just looked me right in the face, and she took me by the hand again, and she said, it's time for me to go. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here. That it wasn't verbatim, but she stopped me and she said, it's time for me to go. And I literally, for the first time in my life, I was like 26 years old. I woke up out of a dead sleep, and I literally had my face was just covered in tears, and I wasn't sobbing. They were literally tears of joy.
Yeah. Oh, hallelujah.
And I just, it was so vivid, still that vivid, and to me that was a miracle. And that was,
yes,
that was an outright, because she knew, and God knew what she meant to me, and to lose her was difficult, especially given my my situation, where I was at in my life as an individual at that time.
Yes,
it was not a loss I was ready to suffer, but she came back and shared something beautiful with me.
Praise the Lord. That was wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
He is so good. He is so good. I better let you and Kelly get back together, Ron, but I loved being able to talk to you and share things with you, and you're a new brother to me, and I'm an older sister to you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope we get to chat again in the future. I really do, because you're truly a gatekeeper of true wisdom, true life
beautiful
experience.
stories, Mom.
Thank you so much.
That's Darlene right there, Mom. That beautiful female voice you just heard is our angel, Darlene.
Hey, Darlene.
Hello, Mom.
She's the one that said, didn't Darlene? I think you said that you loved her little thing that was one of your favorite things on YouTube. Her song,
absolutely.
Right?
That's what I always look for, is your song.
Thank you so much.
I think
you're more than welcome.
My next move would be to start her own YouTube channel, man. Bob, thank you for man.
Absolutely.
That would be a great idea.
I mean, not many 94.
I'd be the first one to join.
As soon as I get
That'd be great.
StreamYard, as soon as I get the StreamYard stuff set up, if she wants to tell stories or read scripture, we do worship and praise. We can do live stream now, but we can't have people come on. But if she wants to come on and read scripture or do a story, man, I tell you what, I'd work around whatever schedule she wants, and let her be.
Yeah. I told you y'all be buddies, man.
Yes, absolutely. I bet she got a wealth of stories. I mean, I can't.
Yeah,
I would sit down with a notebook listening to her talk now. These are stories that should never be forgotten.
Well, I'll have to put the plug in again. She is non-medicated, even down to an aspirin. And in my opinion, that's
amen. Amen.
So
put it in his hands.
But anyway, thank you.
How young is Mom anyway?
She's 94, going on 95. And thank y'all for giving her the floor, man. Seriously,
Tell Ron that my birthday, April the 9th, is officially known as Resurrection Day.
What day?
April the 9th, she says her birthday is Resurrection Day.
Really?
So that's appropriate.
Right.
Anyway, thank you guys. She's a trip.
Yeah, I want to talk
Love,
to her
Mom.
some more. We subscribe to your channel, and I could reach out to you through the comments or one way or another when I figure out a little bit more about this whole YouTube deal. But I'd love to have her when I start live streaming, and we could get the video link up like we do with y'all. I'm not that far into it yet, but we're working on it. I got a webcam coming and all that good stuff, and I would love to have her come on and tell some stories or read scripture or any of that stuff.
I imagine she'd be more than happy to help you out on that.
Ask them to pray for me about. Tell them I'm having nosebleeds, and I'd like for them to pray about it.
She's having some nosebleeds, and
okay,
not too serious.
Yeah, all right.
I just wanted them to pray.
Yeah, the Father will reach out and give her the healing that she requires.
He's a force of nature.
Yeah.
And she mentioned painting. Let me show you real quick.
Yeah, our Father reach out and give her healing. We just let him know what we need, and we just give praise to him. We thank him for the gifts he gives us as children of his and believers, and having faith and raising his name up in praise and glory, that he'll wrap his hands around her through the Holy Spirit and give her the healing that she requires, and give her the peace and comfort that he desires her to have. In Jesus Christ's holy name, amen.
Thank you, man.
Amen.
This is one of her paintings. She did learn how to paint. This was a very famous dog.
Oh, nice. Golden Retriever. What was the dog's name in that painting?
His name was Charlie.
Charlie.
And, he was seriously, he was so famous that we had a wake for him when he died. He was honorary mayor of a little town near here where we used to play music all the time. Yeah, I bet Mom, man, she'd have 500,000 subs.
Yes. Are you kidding me?
The 94-year-old, still can hold a conversation. And
hey, she's got wit, she's got brains, and she's got some wisdom.
Everyone's always more than welcome to drop their links in here too, so everybody can stay connected.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. We like doing that.
My email, man, it's in my should be still on my about page, so feel free to grab it. Okay, Ron.
All right. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I got the camera off. Yeah,
I don't give a damn. I put my. I'm like you, man. I'm not gonna. You can't hide it. My email's in my, about page.
If somebody wants to find you with modern technology, you can't hide from nobody nowadays. I mean, there's just so much public records. Like, I literally, you just need just a little bit of information about somebody, and you can track about anybody down nowadays. I mean, it's so easy. It makes your head spin, and that's why when people say crazy stuff on the internet and stuff like that, I don't get too twisted about it. I mean, if they're going to show up, they're going to show up, one way or another. Usually the ones talking the biggest, loudest gamer are usually the ones least likely to do anything. It's the real quiet ones you got to take heed to. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I will definitely reach back out to you.
Please do, man. But she would.
I want to hear some stories.
Come on your show.
I'd love to hear some more stories.
I'm trying to get her fingers. Oh, she's got them. We're storytelling fools, man. But that's the oral tradition. It's important, man.
It's where history started.
Got to keep those stories alive. You're talking about. I remember my great grandparents and, talking about being alive during the Depression, buddy. They had vivid memories. I grew up with that. I still, they'd tell you to put a little food and water aside. I guarantee you, they back up what we're saying, but they're all gone, but my
grandmother. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I was just saying oral tradition is the only way to keep that alive, really.
Well, that's where history started. And like you said
Exactly.
about grandparents and people that lived through the Depression, my grandmother, I was just telling that story about. One of the things she told me when I was real young, a young man, she said that if once you're on your own and you get yourself established, she says you need to have enough money put aside that would last you
Oh,
for an entire year if you couldn't work at all.
oh, you
She
bet.
says you got to pay all of your bills, all your food, car payments, 100%. You have to have that much money at a minimum set aside because you never know what's around the next corner. She told me that when I was real young.
Yeah. I remember, excuse me, I'm gonna have to take him. My dog's gonna have to run me around the block in a half a second. But I remember,
There you go.
man, my great grandparents could strip a chicken wing down to museum quality shiny bones, buddy. They didn't waste a thing. My grandfather would use a Kleenex for a month, a single freaking. I mean, it was just I picked up on a little of that ethic. I think the 11th commandment should have been thou shalt not waste. I really do, man. The way anyway, that's a whole nother tangent. But yeah, I remember, the depression was fresh in their minds up until the very end. And I learned a lot.
Bad bird, get down. Get down.
But come here, buddy.
These are my two mutts. I got a Rottweiler and a pit bull.
All right, nice.
He's young and he's only like 5 months old.
Oh, look at that! Wow.
He almost died of parvo. He got parvo virus when he was about 6 weeks old.
Yeah. Wow. We got a little pit puppy around here, just beautiful, mostly white with some light brown spots. Excellent, man.
This one, he's pure white. His skin is pink. He's only got a little bit of dark spots on his nose. And if you look, I don't know if I can get him to hold still, but he's got a perfectly shaped heart right here on his nose.
Oh, wow.
I can't get it to focus. See it on the left?
Oh, yeah. Man.
Yeah. God put his mark on him.
Sure did.
Love conquers all.
My dog's got for a beagle, he's mostly black, but he's got a sort of an ermine collar, like the old kings, the white, whatever, with the black spots. He's got
What kind is it? What kind is it?
He's a beagle.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I just didn't hear you.
He's on the prowl for some. Oh, look at that. That's so cool, man. But anyway, he's on the prowl. I'll get him up here in a second.
I saw him earlier when you put him on there.
Okay,
I didn't know if he was talking about him or another. Is it the only one you got?
Just got one, yeah. That's all I need. Beagle, they're a handful. He's something else, man.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're meant to work, though. Beagles, they're meant to track and hunt and run the timber.
Yeah. So I try to keep him, like hide stuff to him to find, keep him occupied as much as I can. He will.
Yeah.
He's a slave to his nose, man.
Man's best friend, for real. I mean, they've been around mankind's side for a long time, and there's something unique about dogs that if you've been on, I don't know if you've been on my channel yet, but I have a unique connection with animals. There's a lot of stuff in there with me and my dogs, me working them, doing training with them, just little stuff, not being too flashy or anything, but just showing basic obedience and training. But there's another video in there. I think it's titled Magnetic Attraction, and I'm holding in my hand a blown glass hummingbird feeder, and I got a hummingbird feeding out of my hand while I'm holding it. And they'll land on me sometimes. Sometimes birds will either land on me or land like right next to me on the handrail. I can reach out and touch them.
Yeah.
Deer, I can walk up to deer sometimes right out in the forest. And I can walk up and touch them if I don't, because I don't want to interfere with them. But I mean, they'll let me get right next to them. Mm-hmm. Me and my wife went on a horseback ride up in Estes Park, Colorado, up through the Rockies on some real steep terrain. and we rode by a herd of bull elk, big old suckers. Now, I mean, they're taller than the horses.
Yeah.
And we were like 30, 40 feet away from these bull elk. I mean, full antlers. It was fall time too. They're, you know, full in the rut when they're most aggressive. And she's looking at me, and we're with the trail guide, and we're like, you know, we want to stop and wait. And they said, no. He said, just keep on moving. He said they'll tolerate you. Just, you know, just be real calm, you know, and don't make any sudden moves. And he said they're kind of used to us. He's, you know, but you know, it's fall time. It's a rut, and they're a little unpredictable. But you know, I have a thing with animals, horses, children. I speak several. Well, roughly, I'm not fluent, but I speak Spanish, German, a little bit of Japanese, learning Latin. But I speak like our children, crying babies in particular. I got a big family, 69 nieces and nephews. And great nieces and nephews all together. You know, I was Uncle 8. But anyway, you know, like, you know, I started babysitting when I was 8. But a crying child, I have a calming way about them, and I can speak a foreign language to them, and bring them out of the crying and the fit just like that. I mean, my wife saw it the first time her niece came to stay when we moved in together. She was, I don't know, not quite 2, maybe 2 years old. It was the first time she had ever been anywhere outside of her mother's house. And my wife, you know, she didn't grow up around a bunch of kids. I did. And this young girl, she woke up in the middle of the night and she was just fit to be tied. Wanted her mommy, wanted her daddy, didn't know where she was, so on and so forth. And I said, honey, just, I'll take care of it. You know, I said, you can help if you like. I said, but and I ended up speaking. I was speaking a little German to her, spoke a little Spanish to her. She didn't know what I was saying, but maybe she did. I don't know. You know, children when they're that young, before the age of 5, if you raise them in the right conditions, you can raise a child and teach them 4 or 5 different languages simultaneously, because their minds are still open. They're not been, you know, closed through the schools of indoctrination once they hit kindergarten. They start shutting down those pathways to learning by making you just regurgitate the same nonsense over and over again. But our forefathers, most of them spoke 3, 4, 5, 6 languages. You know, 150, 200 years ago, that was normal. Latin was like pretty much most everybody spoke Latin, because that's the base root of almost all European language, Latin and Greek.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. It blows my mind. I get so disappointed in the way the world is, because, you know, we've forgotten who we are. We've forgotten where we come from. We've forgotten the struggles that our forefathers fought for, whether you want to attach religion to it or not. You know, there were some rough old boys, you know, and they built some crazy structures and fought some wild battles for one reason or another with fairly rudimentary tools and ways of doing things. And here we are, spoiled and complacent as can be, complaining about simple things that never had any relevance to any people in history up until just a handful of decades ago. And now we forgot who we are and where we're coming from. We have no freaking idea where we're going. You know, if you ask a Christian, we got a saying for it: we're going to hell in a handbasket. That's where we're going. Just our way of life in general. You don't even have to attach religion to it if you don't subscribe to it. You know, that's fine. You know, I celebrate difference. That's cool. But you know, the way things are heading now, anybody that can't see it, man, they really need a, what they call it, the ice bucket challenge. They need to dunk their head deep inside of it and wake up and see what's happening around the world, because mainstream media is not telling us the truth. And if that's the only source of information, well, you know, we're going to be setting up to fail for sure. Just like the last 2 years, it's played out over and over again in spectacular fashion. People just keep looking to it for the same lies that they're calling answers. There ain't no answers, just bunch more lies that change by the day.
Mm-hmm. People are waking up, Paris. They really are. It's partially due to your megaphone, I think. I really do. I'm not kidding you, man. That really, I love that. I'm going to get a t-shirt, Paris. But seriously, you're right. They are. I mean, I'm seeing it in my friends, man, that 3 years ago, what makes your information, just giving me the business. And I was like, okay, look, I get it, man. It's a delayed, reaction. I get it. I've been through it. It doesn't happen overnight, and 2 or 3 years later takes a long time. But yeah, they get there. All right, buddy.
I find it easier though to wake people up in person.
Yeah.
I got it.
On here, I thought, I was going to be able to get all these channels together and all of us just, yeah, right.
It's a slow process. It's what do you call it? Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the Sleeping Beauty, Alice in Wonderland.
These arguments and everything, and
yeah.
I got to walk El Doggo. I'll be
nonsense.
back in just a moment, y'all.
Okay.
Sit tight. Thank you.
Yeah. Plus, it is a slow process.
It is slow, but if you look at, like one of my things I talk about a lot on my channel is signs and symbols, embedded signs and symbols everywhere. Actually, someone else put up a picture. Someone that was in the chat. I don't know if they still are. What is that picture? Pull that up for me, would you? Do you know where it is?
Have a good night,
so,
one
of your audience members was communicating through the chat with my wife, and he sent us a link. I forget what it's called, but it's something about religious basis. Talk about the mark of the beast. And there's several images, and they're just absolutely chock full of signs and symbology, which I'm sure is the whole point of what was sent. But if you were to look at, I got like a bunch of little videos. There's some about signs and symbols and brainwashing, and they're like 15, 18, 20 minutes long, somewhere in that range. I do try to do them in smaller segments for people who don't have as much time that are interested in looking at different things. But these things talk about signs and symbols embedded everywhere in modern day, whether it's music videos, commercials on TV, and then you can compare it to other ancient symbolism, literally symbolism that has been around in history for millennia. And some of these signs and symbols are related directly to satanic worship or paganism symbols, which a lot of pagan societies were about blood sacrifice or warfare as a form of sacrifice, slavery. And you can literally look and see these same symbols and signs play out through history, either carved into stone or manifested here in a music video or in a commercial on the Super Bowl, or what was that concert here recently? Was that guy's Travis Scott concert? Did y'all hear about that? 8 people died. It was down in Texas.
Yeah.
And there was a big fuss that they were saying that this was it was literally legit. The people that were there were saying that this was everybody thought it was like a satanic sacrifice. Everything about the symbology, the whole show. It was funny. It was not funny. Let me be careful with my words here because people suffered. The irony of what people were saying who were there on the stage, there was 8 pillars lined up as part of the backdrop. And during the stampede that ensued, as people rushed in to try to hurry up and get close to the stage, exactly 8 people died. I mean, you can call it coincidence. As a Christian, I don't believe in it. Signs and symbols have been everywhere throughout history.
There can only be so many coincidences, It's
yeah.
It could be, but what's the odds?
Well, see, see now I like playing numbers too. You're talking about statistical probability, and when you see coincidence play out over and over again, and think about the last 2 years alone, and the coincidence that's occurred in the last 48 months. It takes the law of statistical probability and crumbles it up in a little ball and stomps it flat like hammered shit. Mm-hmm. I mean, it just, at some point you got to, people like us start to say, okay, we start to ask some really profound, deep questions and say, hey, and some people started to ask these questions, many, many years ago. But, here most recently, I think there's been what a lot of people are calling like an awakening, you know. And it's like, you know, Sleeping Beauty and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. You know, there's an ancient story about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs too. It goes way, way back. I believe this goes back, well over 1,000 years. It talks about the seven sleeping children in the mountain. And from where I understand it, it's kind of the origins of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But history is interesting too, because you play out history, and what else do we know about dwarves? Well, Santa Claus and the elves. We talk about elves and dwarves and little people. You can talk about the movie Lord of the Rings and the hobbits and the elves present in there. And then you talk about dragons, and there was another one. There's another big series that my wife was interested in. It was on Netflix or HBO. It was I can't think of it. It had dragons in it and a bunch of warriors. Anyway, I can't remember. It's a bunch of Hollywood garbage, but they talk about these things throughout history. You know, dragons and trolls and goblins, and now in modern day we speak of these things with this air of legend and myth and mystery as the fairy tales and this and that. But our forefathers spoke about these things in reality. They made rhymes and songs about them, not to scare children like we've been told, because oral tradition, oral history is meant to be a form of record keeping, right? But it can be twisted, right? Napoleon Bonaparte said history is a pack of lies agreed upon, or a set of lies. I like to call it a pack of lies. That's just my way of talking. But they spoke about these things as a matter of fact. And by the way, if you subscribe to Christianity, the Bible speaks of these things as a matter of fact as well. The dragons, it talks about Leviathan, right? Leviathan, what's Leviathan? Or the Kraken, right? More myth and legend. I kind of think the last couple hundred years, they've tried to change the narrative to get people like me who believe in faith. I think they've taken a lot of things and obfuscated them and changed them, turned them around and called it something that it ain't, because our forefathers looked at these subjects totally different, and they looked at them as real, just like that painting I was showing y'all, The Suicide of Saul. You know, I mean, how are they painting pictures of what looks in all rights and purposes to be dinosaurs? There's a culture in Mexico, by the way, too, that has stones, very, very hard stones that have images of different types of dinosaurs carved into them that they excavated from underground. Hundreds, if not 1,000 years old, roughly. Those can be looked up too. I mean, there's some things out there that are kind of hard to deny, but we look at it with scorn and we scoff at it nowadays as if, oh, it's just a fairy tale. Well, okay, well, let's just go down the rabbit hole and take the red and blue pill while we're at it, and just take a nice long nap when we get to the bottom of the hole and pretend like it never happened. Get a booster while we're there. You know, why not?
Right.
Just go all the way back to sleep and pretend like nothing ever happened. It gets frustrating at times, you know, because you want to grab a hold of people and shake them awake. But, you know, sometimes the harder you try, the further they run away from you.
Yeah, I went through that stage years ago. Just want to just grab you, you know? Or like, what am I going to do about it? You know what I mean?
Exactly right. Yeah, just keep sitting on your hands then. You know, get your pillow, lay back down on the couch. I'll go get you a nice warm blankie.
Yep.
I mean, come on
That
now.
sounds good.
Yeah,
Go back to sleep.
It sounds too good to most people. That's why we're in the fix we're in.
Absolutely.
We'll look to another man.
That's exactly what I tell them too. I said that's exactly why we're in the position we're in. People like you.
You know, let me tell you something about people nowadays. Like let's just say hypothetically now, True Seeker, that you and me was standing toe to toe and we was having a disagreement and words were getting heated. And maybe I felt like you was a big old boy and you might kick my ass right up over top of my shoulder. So, you know, modern day tells us, well, I feel threatened by this guy that looks like he's pretty tough and, you know, he might whoop the shit out of me. Maybe I'll just call the police and tell him that, you know, I feel like he's a threat to me and so on and so forth. But I look at it just like this. What the hell are you going to call another man for? Come take care of your business for you. You ain't no damn man. If you pick up the phone and call another man to come over and solve a problem for you that you can handle yourself one way or another, through words, polite or impolite, or through actions, polite or impolite, the hell you gonna call another man for? You ain't no man. You're a child.
That's funny because I've seen situations like that too.
I can't wrap my head around. I ain't never called the police ever a day in my life. I don't call the police for nothing. What the hell for?
Yeah.
They ain't nothing but armed tax collectors any damn way. You know, our city councils and mayors and states have just let these guys operate with a set of bounds that they should have never been given authority over regardless. And they write tickets and traffic citations and arrest people based on feelings. I support police. I support law and order all the way. I don't want no one to misunderstand where I'm coming from. But we're talking about tyrannical behavior, which I've experienced personally over and over again. I don't want to get too deep into my personal life, but I've lived through some wild things in my life. Maybe we'll talk again about that another time. But my life is like a Stephen King novel, a Dean R. Koontz, and a little bit of Edgar Allan Poe all rolled in there to one just for fun. The more we keep listening to men and letting them steer us wrong, buddy, we're in deep trouble. And I don't know how to wake people up any better other than just keep trying to put it out there. Eventually enough people might listen. So I'm just going to keep pushing forward like you're doing. I'm just getting started at it. I mean, I've been waking up. I've been seeing things since I was a little boy, but I've never been like as awake as I am now. That's for sure. I'm not saying that at all, but I've just reached a point now where I just can't be quiet about stuff no more. It's time to start. Not like with my farm. It's like trying to. Now I'm going to take affirmative action one way or another, even if it falls on deaf ears, so be it. Maybe I get banned from the internet for running my big fat mouth. I don't care, whatever. I'm gonna keep trying. Yeah, I've already been threatened with what do you call it, YouTube jail or whatever they call it now. I don't know. Yeah. Put in jail by YouTube.
First one's a week, second one's 2 weeks, third one's you're gone.
But yeah, they gave me the first warning 3.5 days into it. Pulling my content down. That's funny too, because when they give you you can appeal it or whatever. I don't know what you call it back in the studio section, where if they give you a strike or a warning, you can protest it or whatever. You can write. You get 300 characters where you can say, "I just told them how evil they was, and they was trying to suppress free speech, and I rebuked them in the name of Jesus."
I did the same thing because they gave me a strike just a couple days ago from a video from July 20th, 2020, and I was like, "Really? I mean." You had all this time, and not only that, they're taking my videos down all the time. Half my videos are gone.
Do they tell you, or they just take them down? Because I had one come up missing.
Down. This is not a strike. This is I get a claim. They just take it down, take it down, take it down. But this is so this one, you're just gonna nail me with a strike from over a year ago, and the next day they gave it back. It was their mistake. That was the first time that ever happened, and I was just like, "This is ridiculous."
They took one down. I don't even know if it was up for an hour or two. They took it down, and never even mentioned it. It was just gone. It was pretty controversial, and I was just calling a spade or whatever however you want to phrase it, but. I just said something because I was like a few days into it. I was like, I don't care. They can ban me from the internet right now.
I was hardcore like that too. I didn't care about just stupid words and everything. And let me tell you, they nail you.
Yeah. Well, it's going to catch up to them. Those chickens going to come home to roost. And these same people that are stifling free speech, when them chickens come home to roost, they're going to live to regret it. They're going to live to regret it. It's coming. History repeats itself in these ways as well.
But we're also using their military platform to discuss all this. So
I know it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Right. They're listening to everything. They get 100% of it. 100%. Their word algorithms and everything else. NSA doing their deal. CIA playing their games, and the FBI doing all their nonsense too.
Exactly.
Dude, we've seen them follow us around sometimes. No shit. Well, they followed us all the way from Oregon out here. They were following us in I don't know, a 3 to 5 car rotation in black Audis, 4-door black Audis. I ain't kidding you. Now, as a Christian, I know why. Well, I can't say I know to a certainty, but I certainly have very strong conviction as to why and who they are. And you might think I'm talking crazy outside of my head, but I saw it happening, and I pointed out to my wife, and I said, "Hey, I said, watch these cars here." Now, mind you, I'm not a fugitive or nothing like that, right? I've been in trouble with it many, many years ago. I've lived a straight, narrow life. I ain't never done nothing crazy. In over 35 years, I ain't gotten any kind of trouble of any consequence, other than maybe a speeding ticket. But yeah, we had them following. I started pointing them out to her. I said, "Pay attention to that car right there. You see that person, and pay attention to that car right there." Them some bitches followed us all the way out here from Oregon. Almost 3,000 miles.
Wow.
I spotted them in Salt Lake City. And then after we were here for several months, I don't know if you want what you want to call them. I mean, I hear people call them different things. I hear people call them Men in Black. I hear people call them, what the hell they call them, gang stalkers or some shit. I don't know. That's a new one to me. But it has everything to do with Christianity and your belief in God. And the stronger your belief is and the more faith you have, the more you'll see these things occur. And I guess that's just a way of evil manifesting. But we had been here for several months, and we took a trip across the state line to get a few supplies and things that we wanted. And all the way there and damn near all the way back, same damn black Audi showed up again. And then a month or so after that, me and my wife went down to one of the trailheads along the Appalachian Trail for our anniversary. And we just took a picnic lunch. We took the dogs with us. You know, quiet. There's nobody there. Just totally dead quiet. Right. I mean, in a tight valley. You know, right in the heart of the Appalachian Trail, covered in dense forest. And damn near the whole time we're there, there's a helicopter hovering, going around the damn mountains in a what to the untrained ear and untrained eye would certainly appear, oh well, they're just doing a search for whatever, they're just flying around surveying shit. But this happens to us all the time. The day after we moved into the house I live in now, literally legit, I'm not bullshitting you, a helicopter came flying. Now I'm 1,700 feet up in the air above sea level. I live up on top of a mountain, and a helicopter, we were out letting the dogs out, and it was probably maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun was still off to the east, and this helicopter came in. I didn't know what the hell was going on. This thing came in fast, like full throttle fast, and he was only about 50, maybe 60 feet off the tops of the trees above my house at 1,700 feet. And that son of a gun come in and whipped it around and kind of raised up and back up against himself. And look, I mean, you could see this son of a bitch. And he looked at us as he banked right on top of our damn house, 50 feet off the trees. Like, I don't know if they was trying to, make me feel a certain kind of way, make me feel, I don't know. I don't get intimidated. I laugh at that shit. I wish he'd landed in my yard.
I had the same thing happen to me. Way back, like probably almost 2 years ago. There's an Army helicopter. It was flying right over. I had the binoculars, and I'm watching it right directly over top. It went past me a little ways, turned around, right at me, just stayed there. And I was like, "Oh shit,
dude!"
It's crazy. It's got a funny feeling through the body. It's like, wow.
There's a reason that stuff happens to people like us. I don't know the answer to this now. I just have some serious gut feeling and speculation, but excuse me, I'll try to cover that microphone up. I don't know what it is, but there is a select group of people. I've met a few over the years that have experienced similar things like what I'm discussing with you. And I don't know what it is. I have no clue. I don't even know how to put it in proper context. But the strangeness of like what you're saying, what I'm saying about helicopters and things like this, just weird things that you can't really put rational thought to. There's a certain number of people that for whatever reason, there's some people or groups of people that pay special close attention to certain groups of people that are here. And I don't even know how to even put it in better words, but I think maybe you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
It's hard to put into words, but it's there. It's right there in your face, just like some of this other nonsense we see.
It's for those who have eyes to see, ears to hear.
He who has ears, let him hear. It's a
And I
Bible
pick
verse,
up
and
on
that's a verse in Revelation.
things.
It is.
I could spot things pretty quick, all the time. You see it everywhere.
You can't see it once you start seeing it. It's just there all the time. You can't help but laugh at it. It's so in your face. Once you start to see it, the more you see, and the more you see, the more it's there, and the more you can't unsee it. And man, I just laugh at it. I just laugh. I chuckle. Sometimes I laugh. I laugh to where I have tears in my eyes laughing at it, because it's like, man, they're just so obvious with it.
I put a link in the chat.
What's that for there, sweetheart? Hey, if you want to see a crazy video, could you stream a video from your channel off of my channel? Could you do that without getting a copyright strike? I give you consent and permission right now. I don't care if you put it in your content. Hell, I'll forward it to you. I flat don't care. I'm not monetized. I'll never will be. I'm not.
You can you drop the link maybe?
I have to. Maybe Darlene can. I don't know how to do all that, man.
Yeah, she can get the link.
I don't. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that.
What's the video name?
Pfizer Demon. If you go into video. Yeah, if you go into videos and go all the way down, it was one of the first 3 videos I posted. It's probably 4 to 5 weeks ago.
Okay.
Look, I was watching a Truth Seeker. Here's some truth for you, buddy. I was watching the Bloomberg Network market, right? Bloomberg News for the stock market, because I follow gold and silver. I follow certain stocks as metrics on the market, and where the world stability is. I'm not an investor or nothing like that. I don't trust none of it. But I use it as a metric to keep my pulse, or keep my finger on the pulse of the world, and what the world economy is doing, International Monetary Fund, Federal Reserves, things like that. And there was a video come up about, it was on YouTube, mind you. It was a short video about an interview from Bloomberg Market with the CEO of Pfizer. Okay. Oh, well, he's making kind of big money right now off of all this stuff. Let's see what he got to say. So I'm sitting there listening. I'm a little hard of hearing. I got headphones in, but when I listen, I got a Bluetooth speaker, a real loud one. I'll sit it next to me and turn it up real loud, because my ears ring constantly from power tools and hearing damage and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there listening to this video, and I hear some shit in the background. And I'm like, I put my head, I'm like right next to the damn speaker. And I'm like, what the hell did I just hear? I'll let y'all play it if you want to play it, dude.
All right, yeah.
Dude, you gotta let it. I narrated a little bit, but I turn the speaker up and I let you hear it. And what you hear, and then what you see a little bit later, you can't rationalize this shit, man. And I didn't pull this off some website and I got this off the damn, and I recorded it from one cell phone to another in case they took it down.
Wow.
And what I see and what I hear in that video is going to blow your mind. You can't deny what you're hearing. You can make shit up all day long, but when you hear what you hear and you see what you see, I'm gonna let you pull it up and let the video speak for itself. I never ever expected to find no shit like this. This was one of the things that finally made me kind of blow a fuse and say, all right, to hell with it. I'm going on social media and I'm gonna start exposing this shit that I've been seeing my whole life, because I can't take it no more. After seeing this, after watching this happen, I was so shocked at what I heard and saw. I started my YouTube channel just a couple days later.
Yeah.
And that was only like 4.5 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, I'd started this channel. I've never had a Facebook or Twitter or none of that. I've looked at YouTube videos like how to build stuff or how to fix things that I didn't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never made comments on YouTube until about 3 months ago, comment on somebody's video.
I never wanted live streams or anything like that. It was just to look up something. If you're working on a vehicle or something, you know, get a little head start on it before you go do
Yep.
it. You know.
Yep. First time
Yeah.
I ever live streamed was with Sasquatch just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
They told me that I could get on there with them. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't even know how to do that. They had to tell me how to click the link, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't even know how to do this. You gotta have to tell me and talk to me like a child, because I don't even know how to. I don't barely know how to send an email. I'm serious, but I did that on purpose because I knew when I was in my late teens, the dangers technology posed. I did some studying on it when I was younger, in my teenage years, about predictive programming, subliminal messaging, and how technology is harvested wholesale by the government. Not technology, but information. I misspoke there. Started with the underground or the undersea cables. They had an office set up in New York City that spliced right into that, and they intercepted every single international phone call when they laid that in there. It was right after World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Crazy.
think the link just came up. Someone just put up
Wait, let me play
Jason
this real
Tomlinson.
quick.
Yeah, I'll be quiet.
Paris dropped this a while ago. I'll play her video, then I'll get to Darlene's, and then we'll do yours. And how you doing, AB? Good to see you, and much love, Sandy. Have a good night. 140 ships deployed. Have you heard that? Well, we're
Yes.
about to.
Yeah. Yep.
So we had several breaking stories that happened. In fact, when we were in our show last night, we normally do a live show over on Marfugal TV, and several things happened. Now, we reported last night's show the 6 Russian landing ships that were sent through the English Channel. Now, they were being followed by several countries. In fact, several countries have kind of these tag-along ships monitoring them. On top of that, we actually have new news that is essentially 140 Russian ships have been deployed. That's a lot of ships. Don't have to do the math on that to figure that out. So what they are saying that it is a drill. It says Russia announces the deployment of over 140 warships, some to the Black Sea, after the President B warning. Of course, our president made this weird up and down warning. It says Russia announced on Thursday the deployment of over 140 combat and supply ships, over 50 aircraft, 1,000 pieces of military equipment, and 10,000 military servicemen. Now, this is on top of everything else that's going on. It says, in accordance with a plan for training the Russian armed forces in 2022, a series of naval exercises will be held in January, February in all zones, in all fleets. It says a day before, of course, there was reports of 6 Russian amphibious warfare vessels from the Northern and Baltic fleets passing through the English Channel. We also were following the warship, all these warship cams that they have on the east and west coast. We saw more action on the 18th and the 19th than we have in previous months, all in just 1 or 2 days. And that was our ships deploying. Now we have actual evidence that, of course, now submarines are heading out. Our amphibious landing ships are heading out. Pretty much everybody is heading for the Mediterranean. Now, again, this isn't like that all of our ships are heading down to the Indian Ocean or somewhere else. They're heading to the Mediterranean, which leads us to believe that they're heading towards these drills, right? This is all under the guise of drills. They're gonna say this all over mainstream that they're doing drills. Right now, we are lined up not only with the weather, the appropriate weather that Russia wanted to invade. We are also lined up with what is happening with the negotiations and the talks. Everything is falling apart. Now, mainstream is telling you that everything, they're still trying to talk it out and they're still willing to talk it out. In fact, they just put out a story about 5 or 6 hours ago saying that the Russians said that they're still trying to negotiate. Basically, we aren't going to give the Russians what they want. And of course, Russia is not going to give us what we want. We want to get NATO. This is my opinion. NATO into, of course, Ukraine. Now, it says the U.S. military has sent the USS Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier strike group to take part in these NATO naval exercises in the Mediterranean amid tensions between the West and Russia, the Pentagon's top spokesperson announced Friday today. Neptune Strike 22 exercises, which are set to begin Monday and run through February 4th, will demonstrate NATO's ability to integrate the high-end maritime strike capabilities of an aircraft carrier strike group to support the deterrence and defense of the alliance. He added that the strike group, along with several other NATO allies did not name, will participate in coordinated maritime maneuvers, anti-submarine warfare training, and long-range strike training. So there are several countries that we're watching right now. And again, as a disclaimer, this isn't to alarm anyone. This is to keep our groups, our channel, and the people that follow my show are already following this. For the people that aren't watching the mainstream media, which a lot of you guys have tuned out, we try to pick what is really most important and tell you that. I think that we need to be.
So what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's right in our face. It's right in our face, and it's on our doorstep. Pardon me. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cough in the microphone. My allergies get the better of me. Plus, I'm a smoker. You know, they've been setting the stage for this for quite a minute now, and they keep escalating the tension, ratcheting it up, and everybody's posturing and everything else. And you know, this. I don't believe war, the way we see war, the way we understand war, has ever been about territory or resources or any of that. It's always about just pre-plan, and it's all about destroying history, controlling the narrative, and making us forget, you know, what happened. Because if you kill enough people, like World War II, you kill 250 million people, you lose a large swath of history.
I'm going to hit you over here and do this, and you're going to do that, and you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to keep up with some of these comments too. I suck at it. So, yeah. But go ahead. I'm ready for some more. Unless you want to talk about this video some more.
Well, thanks, Paris. I mean, yeah. I mean, this
for
is
everyone.
predicted.
Amen.
I've seen a lot of predictions of that. They're gonna invade this month. So
yeah, it's looking like it's getting ready to happen.
Yeah.
And you know, it's probably going to be in Europe mostly, but we have a lot of resources here in this country, and for us to think that we're going to be insulated if we do escalate into another conflict globally, we will not be insulated like we have been in the past. Technology has come too far. It'll be on our doorstep in short order. If it doesn't start here, it might even start here. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's going to start in Ukraine, maybe somewhere over there. But it looks like it'll be here too in relatively short order.
Now, these shelves here look pretty empty. I haven't seen or heard anything like this in my area, but that's empty.
These are what you're seeing here is you're seeing major cities, and I can tell you what's happening and why you see this, and it's not consistent. Okay, so we see it here locally in a smaller area of the country, less densely populated, and what we're seeing is you go to grab something off the shelf, where normally these shelves would be completely stuffed full from front to back. Everything's been slid to the front, and there's 12 of one item left. It looks like it's full at a glance, but it ain't. Right? Have you seen that?
No, I'm looking. Oh yeah, I'm always looking.
Okay, so what you're seeing here on this picture, in major cities, I've actually seen very similar things as we were traveling out this way from Oregon. What happens in the food distribution chain? I was in transportation and logistics for 20 years. In the food supply distribution chain, when things are short, what happens is they start, normally they would send out what a distribution hub may cover, say 20 or 50 stores, right? For a local grocery store. And they would deliver regular deliveries, once a week, twice a week, or bi-weekly, depending on what they need restocked and so on and so forth. So what they're doing now that there's shortages of things, because you can see it even on a small scale like we just spoke of, but in the major cities where the population density is intense, what they have to do is they'll rotate it from store to store to store. So like this week, like this store you're seeing on the screen, they didn't get theirs that week. And the stores, it takes just a couple of days to empty the shelves out through normal shopping. But what they're doing to hide the shortages is, like, say in a metro area, let's just pick somewhere. Let's just say Louisville, Kentucky, for argument's sake. And let's just say that there's 20 stores in Louisville, Kentucky, large grocery chains, just whatever name you want to give it. And they know they don't have enough supplies to supply 20 stores, but they can supply 18 stores. So they start putting these 18 stores on a rotation. That way, at any given time, there's only 2 stores that are ever going to look like what are on your screen, and they're only going to look like that for a few days. So it doesn't really jump out and bite you in the face unless you go to the store every other day and see this play out. You understand? This is like the dude on the street corner in New York with the coconut shells and the little ball underneath sitting there playing the shell game with you, or the peanut or the what they call it, the walnut shell with the little green pea underneath it. It's a shell game. It's an illusion. It's a card trick. They're playing with us. I see it for what it is because I'm a farmer. I specialize in transportation logistics, and I see signs and symbols everywhere, and I see right through this shit. It's just a smoke screen.
But even if you're not a farmer, I mean, it's just pretty much common sense.
Yeah, it's right here in our face, man. People are just fully asleep to it. They might as well lay down on that empty shelf there and grab them a pillow out of aisle 12.
Well, let's see what they have to say. And we'll get to your video before it disappears off the chat.
It's all right. I don't care. It's mind-blowing, dude. It's really propelled me to start my channel.
Yeah, that's exactly why I did mine. And then that's why I took a long time off, because I said, hey, I better start doing some things around here, get myself in order.
Yeah, that's the problem. Once you start seeing it like with shocking clarity, like what's happened to me and my wife, I mean, you see it with little bits and pieces. At least I have my whole life. But when I start seeing it with the profound clarity that I see it now, it can grab a hold of you, and you start realizing that you spend so much time trying to research it and read about it or look for videos that either prove or disprove your position. It can be a little consuming, but no matter what happens, there ain't nothing any of us can do to change it necessarily. We can prepare. So I just, you just got to keep right on living. You can't get too wrapped up in it. You just got to keep on living. Stay awake and stay aware.
Awake and aware, you can make better decisions.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
All right, we're going to try to check this out.
This is Dabu7. We have supermarkets across the country now reporting that there are shortages in many different sectors, not just food, but in terms of medicine, other products. Although it has been brought up, as we see a lot of these items missing, they made sure to get the Valentine's Day candy and all that stuff out in stock on the shelves en masse. Doesn't seem to be any of that missing. Also, it seems like all the Chinese goods keep coming into the country somehow, except for the vitals now. Now the vitals are getting shut off left and right. And a lot of this was connected to the truckers kind of striking up there in Canada. And then they were kind of forcing the government to have to do something, step back, or they were going to shut everything down. Well, now the United States is facing kind of the same thing here, as there's a mandate that's supposed to go into effect on the 22nd for truckers. As we see these supermarkets already saying that things are short. Now, if we look at imports, they're now saying that imports are going to take up to 3 months to get in here. If you want anything from Asia or the other part of the world, they're saying expect 3 months because of the bottleneck and everything that's going on. We are living through one massive staged event, guys. Sure enough, I hope you have a plan to get through this. Or if you're just now realizing what's going on, you're starting to get one together. This time next year, there's no telling where things are going to set. And this is all by design. Okay.
Agreed. That's why I'm always stressing to grow your own food.
Yeah, no doubt. I seen Darlene was in there talking about yeast and flour. I mean, that's the bare bones of life there. You really need to consider these things. Beans, dried beans, flour, yeast, extra water, basic stuff. And people want to get prepped up. People say get prepped up, and people go too far with it. When things get real bad, and like during World War II when they had the major blackouts and all that good stuff. Pardon me, I'm still coughing over here. When there's no power to be had, they've got this war on coal, this war on green energy, or whatever energy we produce now, all the different forms. They want this green energy, and then we go into a major conflict. All this battery operated stuff or stuff you plug into a wall somewhere may become irrelevant quick. I mean, the studies as far as nuclear stuff goes, you could do more damage to this country with one nuclear bomb detonated at 80 miles above our atmosphere. It would shut off the power grid indefinitely for 80% of this country with one nuclear weapon 80 miles above our atmosphere. It would cause an electromagnetic pulse so powerful that it would fry every single electronic everything that we have. So all these little gadgets and gizmos we think are going to help us when the lights go out, we better start rethinking our game plan and get back to where the pioneers and our forefathers did things, where we don't rely on electricity or gas heat or anything else. We have to have alternatives. One really cool one, by the way, is a terracotta pot where you use little tea light candles, or you can make your own candles out of Crisco. Now, if you pull up an image of Crisco, the old Crisco, it's got a little flame on the top of it. Crisco was originally made as to make candles out of and to burn. They weren't originally made for like food shortening like we use it for now. If you pull it, the emblem on the front still has that little flame. It looks like a wick of a candle, because that's what they used to use it for. And if you burn something like that and you do it underneath a small terracotta pot, like you would plant a small flower and put in your kitchen window, that terracotta pot will heat up. And if you put 2 or 3 of them in a room with the little tea light candles or a little homemade candle out of this Crisco, it'll actually, if in a smaller bedroom with the doors shut, it'll actually heat your room up. And little packs of tea light candles, you can get a pack 100 of them for, I think they're like $5 or $6.
Yeah, I tried that, man. It works really.
Yes,
does.
it works. Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
A lot of BTUs. Surprising.
I haven't tried the Crisco thing, but I've seen it a couple years ago, and I don't know why I haven't even tried it, because I heard it lasts like 24 hours for.
It works. It works.
Yeah.
Period.
I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then I'll play it.
Yeah. So Blickham, I get that right, Blickham? Yeah, I can't really see this little bitty phone. Yeah. So you got to get back to simple things. Using Crisco, you can actually make a candle out of Vaseline petroleum jelly in a pinch. Taking a little cotton ball and taking ash out of a fire. So if you burn a little fire outside, if you want to have a fire starter with you, you take that cotton ball and you unfold it flat, and you take ash out of a fire and you sprinkle it up in that, and you roll it back up. If you take that thing and rub it real fast between 2 pieces of board or just 2 pieces of wood that you whittle down flat with a blade, you rub them together real fast, and that ash inside that cotton ball will ignite.
Yeah.
Another neat thing that people, like Fritos corn chips, they have such a high oil content. Mm-hmm. You can light it and it'll sit there and hold it and burn it like a candle.
It will. Yeah, I've done that.
You can make a candle out of baby oil. You can make a candle out of vegetable oil, bacon grease, hamburger grease. It'll burn. If you put a wick in it, cotton, it'll burn like a candle.
There's people these days that couldn't build a fire with a gallon of gasoline and a blowtorch, man.
No, all they do is take the gasoline, throw it on there, fumble around for 30 seconds to a minute, go over there and try to light it and blow their eyebrows right off their face.
Yeah, I've never had to use a bow, deal to start a fire, but I watched it enough. I think I could do it if I had to.
It just takes practice.
Yeah.
Like anything.
Elbow grease. And, I can play the drums for a good long time, so I could probably handle that. But I like the little deal that where you put like a little piece of wood in there, and then you pound it really hard. It's got a piston. You know what I'm talking about? And it gives you it.
Yes. It's a friction piston or something. Yes.
The pressure is so great that it actually sets that little piece of wood on fire.
Yep. I always keep a Ferris rod. Let me go. I'll show you what I carry with me everywhere I go. Whenever I leave the house, I have this on. I'm gonna grab it and hold it in front of the camera.
Crisco candles.
You can buy these at grocery stores, gas stations, little convenience stores. It's a piece of paracord. It's a bracelet, right? And if you see right here in the center, this little rod, that's a Ferris rod. Cool. And on the other end, as soon as I get around, you see that little piece of steel right there? That comes out, and that you strike that against that little Ferris rod, and it'll light you a fire. And then you got a nice little bundle of paracord clipped around your wrist, or you could clip it to your keychain, whatever, leave it in your vehicle. But you never know if you get separated from your vehicle. So no matter where I go, I got 1 or 2 pocket knives. I got paracord, I got flint and steel. I can make a bushcraft shelter, ain't no problem. For someone who knows what they're doing, I don't need nothing but a pocket knife. A little bit of paracord and a way to start a fire. I don't need matches or a lighter. I just need a piece of flint and steel. Yeah, they see how they're making this candle on this video. This is cool. Yeah, you can put. See, we got essential oils. You can do that too. We got all kinds of essential oils. We put in our bath water, stuff like that for your sinuses. I suffer from allergies all the time. You see, while it's still liquid, you just lower the wick right down in there. They're easy to make. And it's just Crisco, a little bit of food coloring, a little bit of scented oils if you want, but for all practical purposes, you don't need color or scent. That right there, if you get a nice clay terracotta pot and put it right over top of that bad boy, that terracotta pot will heat up and radiate heat the whole time that thing burns. And it's it's like earthenware. It ain't gonna blow up or burn. I mean, it's terracotta.
You got me ready to go out and get some Crisco now.
Buddy, you better. You can make bread with it. Bread, tortillas, candles. You don't think I got a shitload of that sitting in my basement? Terracotta pots. I got hundreds of little tea light candles.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I like to, I try. It's hard to say this and not sound like a cocky asshole. I try to practice what I preach. I'm a sinner. I say things I regret. I do things I regret. But when it comes down to just function and living, when I talk about these things, it's because I do it. And I've been doing it. Raising chickens. We had over 200 chickens in Oregon. We had, our farm. We've been living this lifestyle. We've been teaching people these things. I mean, we've been living it. Doing it. And that's why I'm trying to speak out about it now. I'm tired of hearing a bunch of people talk and not take action. I'm trying to motivate people to do some shit. Yeah, see, you got that pulled up. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I'm just going to shut up and let y'all hear it. And y'all got to hear my big mouth on the video anyway.
All right, here we go.
All right, y'all pay close attention to that right there. I don't know how to post all this stuff. This is all new for me. But when I see evil, I got to show it. All right, check it out.
I think you're going to like it here.
We're going to turn that garbage down real quick. Nobody wants to hear that. All right. Do it right here. That's the CEO of Pfizer. We're going to advance the video ahead to 10 minutes and 10 seconds in. And you're going to listen to him talk and listen real close, because in the background, you're going to hear something that sounds like a dragon or a demon growl.
And then we're going to move it forward to 11 minutes in the video. And then watch this dude's neck. I challenge anybody to go stand in a mirror and make their neck move like this dude. Now you hear him growl or something in the room growl, and you hear a dog bark and a smoke detector or fire alarm going off. They make funny, this dude here and this dude here, try to make fun of the dog barking, never mention the fire alarm. Wonder why that is. When you see old boy's neck at 11 minutes in, you'll know why. Why don't y'all take a look and make up your own mind.
Sort out what do we know and what don't we know? Because there's a lot of speculation, a lot of anecdotes circulating right now.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
For multiple reasons. One is infrastructure, vaccination centers, specialized people. Some has to do with a little bit of the ultra cold selling, less of an issue. And then there is a lot of vaccine hesitancy also in those places. So for all these reasons, it's more logistical and infrastructure. Right now, I ask our people, for example, we were focusing how to make sure that they have enough doses. Right now, we are I'm sorry, this is my dog.
No, we like your dog.
I know. But we are doing most of our work.
All right, so they're just playing games talking about the dog because they don't want y'all to hear what they're really trying to talk about. We're going to bump it ahead. You see the timestamp right there? 10:10 to 10:47. Now we're going to bump it ahead to about 11.
This guy is not normal.
Right there. That looks good enough. Now, I want y'all to pay real close attention to dude's neck. And I challenge anybody out there in the world to go in the mirror and make their neck flex like this evil thing here. Y'all check this out and y'all decide for yourself. But let me tell y'all, get y'all a pair of headphones and put it in. And at 10:10, you're gonna hear something like a demon growl in the background. And then you're gonna hear the dog barking, the smoke alarm, fire alarm, whatever it is. And here we're gonna watch the homeboy's neck. Ain't nobody can do this to their neck. Why don't y'all check this out?
Nope, I've tried.
Version of the vaccine, if in fact you get to that point. We're all concerned about supply chains these days.
Hold on, I had to back that up.
These countries to ensure that we can help them.
Manufacturing of a new version of the vaccine, if in fact you get to that point. We're all concerned about supply chains these days. I understand you have the manufacturing capability. Is there any question of the ingredients you would need to put into the new vaccine?
I don't care who you are. That's some crazy stuff right there. Oh, man. And whatever homeboy's got going on in his neck, he don't belong to one of God's children. I can tell you that. You can look at that. I challenge anybody to go in the mirror and make their neck flex like homeboy. There's something wrong. Check this out.
Crazy.
Hey, he looked like a damn bullfrog.
Really? I thought that.
Let's see if I can stop it.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is that's some straight up bullshit right there that I saw in that down that little damn magic mirror they call a cell phone. Unreal.
Yeah, it's got some funky stuff going on
there. Dude.
Turkeys do that.
Yeah, right?
No, really, they do.
Yeah,
bullfrogs, turkeys.
Hey, ironically, Komodo dragons do too.
Absolutely. I tried, believe me, after I watched it, I tried. There's no way.
I was all up in there trying to, get all amped up and flex my neck.
I mean, you can flare it up a little bit, but not like that.
Hey, look, these two things right here on your neck, these muscles do not contract up and down. It don't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, you don't need a damn doctorate to look at dude's neck and realize something is seriously off.
There is.
He looked like a damn python unhinging his jaw, getting ready to swallow dude next to him.
Maybe he's part fish, blowfish or something.
Yeah, he's part something.
Puffer.
Part serpentine, part asshole.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, dude. I saw that and I was like, that's it. I'm done. I'm opening up a
Can you
YouTube
slow
channel.
that thing down?
Man,
Slow it down and
Paris is calling. He said he's got bulgy neck syndrome.
he's got something.
Someone said it's called Madelung's disease. Madelung's. I never heard of that. What? How do you explain? Okay, if it's a syndrome, I could buy that. But how the hell you explain that growling? And if y'all want to hear it again, put some headphones in and turn it all the way up, and you could hear it. I mean, it sounds like a damn Komodo dragon or a damn tiger in the background. So you're telling me dude's got a tiger in the back with him? What is growling in the background? And they don't even talk about it like it didn't happen. It just blows my mind that they just played it off. And you know what blows my mind even further is that they put that thing on TV like nobody's gonna catch on. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes I see this stuff and it just makes my head spin around. I feel like a great horned owl looking around so I can kiss my own ass goodbye. My goodness.
I believe that dude could spin his head around.
Man, I bet he could swallow his own shoulders. Look at his neck. I bet he could swallow his own shoulders. Look at him. I mean, that's not natural. That just don't make no sense. I mean, he's like straight up got a bullfrog thing going on there. I keep waiting for him to slip his tongue out of his mouth and snatch a fly off the wall.
Really?
I mean, what in the world? What in the world? That don't even make no sense. How do you slow that video down like that anyway?
Overdub a bullfrog croak on top of that. It'd be hilarious.
Hey, you ought to edit a little tongue coming out of his mouth, snatching a fly off a homeboy's forehead. I mean, you might as well be doing that.
Wow.
It's about that absurd, really. I mean, it don't make no sense. I mean, it's just at one point where it looks like it just goes blip real fast. Like lightning fast. Like as fast as you blink your eye, his whole throat just puffs up. Yeah, I don't even know how to slow it down like what you're doing. I didn't get to look at it like that. Oh, see, you can see it right there. You can see it right there just while I'm watching the thing in the computer. It's about 10 seconds slower than the phone. I can't see it on this little silly screen on my phone in this StreamYard, but I can see it 10 seconds later on the computer screen next to me. Yeah, here it's going to show when I backed it up. It'll show good here. I did a terrible job holding that phone still. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I really couldn't. Not what I was seeing and what I was hearing. I just couldn't believe it. I said, oh, I got to record this right now on the video before they delete this damn thing. Because I said, I was thinking to myself, everybody's going to see this and it's going to be all over the internet. This shit's going to go viral. and everybody's just like, go straight back.
What's those two bumps on his throat? That's going up and down.
Right. Yes. What is that? What's he got? Strep
See
throat?
it? It's poking out or something.
Like he's got strep throat, my ass.
No, that's not strep throat.
Look,
that's
come on
my
now.
favorite.
What do you do? He must have swallowed a softball.
Have a good night, Paris. If your phone dies, have a good night. Much love. Yeah.
No phone is going dead. Yeah. Thanks for the comments.
No, but I'm trying to figure what that thing is poking out of his throat. No, that can't be a disease. I'm sorry, but there's a thing poking out of his throat, and it goes in and out, and it puffs up.
Hey, I got an Adam's apple. You know what I'm saying? I can't make my whole damn throat puff up like. I mean, it don't matter which way from Sunday.
That other little bone that's sitting below there. Now, if he got some major injury, maybe he got hit in the throat.
Look at the one next to it. You don't even have an apple.
Maybe he needs to be hit in the throat to see what's going on up in there.
See, it goes up and down and kind of pokes up. But there's another little one below.
Dude, I can't even wrap my head around it. It's just so bizarre. I never, ever, ever expected to see something this fantastical right there in the open, and nobody's talking about it. I've had like 64 views on it or something, under 70 views on that video.
You think it's fat, Drops?
Think it's what?
No way.
Fat. Well, he ain't fat nowhere else. He's got a whole hell of a lot of fat in his throat. Nowhere else. I mean, he's a fairly, slim, normal-looking dude. I mean,
the only thing I can think of, maybe he's got throat hernia. You know, when you scream too much.
I don't know, but how do you explain that part where it blips out? I mean, that if you forget the big nodules, that's bad enough. But there was one point in it where it just blips like a bullfrog. Now, I mean, your throat, your skin can't flex and go right back into place and just, not be sagging down like, someone's been playing jungle gym with your double chin or something. I don't know how
see if I can find a video on it. I'll be right back.
Man, that stuff just
drop the link to that video if anyone wants to check it out.
Man, thank you. That's cool. But like I said, I'm not monetized. I mean, it don't matter. You can play it on your channel. You can put it on your content. I don't care. I just don't care. I just want people to see it. That's all. Hell, if you make $1 million on it, have fun. I don't care. I don't care. It's not why I put it out there.
Yeah, you can't be in this kind of a business to make money on YouTube. I mean, you have to be trending now type of thing.
There was
rainbows and stuff like that. They don't like people.
I got with what?
People with critical thinking.
Yeah, I know they target you. My nephew, there's a 14-second video on there of me having an altercation with some police officers because they arrested my half brother over something stupid. I mean, he actually didn't do anything. I was there. I witnessed the whole thing, and they just don't like our family name, and they arrested my brother for disorderly, which they could have, if they felt compelled that it was necessary, which it wasn't because he didn't do what they said. Period. They could have had used discretion and just said, here's your citation. Show up to court and either fight it or pay the fine. But that's neither here nor there. I had some real colorful words to exchange with these guys for what they were doing, exercising tyranny just because they don't like my brother. And my nephew filmed it, and his phone was about dead. He only got about 14 seconds of this video before his phone died. But he had a TikTok account, and he had 1,500, 1,700 followers or subscribers or what have you. And he put this on his TikTok account. And because he had a little bit of an audience base, now it pissed people off because it doesn't offer context. You just hear me saying some really disrespectful things to the cops. And it seems wildly inappropriate. But if you knew what happened leading up to and what happened after, then it would make sense to most people, at least why I was having a problem. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Within 12 hours, it had 469,000 views. It had over 2,000 comments, and it went viral. And then they shut it down and removed it. Now, it was profanity in there, but it wasn't, it wasn't no threats of violence or anything like that. It was just the content alone. And because it was going viral and people were taking issue, they kept reporting it or whatever. So TikTok just took it. Now, he had 469,000 views in less than 12 hours, and they took it down.
That's amazing, really.
It's the most hits he's ever had on a video ever. I mean, he's only had 1,100, 1,500 followers or something like that. And his follower in that 12-hour span, he almost doubled the number of people that were following him after that in that short window.
Yep. Yeah, I never got into that.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about it. I don't know anything about it. I got another 2 minutes and 30 seconds of audio that was recorded during that incident too, but it's fairly profanity laced. But you can hear me pleading with him, telling him, you guys, where's your humanity at? I mean, my brother, his son had just supposedly, I say supposedly because I'm not going to get controversial here, but supposedly committed suicide, which the local police department that arrested my brother a few days later. His son was the one who supposedly killed himself, which they tried to cover up. Yeah, they did. They flat out tried to cover it up. They actually took him to within an hour or so doing their investigation at scene where his remains were. They did not notify anybody next to kin, and everybody in that town knows our family name. Right? We've been there for generations. It's not like we're hot shots or we're just normal working class people, but everybody knows. It's just that kind of town, especially the law enforcement, because they don't like my people. They never have, and they didn't call anybody. They had the morgue or the coroner take the body to a funeral home for immediate cremation and never notified anybody. Someone that was on scene, a bystander, knew who father the young man was, called my brother and said, "Hey, the police are over here. Your son just committed suicide," and they sent him down the road to this morgue or funeral home, and they're sending him down there for cremation. Have they called you or what's going on? He's like, "No, I don't know. What are you talking about? My son's dead." And they were sending him for cremation immediately. Yeah, that violates all kinds of laws, doesn't it? Notifying next of kin. But ain't nothing to see here. Don't believe your lying eyes for a minute. But the other 2.5 minutes, you can hear me pleading with him. I'm like, where's y'all's humanity? I said, his son just hung himself. My brother's been out of the penitentiary. He spent about half his life incarcerated. So, he ain't quite right in the head anyway. And I'm telling him, like, look, he's institutionalized. Why are y'all fucking with him? He ain't made no threats. He ain't done nothing. What are y'all doing? His son just committed suicide. Of course, he's a little pissed off and upset, but he ain't done nothing. Show some fucking humanity here and don't treat him like a damn animal. His son just killed himself. What are y'all doing? There's 2.5 minutes. I haven't even posted it yet. I've been sitting on that for months because I'm not trying to be, I hate the police, because I know we need law and order. I'm not stupid, and even with my own personal experiences when it comes to law enforcement, I got family members that are in it. One of my uncles I respect dearly, and he's law enforcement his whole life. He's one of the people I look up to. But it doesn't change the fact that we got a broken, corrupt system. Prison's a perfect example. 80% of inmates that get out go back within 2 years. 80%. But we keep playing the same silly cycle over and over and over again. It's like the pure definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
War on drugs.
War on drugs. Hell, we got per 100,000 people of population, we incarcerate 6 times more people than China. Anybody can look that up. I'm not pulling this out of my butt. I mean, this is a known statistic.
Yeah, I went through that rabbit hole years ago. It is crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got locked up when I was 15 years old. It's just crazy. It's crazy how this system works. There's no rehabilitation. It's just wholesale incarceration. Throw them in a meat grinder. There's an 80% chance they're going to go back. We got job security in perpetuity with this system. The way it's set up.
Is designed this way for their reason.
Yeah, keep you compliant, keep you in your place. They keep you buried in debt. You got a mortgage that's going to take you 30 or 40 years. You get close to paying your mortgage off, and then you got to remodel your house. So you're paying a mortgage instead of a 20 or 30-year mortgage. You're paying a 40 or 50-year mortgage. You borrow $150,000. Let's go back 20 years and say you borrow $150,000, and you end up paying that debt off in 30 years if you're lucky. And instead of paying off, $150,000 plus a little bit of interest, you end up paying actually like $325,000, $350,000 over the course of that term. So you're enslaved. It's indentured servitude or financial slavery, however you want to look at it. And you got car loans, and then by the time you get old enough to retire, you're on Social Security and all this other mess, and you're paying your Part B and all this other nonsense. So then you spend the rest of your so-called golden years indebted to the medical system. So you're born into debt,
and you're so medicated
Yeah.
and full of GMOs and
Yeah, shortening your life every time you open your mouth and put some of this garbage in it. And the whole time you're in this system of slavery, financial slavery and political slavery. Everybody's in fear of everything. Well, if I push back, I'm gonna lose my house. If I push back, I'm gonna lose my job, my car. People at the church ain't gonna talk to me. People at work ain't gonna talk to me. I don't care
yeah.
about none of that. I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of people I don't talk to anymore. Not because I don't want to, it's just because they're not awake and they don't want to hear it.
Won't hear it.
Yeah.
You can show them that. You can show them that Pfizer video in 4K at the local cinema, and they'd be like, "Oh, that's some pretty good special effects."
Yeah.
I'm like, "No, y'all don't get it. This is a true story. This happened on the news. This is dude. This is who he is. And I don't know what that is. I can speculate and make jokes about it all day long, right? Because I'm full of shit anyway. But when you see that shit going on there, I don't know how you put rational thought to that, because there ain't nothing rational
Let
behind
me
that.
try it again.
What you trying to do?
Drop a link.
Oh, drop a link. I appreciate you having me on your show. It's kind of cool. I've been meeting a whole bunch of new people, man. It's kind of a whole different way to engage.
Yeah. It was
Appreciate you.
like a channel that just connects other channels and go over the current events, what's going on. But just been
94-year-old woman taking over the floor.
Yeah, right. That was awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. It's all part of
I
us.
can't.
She's a trip.
I can't wait to get my StreamYard up and running that way. I can get her back on, man. I love talking about all that kind of stuff.
Try
We're gonna do
get her done.
It works for me.
We want to start doing like a live history lessons where anybody can pick a topic and just start opening windows, start doing live research, because that's how we do our research. We got like across the top of the URL, we might have 10, 12, 15, 20 little tabs open, and we're toggling back and forth, and we're making notes and keeping track of, trying to keep everything straight in our head as history records these things. And then we try to compare it to other points in history, or we'll compare it to the Bible or to different religious texts. Yeah, thank you for what are you putting up, Darlene? Anyway, I don't even know. I lost track of what we were even doing.
She tried Paris link.
Paris link.
I don't know if you have Paris.
Yes, Paris.
Paris.
Oh, I see it up there.
Work.
She's pretty witty. She made some pretty funny comments.
I love to see her megaphone. Really do.
Yeah, she kind of got her little trademark like I do. I'll put up a cowboy hats, and I put up the hearts and the diamonds and spades and clubs. I always do something to grab people's attention, because for me it's signs and symbols, and I see signs and symbols everywhere I go. That's why when I comment, I usually will put like all those little things up there, because it's kind of unique unto me.
Yeah, you did it like one way, then you did it backwards.
Yeah, I like to do different stuff with it sometimes. Sometimes I'll change the symbols around depending on the topic of conversation. But see, earlier I was sending one here. I just sent this earlier because I was missing comments and stuff. And I put shields up instead of, I usually put 2 cross swords up, but then this one I put 2 shields up.
Yep.
I'm not good at following the comments yet. I'm working on it. This is along with all the research and stuff I do, learning how to edit videos.
Everybody was nice.
Yeah, learning how to navigate this whole social media thing has been a pretty steep learning curve for me. Especially when I've been completely removed from technology my whole adult life, because I've rejected it fundamentally, and I've never engaged with it. Like I said, prior to doing this whole YouTube thing, I probably only sent maybe 24 emails my whole life ever, and usually I have to ask the wife to help me so I don't screw it up. I just don't like technology. I never have. I like old school things, hand tools, not power tools. I like hand tools, the way things used to be. Simple.
Using a
reliable.
phone?
What'd you say?
Using phone, laptop?
Yeah, I use a smartphone, but no laptop or tablets or nothing like that. My wife's had a computer since before I met her, but I've never personally owned a computer myself ever.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Ask Jody see if she can stand up the broom. I want to see if the pull of the earth is your way.
Oh, yeah, she went to bed already. She got tired. We've been burning. Yeah, we've been burning the midnight oil.
I did a video for Cat.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, for me and Cat.
Man, that was crazy. Where was it? Were you on there with Authority Check when she started casting spells again?
Oh, I'm not worried about her. She's normal.
Man, that was a trip though. It was just crazy. I never witnessed not like that. It happened 3 times in a row with me. It happened on Sasquatch's channel. It happened on Poor Dirt Farmer's channel, and then it happened again on Authority Check. Now, I got no issue with her. I mean, absolutely. And she might be going through something, and I ain't.
No, there's nothing wrong with her. Believe me. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, no, that's no worries. I just, man, I was just like, what in the world's going on here?
Hey, I can share that video. Can I?
Which video?
Of course you can.
It's to Bob. Okay. Hold on a minute. Yeah, it doesn't have no sound, doesn't have... Well, yeah, that's me talking. It's a funny. No, it's still in the pictures. I hope it's going to take it. Oh, which one is it, though? Broom 4? I think it's Broom 4. Okay, all yours.
Okay. What?
Try it. Everybody says, well, it's your floor and your bristles. No.
That's messed up. That is messed up.
Just wait. I'm not done yet.
Have you tried to do that with an egg?
No, not yet.
There's like one day a year, one of the equinoxes, you can balance an egg real easy. I don't remember what day it is, though. I haven't done it since I was a little kid. Something I learned, and I'm going to try one right now.
No, that's not the one. I guess it was the other one.
I'm going to try to balance one right now.
Hold on a minute.
Balance an egg. I know the poles are shifting. There's...
the one I put together for Crafty. Can't remember which one it was.
Poles are shifting?
Oh, yeah. You could look that stuff up. It's been moving quite a bit. We've had a lot of increased solar activity. We've had a lot of earthquakes. Are you guys aware of all the earthquakes and stuff that have been happening?
Let me open this up. Let me open my folder here.
Absolutely. Volcanoes.
Yeah, there was like, I think in December they broke a record. There was 54 volcanoes all erupting at the same time. Yeah. Like literally simultaneously erupting at the same time. And the earthquake activity that we're experiencing across the world is absolutely stunning.
Insane.
And a lot of this has a direct connection with the solar activity that I track and follow.
Hey, Kelly.
I'm trying to make me a glass of chocolate milk or something here. I've been sitting here, ran out of tea and ran out of water.
Okay, it's this one. I had to go look. No, it's not that one either. Yeah, no, it's not. God darn it.
Can we add it or no? Oh, too late.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. I removed it.
Well, you could have played it, but I'm
I
gonna
didn't
attach
know.
that. It doesn't have no sound, nothing. I'm getting
Yep.
ready to do a Sky video, so trying to
Okay.
figure which one it is. Okay, you got 1, 2.
How you doing, Callie? Good to see you.
Let's go into the pictures. Maybe that'll do it. Nope. That's what I hate about this thing. Sharing from my library. Movie? Maybe that one?
You're way ahead of me.
Nope.
I don't even know how to post a link on the comment.
Are you trying to share? Because I don't have it on my screen.
Not yet. I'm looking for it.
Oh, okay.
See, I've got 1 and 2 broom. 1 and 2 broom. And I don't know which one it is because I can't see them. Okay, it's not that one. It's got to be this one. Well, we'll see it. We'll see. If I don't talk, it's not me. It's not the one. Go for it. Maybe it's the same one we just watched. Hello, Crafty Cat. I was gonna visit you for a while, but my vehicle just would not cooperate. Went from the floor to the table, and there it stood. Sorry about that, Gail. I'll try it again next time. Must have been the 5Gs.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Is that a moped to go to work on?
Yeah. Well, you know what we're called, me and her, right?
No, what's that?
Witches.
Oh no, I didn't know that. But you know,
You
hey,
didn't
whatever.
know that? Well, you do now.
Well, whatever. You know, whatever makes you happy. Like I said, I
There you
celebrate
go.
difference. I don't judge people for thinking what they want to think and believing what they want to believe. I had 2 friends of mine when I was a younger boy that they were both Wiccans,
Well,
and
come on.
they lived in my house with me.
Come on, Ron. There's proof right there.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, I know it's there. Believe me, I know.
I was just kidding.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, there's all types of different things out there that people think is just myth and legend that ain't. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. You know, I don't get shocked or surprised by none of it because the things I've seen in my life. You know, if someone says that, well, I tend to take it to heart and
No,
believe it.
anybody can try it if they want to. It all depends what the magnetic force of the earth is. And believe me, when I feel it all through my bones. It feels like it's just pulling.
So are you telling me you got that really standing there like that?
Yes, sir. I've got another one.
Do one for us live right now. Come on, show us.
I don't have a camera.
I was playing. Okay, so you're for real. Okay.
I'm for real.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me find the other video.
She didn't say it in
from
jest.
last year.
Wow.
Is that a dollar store broom?
A what broom?
A dollar store broom.
It's my witch's. It's my witch's broom.
That's a grocery getter.
The Yugo. That's the Yugo broom of what? Witches?
Yeah.
You got to upgrade to Alexis. You know.
Oh, okay.
Get one of them really expensive straw ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it supposed to be straw?
Do they even sell those anymore?
Okay, this one is from last year.
That would melt.
I'm not laughing at you, Darlene, because I have actually. When I get brooms, I buy them at the Dollar Tree. Because they're
this
cheap.
one is. This is my well-worn tree. God, no, you got me saying tree broom.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, that's all right. If you want to ride broom, that's fine with me.
Hey, I love you and all, girl, but you better not come flying up on my front door and that son of a bitch. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, well, it grounded me. It's the 5Gs, you know.
Oh yeah.
Did you all
You got
see
your
that?
flight clearance revoked?
Did you all see that article on where they're putting cat litter trays in bathrooms in a high school or some place in school in Michigan for kids that identify as cats?
No.
What?
Come on.
I'm not kidding. It's ridiculous.
You back with it?
And what'd you say? Nothing
Oh, I thought
surprised
you
you?
were asleep.
Not kidding.
Wow. Yeah. Unreal.
Maybe I'll just drop that in the back end when you look at it. Find it. I don't know if you all know about this this little website, but there's some pretty useful information on it. I'm going to drop that in the private end for you to look at real quick here. And you can thumb through these articles and just see what you think. There's a lot of nuts stuff out there, you know, broke back better and wokey.
Yeah.
Hey, what's your name? Drop. I'm Ron. It's good to meet you.
It's actually Dick, but D stands for the first name. Yeah, it does.
Right. Mr. Richard.
Yeah, there you go. Politically correct. Everybody calls him Richard. No, but yeah, that's fine.
No, I don't care. I'll call you Dick, Big Dick, Little Dick, whatever makes you happy.
Well, you know when I was going to college,
somewhere in the middle, Dick.
Yeah, when I worked for this I worked for collection attorneys when I was going to college. Okay, and so when I call people up, they just love that name. You know, it's like I need to speak to a Dick. You know, if they're really mad or they're sad, or, you get all kinds of things from that. But and then I was the nicest person in the world, made the biggest bonuses, and my bonus toppled everybody else's bonuses. And they're sitting there screaming at people to pay up. And I'm like, yeah, I will set up an easy payment. Let's get you out of debt. You don't need to be here, you know. And I was more helpful. And I made a hell of a lot more money on bonuses because I got people out of their issues than screaming at them, you know.
It's how you engage, for sure.
Yeah,
communication
exactly.
is everything.
You know, and when you start talking to people that are these woke people that are really just gone in the head, people that don't know I mean, you can't just grab them and take them into the pool and start baptizing them, you know, relentlessly. You have to make a slow process of informing them what they need to know. And you start with common sense, something that's common to them. So if they're having an issue and they don't understand it, then you politely generalize the discussion. Well, the reason why there isn't taxes is because this person right here decided that they wanted to make some stupid law. They're going to cost us more money. We have to enact these programs, and therefore it's going to cost you more money. Well, why is it going to cost me more money? Because it's going to cost you more money because these people want to do this thing, which has no beneficial thing to you or the public or to the society we live in, but it's their ideology that's actually affecting this funding of this thing, which makes your taxes rise. And then you get into the details, and if they want more, they sit there and go, "Ooh, yeah, what's all the details?" And you get into all the weird stuff where they're like a cult, and then that really starts to open people's eyes, and they really start to think. So you have to do baby steps on people instead of hammering with a hammer.
I hear you. Sorry, I'm laughing, but you're killing me. But you're right.
She glued it to the floor.
I think so.
Makes me think of that movie, The Illusionist, Eisenheim, The Illusionist, where he stuck that guy's sword to the floor and he couldn't pick it up.
Okay, you attach magnets to it, and you have magnets underneath the floorboard. I got it.
Well, you could get them bristles as long as they're nice and flat across the bottom. It's just
Static
a matter.
electricity will do that too.
Oh, it's like balancing a room in your hand. I mean, I'm not saying there ain't more to it. There certainly could be, but Yeah, that's peculiar. I'll say that.
Or she's a witch.
Well, that is always a certain. That is always within the realm of possibility. Without putting labels, it could occur. Where you at, girl? You still there, or did you run off?
I probably need to put some more fairy dust on it or something.
I don't know what just happened to the thing on the. That's kind of weird. I had my whole little thumbnail picture changed, or whatever you call that thing.
No, try it tomorrow.
Did you put a link? Did you put a link up there?
A link to what?
This mysterious video you've been talking about.
I guess Jenny can make.
It's on Facebook.
Oh, it's on Facebook. Okay.
Yeah, I shared from my computer.
Oh, I'll have to tell Jody to look it up because I don't even know how to get on Facebook.
Yeah, it's on Facebook.
Yeah, well, I'll have to get some assistance with that. She actually just came back out. I thought she was in bed, but she was just in the bedroom.
Tell her to go watch it.
Yeah,
It's on my timeline.
It's on her timeline.
Tell her to try it. Tell her to glue the broom to the floor.
She said, glue the broom to the floor.
Well, you know, I've had people tell me in the past I'm a fool for buying gold and silver, you know, and stacking that and physical silver, you know, keeping it. And like I bought mine for like between $12 and $14 an ounce. It's like $24 still, going up or down. So how am I a fool to double my money?
Oh, it's not foolish. It's not foolish. And it's certainly a hedge against inflation, without question. We've had silver ourselves, but let's just say, for argument's sake, you know, hypothetically speaking here, you know, if the proverbial shit hits the fan, so a guy, for example, the way a guy like me thinks, I'm good at growing food. I can fix just about anything. I can survive in just about any situation you put me in. Now, let's just say that you're my next door neighbor and I've been growing food and you're sitting over there on a pile of silver and you show up one day and say, hey, you know, there's nothing to be had, nothing to be got. And you know, I need to feed my family. And I got a nice pocket full of actual silver bullion. I'd like to trade for some of that, you know, food you got growing in your garden. And I'm just being raw honest. If you don't have any skill sets to bring to the table, I can't eat that silver, and I'm not interested in money. Never have been, not really. And you know, that would, you know, you might as well bring me a handful of pebbles from the stream, because that silver is not going to sway my judgment one way or the other when it comes to bartering in real life circumstances where, you know, you could find yourself in life and death circumstances. That silver is to me has no value. The only real value is food, and that's the real currency.
Yeah, I can give you a little history though. I've been growing a garden for 50 years, and you know, I know how to garden. And I grew on a 1/10 of an acre for garden size. Okay, this year, not my property size, but garden size. So I grow all kinds of stuff, especially for me and my birds, because I do have 11 birds. I have one very annoying 20-pound plus rooster. It's pretty big, and he likes to fight sometimes. But
that's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a golden lace white-dot, and yeah, he's big. Trust me. He's about. I actually measured him with the tape measure, and everybody gave me shit about it. And I was like, well, he's 26 inches tall.
Wow, that's a big
and
old rooster.
When he really wants to,
you are a big dick, big old cock.
Yeah. Well, I used to call him Jerk, but now it's the only chicken I actually named, and now I call him Turkey because it's so big. He looks like a turkey. So, you know, I call him Turkey.
Turkey dick.
Yeah. Well, Well, it's pretty fun when he jumps about 5 feet in the air to try to spur you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. We had some bantams that were just some crested bantams, buddy. They were ornery as hell, boy. They come up, they spur me in my shin. Next thing you know, they'd be spurring me in my thigh, and they're climbing up me, spurring me as they're climbing up my body.
Oh, I know. I've had him go at me a few times, and he's got a the 2-step, one step back.
Yeah, you know they're coming. You know they're coming for something.
Yeah.
So tell me what you were getting ready to say. What you're getting ready to say as far as what's your thought processes on silver? Are you thinking longer term?
I think after stuff does hit the fan, I think within 6 months to a year, silver will be valuable. Okay.
I don't disagree with that.
Me too.
And I do store it, and it also has medicinal uses also. I mean, it doesn't take much to take 3 9-volt batteries and put them in series.
I love that house.
27 volts to create,
I'm excited.
silver.
Yes. Well, back in the day before refrigeration, the single most valuable thing a family owned was any kind of silver, a silver coin, a piece of any kind of piece of silver. They would milk the cow in the morning, and then they would go out and drop the piece of silver in the bottom of the bucket, keep it away from the window, the sunlight, and the heat, put it on the north side of the home, and you don't have to refrigerate. Milk will stay stable all day long.
It also kills the bacteria that's harmful.
Yeah.
And
antibacterial.
A lot of people don't understand that dropping that coin into like they used to drop it in the beer, they used to drop it in any of their drinks and water, and also for that same reason, for purification, just in case there was some cholera in the water. And people don't realize that. You remember the old scene where they dropped the coins in for the subscript people in the service for the military. Remember that one?
What was it? Say that one more time.
Remember when they dropped the coins into the beer or the ale or the mead?
Yeah.
If they drank out of it, they were subscripted to the military. Remember that old thing?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. So the king dropped silver coin into your cup, and you drink out of it. You just accepted service. But also, that was a very common thing to drop a silver coin into a liquid to make sure there was nothing bad in the liquid. Now, how many of you have silver coins? Oh, I don't need silver because it's not be worth nothing. Well, yes, it is, because you can make clothes silver, and you can also drop that coin in the water, or your beer, or your milk, like you were saying.
Yes, I agree with that concept.
Very
and then longer term, yes, it'll be of extreme value once things start to stabilize. But I look at things in a much more simplistic level, and I certainly don't say you're wrong for your position, because you're not. You're absolutely correct. I look at it, that honey system was wild. I look at it more from the here and now kind of concept, and what I mean by that is, if I have seeds and everything I need to do gardening to grow on, not only a scale to feed myself and my wife, but to have more than enough left over to barter and trade with, that will give me all the currency I need. And as things slowly start to change and stabilize, I'm going to have the edible currency to convert it whenever I see fit based on what's happening. So I look at it, I hear what you're saying, I agree wholeheartedly. I just take a different approach because I just have a slightly different philosophy to how to get there.
Yeah, I do have a different approach too, because if you haven't really watched my channel because you don't know me, but I'm going to tell you right now that I have about 30 pounds of heirloom seeds in boxes.
Yeah.
I harvest seeds every year, and I have enough seeds to easily, help this entire little small 400 town community that I live in plant a garden.
Yep, my man.
2 or 3 times over. Man. So that's what I'm looking out for. They're not going to steal from me because I'm going to teach them how to grow food. If stuff does hit the fan, well, here's some seeds. Let me help you fix your gardens. Let's not only do a community garden over here where I got all this nice compost soil and raised beds, but let's help you do yours in your little place. And then if we need food, we got a little backup, because there's no way I can eat all this food that I'm going to grow over here. But you got food in your backyard, and guess what? I've got the seeds for stuff that you can collect seeds on. And you can also.
I love you, dude. You're awesome.
So
Were you on here earlier? Were you on here earlier when I was talking?
Well, I was in chat.
Okay, I wasn't. I'm not good at paying attention. My wife and I ran a farm in Oregon, doing the very thing that you're saying. We were in seed exchanges, the whole deal, teaching people. That was our retirement. Teach people how to grow food, why it's important, how to do it without chemicals, without modern fertilizer. And we're in the same position here. We're not farming like we were, but what we have done is the same thing that you just described, the very thing that you just described.
Well, I'm actually over just west of Spokane, Washington.
Okay. Yeah, all right. We just came out from Coos Bay, Oregon.
Yeah.
We had a little farm out there called Coos River Ranch. It was a UPIC produce farm.
Yeah, I originally moved back from Georgia when my folks needed assisted living, and I passed away 5 years ago. So just me and my kid. But I always have garden, and I garden out here, and I do raise chickens. And I was thinking about getting pigs this year, but I just didn't really get around to it. And then I'm thinking about moving back since my folks passed away this year and last year, and move back to South. So might head out the west, Texas or Louisiana. I don't think I'll go back to Georgia because it's just too crowded nowadays. Too many
Check your earthquake danger zones because of the we're I don't know if you've tracked solar weather or track earthquake activity.
Oh yeah, I do all that stuff, dude. Actually, the current flow of the lava is actually electric, and that's where the volcanoes, and that's why they emit lightning when they go off, not just because of what they emit. But we're looking at a shifting from 23.5% tilt to almost a 40% tilt as far as I'm concerned. And I do see Alaska tipping towards the equator. So that's where we're going. And Europe and the East Coast is going to get a lot colder. So I do see the problem with the reduction in the magnetosphere as far as the shielding and the size of it. And it's letting a lot more cosmic rays in. And even it gets to the point where it gets so weak that even a strong M class or weak X class flare could actually turn around and actually just knock things out to the point where I'm not really worried about an EMP. I've seen the studies on those, and I do have an electrical engineering background, so I
that's handy.
Stuff. Hey, Sasquatch, how you doing, brother? I'm just saying that I'm not really buying into some of these other theories from these other people. I know there's a few of them, and some people don't like them, and some people do. And I'm not going to name names. And
well, let me ask you a question about your theory, if you don't mind. Your theory. Well, your background, obviously, electrical engineering. So, do you, as far as whether they're sun related or nuclear related, as far as EMPs go, do you have Faraday cage shielding or protection for some of your electronic devices?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay.
But
most people don't even know what a Faraday cage is.
A lot of the stuff that I actually did, I also had a test in the lab under mil spec 460 AD. That's the Navy's standard, and that's the high standard for a lot of the stuff. So,
yeah, your shielded wires and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah. This stuff goes on aircraft, subs, tanks, everything else.
Right,
that, what I'm saying? Yeah,
that's good stuff. Are you talk about that knowledge and that stuff on your channel?
No, I do talk about solar though.
Yeah. What's your channel? Can you put a link up? I'd like to check out your content.
Yeah.
Oh, my wife said she did already.
Yeah.
My wife said she already subscribed to you. I didn't even see you in the chat because I get caught up in the conversation. I forget to look at the chat box.
Yeah, so I have like 4 different solar systems, and I'm making micro solar systems because I don't want one big unit in case one fails. I don't want to have a whole battery bank blow out. And I do have like LiPo batteries on some of the systems, and some have the lead acid batteries. And solar panels, I talk about those. I also talk about wire sizing. I talk about size of system, what it can run, as far as power consumption, current, stuff like that. So, and I actually do have a video if you want to watch 43 minutes of it, where I did a MPP solar unit that's a 2.4 kilowatt system with.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see it. Part 1 installation.
Yeah,
MPP
go to the
solar
photo.
all-in-one inverter. Yeah, no, she pulled up your page. I'm looking at it on the computer screen.
Also
Yeah,
do
no, that's
simple.
cool. That's awesome.
Also do
dude.
simple 12-volt DC systems, for beginners.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
fantastic.
I have like a 12-volt system in my office for backup, 300 amp hour battery system that can run
Yeah.
my system for probably about 15 hours.
Yeah, I'm looking at your page right now. This is impressive. This is a wealth of knowledge for people to use. Do you do canning and stuff in here too?
Yeah, I did canning as a kid, but I have 3 canners. I have a water bath canner, I have a all-American pressure canner, and I have this new electric carry canner, which has got good reviews. And we didn't get around to using it because we ate all the ham bean soup by accident. Otherwise, we're going to do a small batch. And that actually that carry canner has been recommended by a few people that I know that are trustworthy, and so it actually is good for small batches if you want to just do like 3 or 4 jars.
Right. Man, I'm glad you came on, dude. It just gives me inspiration to know that there's other people, because there's a lot of people that are hey, we're waking up or we've been awake, and I ask them, well, what are you doing? What are you doing to get ready for it? Well, we're letting people know. Well, congratulations on doing nothing.
I think Bob can fill you in on my history with him, and other people that I don't really want to associate with anymore, because I really don't get on the YouTube much more. When Bob's on, I'll come on, but a lot of it I just ignore nowadays because.
Who's Bob? I don't know who's Bob. I'm totally new in this whole deal here.
It's me.
Oh, the truth. Okay.
Yeah, you call me Bob.
Bob. Backwards and forwards, it's still Bob.
That's right.
Yep. Sorry, go ahead there, Drop. Oh, what's your name? What do you prefer to be addressed by, sir?
I don't care. You can call me Drop. It's a lot easier for people.
I like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's my first letter of my name, and then last name, and then Outlaw Productions. That's what it means.
Okay, you told me that already, but I'm a little dyslexic, and what is the other one? ADHD. So I have issues with names and numbers. Sometimes I flip them around and invert them. But I do pretty good working through it. It just takes me a little while.
I do that with names and letters. I'm dyslexic myself, but numbers I don't reverse.
Yeah, it gets me every once in a while. I got a pretty good memory, and certain things grab a hold of me. But yeah, I struggle. Like sometimes, part of the reason my memory is good when it comes to reading stuff is because of the dyslexia. I have to read something like a paragraph where you might read through it. I'll read the same paragraph 4 or 5 times. Like the average person, they read it once and just keep going. And I'll sit there, read it, and then okay, now I got it, and then I move on. But I have a good hold of it once I move away from it.
Yeah, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks before you actually get a hold of it, and then you got it. The memory's retained.
Yeah. Yep.
That's like I was talking about the breeds of dogs. If you noticed that, did you notice that one?
Were you mean comments? I wasn't reading comments. I was like totally in another world.
Well, in the 1900s, there was only 80 to 100 breeds of dogs, and I had to actually look it up. I had to look it up because I couldn't remember it exactly. I didn't want to misquote. And a couple hundred years ago, there was only like 40 different types of breed of dogs.
So how many is there right now?
Oh, there's hundreds.
Right
now. There's almost like 440, 450 breeds of dogs, because man actually created new breeds of dogs.
Yeah, I do know that. But one thing that a study I was looking at a long time ago was conducted somewhere in communist Russia, in one of their territories, somewhere in Siberia, and they captured a bunch of wild foxes. Are you familiar with this study?
No, I'm not.
So I think it was within 3 generations. It was done supposedly scientifically, and they were trying to understand the domestication of canines. So they captured, I don't know, 40 or 50 foxes, trapped them live in the wild, and took them to a remote scientific research station. They kept them all in small pens, individual. Occasionally would let them, come together and breed and whatever. But they very closely monitored the whole thing. And within, I believe it was 3 or 5 generations, their natural colors of their coats, because they were captive and because they were being fed and so on and so forth. Their coats and pelts changed like in fairly rapid succession, and they no longer look like a normal fox. And a good example of that in modern day that most people will know is that a domesticated pig gets loose. Well, chickens, yeah, a domesticated pig gets loose, and within 6 weeks, it starts to grow tusks again and starts growing hair everywhere and becomes a feral hog.
Right. They have a lot of them in West Texas.
Oh yeah, I grew up in Central Texas, just outside of Fort Hood.
Yeah, I did a website for a place out there that has hunting lodge and stuff. I forget the name of it now, but they hunt a lot of feral hogs out there on that thing.
Down in Crawford, Texas, where old Bush has his little estate. But I think it's Bush Jr. has got a place out there. I moved this old boy out there. I was in the relocation business for a long time, and I moved this old boy out there in Crawford, Texas, just 2 miles down the road from Bush's ranch. And the house I moved this dude into, he bought from Ted Nugent, who does all that boar hunting and stuff out there, and the helicopters and all kinds of crazy stuff. But I moved this dude into this house, and he bought the house from Ted Nugent, right down the road from President Bush's house.
Yeah, well, Ted's an odd character, man. It's not good sometimes.
He's one of them ducks that don't fly quite straight. He's just a little left to center.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I do understand that. But I think people need to actually realize the ability for the food sources around them, depending on if food's no longer available. And I'm going to tell you right now, when you start seeing people that are truck drivers on the side of the road or if fuel stops and they can't get fuel, that's when you'll know shit really did hit the fan.
Oh yeah, and it's only going to take about 24 to 48 hours for the stores to empty out. Once people realize the trucks ain't moving,
take less than that.
This last deal here that happened last year. Look how quickly things emptied out. It started with toilet paper.
Oh yeah. I love that because you know what I did. What's your name?
Ron.
Okay, Ron. I love that because when they had the toilet paper frenzy and all that stuff, I was going to the store to buy snacks because I figured nobody was going to buy the stupid snacks. They're buying everything else, right?
Right.
So I'm in the snack aisle, and this one gal, she's like 4'0" because I'm like 6'1", and I have to look down over here in Washington State, and especially in Spokane. I have to look down at the floor at all times in a Walmart. Because I might step on somebody that's a little bit like 5'4" or less. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
So you have to be extremely careful, So I was looking at the snacks. I was just walking around looking at the snacks, and this one gal, she's about 5'4", just about blind tackling me in the back of the legs, a cut block. And she was in a frenzy to go get whatever she was going to go to get. It's like, she almost knocked me over. It's like, hell, girl. She's like, no, sorry. I said, don't worry about it. But she hit me over. I wasn't expecting that. And I was looking for snacks, like some, stuff for my kid, so she can eat her stupid Fritos or whatever, so they can catch on fire or whatever. But
yeah, right. Spontaneously combusting Fritos.
Chocolate bars so the women don't kill you, in the middle of the night, because they need chocolate, because you gotta really think about that too. When you start thinking about stocking up and prepping, because let me give you a little history. When I grew up, my parents were Mormons, and they were both ranchers and farmers. Okay.
Yep.
So a year or two's worth of food in the pantry and stored up around the house was not a new deal. It was the old deal. Normal. So you can pretty much
I've moved Mormon families, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I'm not Mormon. But
no, I'm just saying, as far as the stockpile, I moved a family had 17,000 pounds of canned goods alone.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Just had like 2 years supply or something like that.
His whole immediate family, his children and grandchildren, there's a 2-year supply.
Yeah, they all live together.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, finish telling me about how you grew up as being normal.
Yeah, but
I interrupted you. I'm sorry. I get excited.
It's normal for me to stockpile food and goods and spare parts and everything else. A prepper life was always in the cards for me because I was taught that way. I was brought up that way. Okay.
Yeah, it's part of it.
So being prepared
everyone
was
should be.
an easy thing for me. And I see all these so-called preppers out there and everything. You know what the problem with these so-called preppers are?
What's that?
They're in debt. They have no
Yes,
funds,
yes. See, we
resources.
have
They're in
no debt,
debt.
none.
I'm
And
debt free too. I'm
a room
also
full of canned
debt free.
food.
Yeah, I have no debt. We both worked 70 to 90 hours a week for like the last, I don't know, 24, 25 years. That way we could retire early and be debt free. We retired at 42, opened our farm, which wasn't really retiring, but we were passionate about what we were wanting to teach people. And
Right.
After I sustained quite a few injuries and had over the last I think 9 years I've had 7 surgeries or something like that. Most of them, all but 2 of them were one serious injury after the next. So I finally decided to sell the farm and kind of slow down a little bit. But we're still on the same page. We're just going to do it on a smaller scale. But yeah, getting rid of our debt and having no shackles of any of that stuff was of primary importance to me.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm going to tell people. You don't have to have all the toys in the world. You just have to have what you need to live and to be able to grow your own food and raise your own food and have a cash reserve, or a monetary reserve or even silver and gold. I mean, you have to have some type of backup reserve to your stuff. And that can be foodstuffs, that can be fuel.
Yeah. Currency
parts.
of any kind.
Both.
Fuel's a big one.
Part-
Fuel's a
part-
big one. Spare parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm more tangible. Yeah, silver and gold, they certainly have an intrinsic value that seems to be undiminished over the calamities throughout history. But yeah, I look at the world different, and I've since, like, when we sold our farm, we sold 95% of everything we own because I'm just tired of my stuff owning me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to simplify and streamline. Yeah, it does.
It can take a lot of your time to take care of animals, especially when they get the bigger animals. And you can raise rabbits and chickens, still have plenty of meat and eggs.
Oh, rabbits and chickens make fantastic fertilizer. Rabbit is one of my favorite to use, but chickens are good, but they're high in nitrogen, so you got to be careful with chicken manure.
Well, if you're really desperate for nitrogen in your compost pile, you can always go out every night and pee on it, right?
Oh yeah, certainly that you can also make sure you have plenty of legumes, so whatever kind of legumes, green beans, or there's a whole family of them, soybeans, and they impart nitrogen.
He's talking
as they
about
grow.
peas and beans and stuff like that. They're all legumes.
Yes, exactly. And you do companion planting that imparts nitrogen. They work in a symbiotic manner, and then there's other stuff that you can plant like nasturtiums and other things that will naturally deter deer and other animals from coming too close.
And if you look at a lot of my videos, you'll find there's companion planting in there a lot. So,
very cool. Yeah, we saw you had some microgreens and stuff going on there. You can do year round. That's fantastic. You got a wealth of knowledge. I strive to be more like what your page represents, but this was my starting point, was to try to point out some of the crazy things that seem to be everybody is missing. So I figured, well, if I can get people to start looking and paying attention, then it'd be worth all the effort. But now that I see there's, a lot more people, I could just, start dropping your link and say, hey, go look at this guy's content, because there ain't no point in me redoing all, I don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Go check out this dude.
No, you actually should do your own videos, and say, I want to try this guy's method and see how it works.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good way. I'm just, my initial. Oh yeah, no, but I've been doing a lot of this. Not the solar and the wind stuff that you're doing, but we have always been about renewable everything. We built a barn for $800, out of recycled metal and B grade lumber.
That's great.
Just any which way. Yeah, I mean, we irrigated 3.5 acres with a 1 horsepower water pump from Harbor Freight that cost like $200. And I set up a system where I was able to irrigate 3.5 acres with a little bitty thing like that. It plugs into a 110.
You know, the biggest mistake I made this year is not raising pigs, because I really wanted to buy another property and get out of here before this winter. Then again, it didn't happen. And I was like, I saw these pens for hogs and stuff like that, and they were just out of price, right? And then halfway through the summer, my neighbor says, "Hey, yeah, I got a friend over at Ace Hardware. I can get all the free pallets I want." It's like, now you tell me, Dean. Now you tell me, because I could have made a pen out of those.
Yeah, they're easy to come by. You just gotta ask around. I've built furniture out of pallets and all kinds of different things over the years. You just got to be a little resourceful and don't be, you can get more pallets than you never know what to do with if you just, go and ask.
Oh yeah. But my friend over next door to me actually has a lot of friends. He's been living here his entire life, so he knows everybody in the world. So he's a great resource to actually, this is another point. Get to know your neighbor and make friends with them.
Yes. See, I like walking my dogs. I got a pit bull and a Rottweiler. I like walking them up and down the road up here in the mountain where I live. And, the dogs are a good segue into conversation with strangers because people, they see this. I got a 120-pound Rottweiler. He's a big old boy. And he's real well behaved. I can walk him around with no leash or anything. Even when there's other dogs around, he'll do exactly what I tell him. And it gets people curious and they want to have a conversation about the dog and this and that and the other. And it's a good time to talk about these sort of things. Like my neighbors, every neighbor. Well, I can't see them, but every neighbor around me, I've met. I got their phone numbers. A lot of them are older than me and my wife, and I just tell them, hey, a storm blows a tree down, y'all get stuck up on your mountain, just call me. Or I said, if the phones are down, I said, just stand on your back deck and shoot 3 rounds, 4 or 5 seconds apart. I said, that's a national or international distress call. 3 shots, I can pinpoint your location. If I hear you shooting 3 times and you repeat it several times over and over again, I said, you can bet your ass I'm going to come up down my driveway and walk up your driveway and see what you need. There's a way to communicate without electricity or anything.
I can probably pin you down with 1 shot, but 2 shots definitely. But
yeah, absolutely.
I do have portable ham radios. I do have CBs. So CBs are very important. I think most people will probably try a CB before they'll try a ham radio, to be honest with you.
Yeah, CBs are super easy, and you don't have to have any special anything for that like you do with the ham.
And what you do when you turn it on, when you want to unpower it and repower the CB, because the first channel hit was number what?
On a CB, it's usually 40, isn't it?
I think it's 9, isn't it?
9, that's emergency for police.
No. When you power up a CB the first time, when it's not been activated for a long time, what is it going to hit? What's the first channel it's going to hit, Bob? You remember? I forget. I think it's 9, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I know channel 9 is. I drove a semi, and channel 9 was for contacting the state police.
Yeah, but when you first turn it on, I think it is 9.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. But I never really paid much attention. I
really haven't in a long time.
Turn knob CB in my semi. I didn't have the digital stuff.
Oh, I was
wherever
stupid, I bought this old pickup truck and it had an old Johnson tube CB in it. And I ripped it out and gave it to my neighbor next door. Back there in Georgia. I was like, oh, now I'm kicking myself because that thing would survive an EMP.
Just the way it's made or what?
It was a tube CB.
Oh, a tube CB. I didn't hear what you said. That's crazy.
It was a tube CB ham radio. That's what it was.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
I ripped it up, this old pickup truck I bought, and gave it to my next door neighbor. He's like happy as. I think he was doing kickstands and jumping and skipping across the yard when he was taking it back to his house.
Hey, speaking of jumping and kicking, dude, I got to ask you a question. You said you grew up Mormon. You're blowing my mind here. You just made me. I just had a flash of a memory in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that there was just some I don't know, it's about 3 years, maybe 4 years ago, where there was some major, the prophet of the Mormon Church and the two secretaries and someone else went over and met with the Pope in Rome. Did you know about that?
No, because I don't follow the Mormon Church because I'm not a Mormon.
Right. No, I know that. I know you said that. No, I just follow.
I'm probably more of what you call an agnostic.
Yes. I'm definitely we're kind of floating down the same river there. But no, I just look at things that strike me as peculiar, right? I'm not knocking anybody, I'm not judging anybody in any way. I'm just pointing out things that
Well, if you
that I
look at
seem to.
Revelations, Ron, you look at Revelations, you'll see that the multitudes of churches. There's like 7 churches or something like that in Revelations.
Yeah. Revelations 1 and 2.
They get fooled by the Lightbringer, and the Lightbringer's been around a lot longer than the Bible's been around. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the horsemen of the chariot of the apocalypse, you'll see that little symbol around his head and the crown. Okay. And if you look at the crown around Yeshua, I'm not going to call him Christ because that's what the Jesuits labeled him as. Okay.
Right.
It's not Christ. You'll see that they put a crown of thorns instead of crown of glory around him, like the Lightbringer, which we call the Statue of Liberty, which is actually Satan.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, Satan is the real one. It's not the goat, where it's not the goat with that's actually male and female. It's the
the Baphomet. You're talking about Baphomet.
We're talking about the Lightbringer, which is Satan.
Right. Yes.
Which is also male and female.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the damn goat.
Hermaphrodite.
Yeah, this is what it is.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the Lightbringer. The Lightbringer has been in history a lot longer, all the way back to the days of Cain.
Yeah, land of Cain, Canaanites, Cain and Abel. That's my dog's name, Cain and Abel. A pit bull, pure white pit bull is Abel, and the black Rottweiler is Cain.
I like the Rots. Rots are nice dogs, and I like pit bulls too. You know, we used to go to a flea market every weekend in Georgia, and this guy always had these new puppy pit bulls. They were so cute and everything. Nice dogs.
Love
them. I saw recently over at a gas station this really nice bulldog. Man, I was almost ready to offer him, like, you take $3 again for the dog. Just a nice dog. It was a really nice bulldog, big one too, probably about a couple 100 pounds. But
hey, I didn't. I just want to say real quick, Sasquatch. I didn't even see you was in the room. I'm sorry. Hello, brother. I'll go ahead with your story. I just see someone that I know, someone that's kind of helped bring me into this kind of circle of people, and I just want to acknowledge them real quick.
Yeah, Sasquatch is a good guy, man. I really, I really just want to try to help people, but at this point, they can watch the videos because I don't think I got much more to say about stuff. I don't want to do some pointless video, just because I want ratings, and I'm not trying to make money off of YouTube, for Christ's sakes. If I want to make money, I'll work for 40 hours and make a couple grand, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't need it.
Well, clearly, based on what you're doing on your videos, you got your head wrapped around what's important, what's necessary. But don't, even if you don't need to make more content, believe me, for a guy like me who's, doing what you're doing, coming late to the game, right? I'm showing up way late to the party here. It inspires me to know that there are other gentlemen that have like mind, like serious, like people that are taking action, not only to take care of themselves, but to plan and prep to help the community around them at large. And that is mind blowing. So you have a beautiful message to share.
Well, as a gentleman, you actually have to make other people feel comfortable, and that means that you actually have to help other people succeed to actually be more independent, to be peaceful. As a gentleman, that's what you have to do. And
I want to backtrack a moment on you guys though. as we are talking before about growing food and being self-sufficient, food stable, right? Well, here we go. You can actually go 30 to 50 days without eating before you start feeling weak. So if you go 30 to 50 days, and hold on a second, I got something else here. And this is what people do all the time. I haven't been able to accomplish it, but let's see.
I fast on a regular basis. My wife and I both do. Number one, it's good for cleansing the body. Number two, if you're spiritual, it's a good way to set aside your needs to demonstrate your faith and loyalty. And more importantly, right now, nothing's more important than faith. I'll say that up front. But in real time, what I'm doing also in conjunction with my normal way of, fasting and things like that, I am intentionally reducing my food intake because I see the escalation across Europe, and you shrink your stomach ahead of time because the people that are totally asleep, they're the ones that are going to suffer profoundly because they have no idea what's coming. And when the stores are empty and they stay empty, I'm used to eating one meal a day or one meal every other day, and I'm fine with that. And I can easily go 4 or 5 days without food without having any problem with it whatsoever.
That's what I do. I eat once a day, and every so often I do a 3-day fast. I have never done a whole week yet, but that's what I'm planning on. That's gonna be coming up soon.
Oh, if you can do 3 days, you can do 5 or 7, no problem.
Yeah.
Just keep your water intake
guys,
and a little bit of juice.
I'm going to tell you one thing. There's another reason for fasting. The major reason. It's not just to go ahead and, reduce your intake and keep your fat off your body. Another part of it is to drink water and get the toxins out of your body.
Exactly.
Yes, a cleanse. It'll cleanse you.
But hold on a second. That wasn't my whole point here. But you see, you can just 3 week, just water alone, you can go. That's what people do all the time, right? So we're telling people that they should grow food, be food stable, but hold on, here's my point. Where is it? Okay, here it is. How long can you go without water?
Not much.
3 days. So if you can do like 3 weeks at a time without eating, and you're stocking all that food, I mean, you can get by rationing pretty far. You know what I mean?
I don't buy the 3 days.
I hear you. You can go longer. I understand that too. But if you're not taking any form of like water, or whether it's through plants or whatever, you're gonna get dehydrated. And I've seen people that got
Bob, they need to
dehydrated
remove the water thing, Bob, and they need to put beer on there, okay?
Yo, I just wanted to throw that in there in the mix because water is very important, even more important than the food. Because you can go out and eat the grass or whatever, certain plants are out there all around us that people don't even know you can eat.
Let's face it, okay? I'm almost 50. I'm 57 years old, okay? I can go outside and I got a 5-foot tire tractor out there for a tire tractor. Probably weighs about 300 to 400 pounds. And I can pick it up and throw it. And then I can actually, do other things. And I don't take any prescription medicine, nothing, okay? No pills, no nothing in my entire life. I'm in good physical shape. How many people my age do you think can actually go without water for 3 days or 1 day or 2 days or anything else?
Yeah, even go without one meal a day. They go into a spastic colon and start convulsing.
How I came across just doing one meal a day is because I'm into the natural health also. And the more I looked up the ingredients and the foods I was eating, I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's
All
scary
the
stuff.
processed crap. Oh, wow. Now when I
The
buy
pro
something, it should have one ingredient and one ingredient only.
the processed stuff that you see in the stores is mind blowing. I understand that, and I've understood that for a long time. That's why I do a lot of home cooked meals from fresh vegetables, meat, and everything else. Even the meat or whatever can be a little bit contaminated. We know that. Okay, there's not much I can do about it without raising my own cattle, my own
It's
sheep,
in the meat and
my
the
own goats and
vitamins.
pigs and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
But we can also look into what we can actually forge around us. For instance, I guarantee you, almost everywhere in the country, except for the damn desert, you can find wild onions. Okay,
Yes. Hmm.
what are in wild onions? Sulfate. What's sulfate good for? Your immune system, for killing stuff that actually can harm you, like bacteria and stuff like that, because it's a
Does it help
natural.
with parasites? Does it help with parasites?
Sure. And ginger actually helps with parasites. And the other one is pheno.
Phenol?
Pheno and actually thyme. Now, thyme
Yeah.
is natural, and then there's also juniper berry oil. Uh-huh.
Echinacea.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
what I grew up. This is my own.
The reason why they put pickled ginger on sushi, do you know the reason why?
No.
Because when they eat raw fish, they need to kill the parasites. So they eat
Ah.
pickled ginger with the sushi.
Now, what kind of growing climate does ginger need? Do you know? I've never grown it.
Yeah, yeah.
Never tried.
Actually, ginger and turmeric are actually the same type of plant in respective. You know, turmeric is good for your blood pressure. It's good for your heart. It's good for all this stuff, Bob.
Yeah.
I'll let you answer it. I'll let
I
you
have
answer
it.
it. But usually you
Okay.
need a nicer, warmer temperature. I'm sorry, for turmeric and ginger, and you have the good growing season. Depending on where you're at, you're not in Texas anymore. Right? You're in Oregon.
No, I'm in the Smoky Mountains now. We sold our farm in Oregon.
Oh hell no! So you need a warmer place to grow the stuff, and you need like 80 days, something like that. Go ahead, take it away, Bob.
I was gonna say I don't just focus on one thing because as long as it's natural and or you grow it yourself organically, it's all good. It has all properties and vitamins and minerals and everything we need.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it gives you everything you need. You don't need vitamins and supplements and all this other nonsense.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
one thing you need to know
turmeric.
about ginger, turmeric, and garlic and stuff like that. Um, you need you need actually you have to grow it. You have to let it sit for 2 years. The second year before you can get seeds off of it, or like garlic matures in 2 years. Same thing with like turmeric and the other one, ginger. If you're not in a favorable grow zone, and you have to keep it from freezing. So one thing you can
Yeah.
do is you can actually, if you look at your companion planting, you can actually grow ginger and turmeric inside if you compare it with some other companion plants. So you need to look at your chart on that. For a lot of nightshades, you can put like onions. If you need like green onions, you can put them in your pepper. If you're growing peppers indoors or tomatoes, you can put your onions in there, and you can actually grow the onion and then clip off the top, and it'll grow right back, and you can have some fresh green onions to cut up.
Yeah. We did that on the farm in Oregon. We'd cut the tops off of them all the time. We'd bundle them and put them out with our CSA boxes, community supported agriculture boxes, or farm boxes, however you want to call them. We'd bundle them up, cut the tops off, and just let them keep growing.
But what can you grow with strawberries? You can grow strawberries indoors, the ever bearing ones, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever think about that?
No, I've never really grown much of anything indoors. We've always just we grow outdoors. That's how I grew up as a kid, and we'd have stuff all season long to eat, and then we would can up most everything in the fall. But we never grew indoors. I still don't grow indoors. I'd love to have a greenhouse. I just ain't got there yet. Not in my new place.
You know what you can grow with your tomatoes? You know, there's a couple of tomatoes you can grow indoors, and if you want a bush, a determinate type would be a Roma tomato, right?
Yeah, Romas.
Because they grow once and then they're gone. Okay, they produce fruit, they're gone. Now cherry tomato keeps producing. I've had cherry tomatoes up to the roof of my little indoor greenhouse. Okay, all year long.
Yeah,
but
them
what you
things
can
grow
grow
like
with
wild.
what you can grow with tomatoes, the Roma and the cherry tomatoes grow best inside, and you can grow inside that same pot. You can grow basil, beans, chives, cucumbers, garlic. Heard the word garlic? So you can grow your garlic indoors with your tomatoes, right in the same pot. Lettuce, nasturtiums, your your onions, parsley, and your peppers. So you can grow all them in the same pot. Are you seeing what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we do that. We do that too. We had a little herb garden too, where we planted a lot of that stuff alongside each other. We had one small area.
You plant them in the same pot.
Yeah. No, I got you. I got you totally.
Yeah. So you grow it that way. You got a food forest. Your own. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. It's made out of cattle panels.
There you go.
It was just a fenced-in garden, and I just made the, cattle panels inside it, fenced-in garden.
We just bought some poly and stuff. I'm just gonna go out here in the timber and cut some poles out of the trees and bend them over. Take two long ones, join them together with some baling wire and arc them over to get my arches.
6 mil or 4 mil on the poly.
Oh, I can't remember. It's heavy. It's six probably.
Is it UV?
Yep.
I don't know. I just got regular poly myself.
For a greenhouse, you should have the greenhouse plastic.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't afford to go buy it, so I bought what I could get.
Let me tell you something.
That's $100 for the plastic. It really wasn't as expensive as I thought it was going to be.
Let me tell you something about greenhouses and high tunnels. Greenhouses and high tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
The last 2 or 3 years, UVC has been hitting the ground, and you'll think everything's fine. You go out the next day, and your plant's been burnt to the ground.
Yep, we've struggled with that the last 2 years in Oregon.
You know what? I've had the same problem here. The only time I had real good growing season as far as that is I had a 10 by 20 UVC portable greenhouse. The winter around here really beats the crap out of it, but they've thrived in that because it blocked the UVC hitting the ground.
Right. Okay. That makes good sense.
That there is a cattle panel archway covered with squash plants. Totally.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I did good on squash this year. In fact, I tripped over a damn pumpkin. I didn't see that it was snow. But UVC. You need UV protected coverings for your high tunnels and your greenhouses.
I don't disagree with that at all. I just I bought what I could afford this year, and things have been the transition from Oregon to here, and everything has been kind of wild. So I was like, well, it's better than nothing. So you just kind of roll with what you got and improvise. And I hear what you're saying, though. It's critical to have the right stuff.
Well, Mr. MBBB has actually been recording this stuff for the last 2 or 3 years. So I'm not going to go out and get a meter and record all this stuff because he has people all across the country recording it and across the world. And he's been shown where the UVC has hit the ground. And you know what? That ain't normal. That ain't normal. So for people that are going to grow nowadays, it might be nice to have an outdoor garden. But you might want to get yourself a high tunnel with UV protected covering to keep your plants from being fried by an occasional hit on the ground.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's a nice job, Bob.
That's a turnip.
I know what it is.
That's
I
a
don't
big
like
one.
the damn things, but you know what? I like them turnips and greens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you put a little onions in that and a little bit of that. What do you call it? I don't know. Don't do much turnips and greens unless I'm in the South. But yeah, you want to have UV protected covering. So if your plastic isn't that, may not work out too well for you.
Yeah, I think it will burn the plants.
Yeah, you're going to have some UV protection in the next 2 or 3 years for planting, and then you
Let
have
me
to worry
ask you
about.
this: what about those tarps? Like it's like a mesh tarp that you cast shade. Does that help? Or does that not help at all?
Absolutely. That's what was. Oh, I don't know if it's in that picture or not, but I got a 50% shade cloth. I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, right.
I put that over top of my greenhouse all summer long, from beginning to end. And I put a window at one end, a big window, so I can just open it and have the door open so it gets the ventilation. I had no electric out there whatsoever, and the thing's oh wow, man, the thing is getting as big as me, and everything outside was still yellowish green. Not as green and beautiful as inside the greenhouse. It's amazing.
Okay,
Yeah,
I want to make
that's
one point right now. Sasquatch brother, you know what? There's a salvation prayer for your sins, and all you have to do is mean it, and you'll be forgiven for everything. Okay? Do you understand that? So you don't have to worry about. This world is immaterial. This world is a very short time where you belong in, and your soul moves on. Trust me, I know that. I know where I go.
that's not worried. He's not worried.
So I just saw that comment. I was just like, I had to make a comment on that. But yeah, you're going to have greenhouse protection for the next 2 or 3 years for UV protection, guys. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be really bad for crops if you don't. Okay, for a lot of areas. Mr. MBB has actually been documenting UVC hitting the ground. That's nice. But the problem is that you can have your plants totally fine one day, and the next day you walk out and the UVC hit the ground and just killed your plants. Just totally, they're burnt up. They're all shriveled up on the leaves. That's a sign of UVC. There's 3 levels of UV: A, B, and C. And the mid part of B is harmful to humans and organisms, and C is definitely totally.
Yeah, I find you don't want to plant in direct sunlight, not like you used to.
Well, if you do, you want to have that covering on there to make sure you're covered.
Right. You don't want to have the direct afternoon sunlight beaming on it for too long because
Not with the color of the
Phew.
sun, because the sun has changed to white. It used to be a golden color. Remember that?
Yep.
And it might turn purple, by the way, or
Oh
Mm.
no,
a
no,
light
no,
red.
no. No,
I'm,
no, no. I ain't
I'm
going no
telling you,
purple sun.
I'm
Hey,
telling
man.
you that it's coming. It's coming. It may turn orange or purple or whatever. We don't really
I'll
know.
do the orange, but not the purple. I already got purple skies.
Yeah. Well, that's because of the you know what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
know
I
where
already
you're
got
at.
purple skies. I don't need purple sun
Yeah.
to go with it.
That would be interesting, though, wouldn't it?
Well, that's
Oh my
the
goodness.
that's the aurora, by the way. That's and you're getting purple skies in the sunset, right?
People still
No,
wouldn't look at
usually in the morning.
Yeah, I know where you're at, but I'm just saying that that's probably going to become norm for you, and you probably need to actually get UV
Pink
protected
and purple.
tunnels. I
Yes,
know.
underground. I'm gonna start talking like Crafty pretty soon here.
it.
Well, cheer up.
In code.
Cheer up, because if we get enough of those volcanoes going off, maybe you'll see in the future where the dusk will look like midday, where the midday will look like dusk.
Right.
And that's
this volcano that just went off. Did you really look at those pictures?
Yes, I did.
Does that look like a volcano cloud?
Yes.
It doesn't to me.
Yeah, it is.
It looks like a giant blast.
It does, because it's actually...
It's a mushroom if you look at from the bottom.
Well, they do look like mushrooms. They don't show us the...
Yep. I've never seen a volcano spout mushroom. And I've seen a real volcano spout, and I've never seen it.
It's
not a mushroom.
It's like the ones in Montana. Only this one is on an island, just like in Indonesia when Jakarta took off, and it did the same exact thing. Magna is the soak-up magna is being heated up by cosmic rays because of the reduced magnetosphere, and the shield is not as good as it should be. And so it's heating up the magna. It's exciting the electrons that are flowing throughout the magnet streams within the Earth. And that's what's causing these things. Plus, it doesn't help that we're shifting a little bit on the plates and also the tilt. So everything is electric if you look at it. And that's what we're looking at. Hey, Megan, how you doing? She changed her name again, I guess. But yeah, everything's changing, and we're going to see Earth changes. If you're looking at Adapt 2030, is actually correct. David Devine is actually telling you the truth, and so is Christian Slater.
Right.
Over there at Ice Age Farmer. They're telling you the truth. They're not...
See, I've never seen... Look at that picture. It looks like a mushroom, not a volcano.
Yeah, but if you're looking at a volcanic eruption on an island like that, we have examples of that throughout history.
I don't know about that. I'm not quite sure about that one.
Watch, it's coming up, I think. Oh, not yet.
Yeah, the reason why you see something drop in the water is because the actual the vent actually collapses before the magnet hits the water, and that's what it looks like to me. I'm no volcanologist, but hey, I know a few things.
You don't need to be; you just need to know how to read.
It just that little blast. It just doesn't look right.
You ever seen when something that's hotter than the sun actually hits water?
No. What is that?
Dead. You just did.
You can boil something and boil it real hard or something and just put a drop of water in there.
Have you ever studied the layers of the sun?
No.
No.
Not. I'm just now getting into solar weather. It's not something I followed before just here until recently.
You really need to look into that because you'll find out the sun's not as hot as you think it is.
Not
at certain levels. Not at certain levels.
Nothing is what you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Not what we've been told. There's been so many lies told on such a profound level. I grew that pumpkin right there without any fertilizer at all, 104 pounds.
Well, that's pretty good. I grew a bunch of sugar pies, so they were just little things.
Oh, we grew lots of them. We grew hundreds of them things.
I know. I stacked them up and I put them inside, and I've been cutting them in half and feeding them to chickens all year long.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Shelf-stable for a long time, too.
Yeah, that's but winter scorch is pretty good. for that because you can feed to your chickens and your hogs and everything else.
Yeah, goats.
Yep. Another thing too is you can grow Brussels sprouts, and even if you don't harvest them, the whole plant itself you can feed the chickens. You can cut the leaves off and stuff like that, and hogs during the winter.
Oh yeah, all that stuff, all the tops and plants, broccoli, cabbage plants. We fed all that. We had 200 chickens.
All the brassicas, yeah, brassica plants is what they are. And well, the broccoli doesn't really survive that well, but the ones that survive the best in the cold winter is kale. I don't know if kale is brassica. I can't remember anymore.
You ever seen that machine
Yeah.
there? It's called a porter. It's an articulated, self-loading dump truck.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll pick right up over the top and dump right back into the bed for you. And then the bed's got a dump gate on it, all hydraulic, 35 horse Kubota diesel motor in it.
They don't crack the pumpkins when you do that?
No, I just put them in there to bring them up to the farm stand. See, we had let me see, find the picture here. See, we had our little farm stand. It was just there just because it looked cool. I just loaded them up in the bucket out in the field. I drove it out in the fields. They were all like, those were big old pumpkins. Those were Max, Big Max pumpkins. So they were anywhere from 30 pounds to 100 pounds. And I just loaded them up in the loader bucket and went up and parked them right up there by the farm stand.
Well,
I don't really like
pumpkins. I don't like pumpkins. You know, the reason why I grow them is to feed to my chickens, and if I had hogs, I'd feed them to them too.
They're good for you too, though, Job.
Yeah, I like pumpkin seeds. Pumpkin
that's
seeds
my favorite.
Berry.
That's my favorite green to consume right there. Hey, that's some good healing in that stuff now.
I ain't gonna argue with that.
Even if it's just in your head. Oh, check this out. We had turkeys that coming up. See, I built this fence because we had bears and mountain lions real bad out there. There's 8 foot tall. It's made out of sheet metal. Those are marine grade treated 2x6s and 4x6 posts. But look at them wild turkeys. They come up there. I went up and caught one of them by hand.
They ain't that big actually, because I've been to Smoky Mountains over there, just up above Knoxville, and a whole horde of them run across the road, and they don't look that big, you know, like the ones you see.
No, I'm kind of in that area where you're talking about. I mean, I got people over that way, but we're sort of in that area.
Oh, I love that area up there. I've been looking at land up there too.
There's my baby girl right there. This is us in Fiji. We got married in the Fiji Islands.
Baby girl or your wife?
No, my wife. That's just a slang. That's my baby. You know, my sweetheart.
I get it.
Yeah. That's just me being country. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know how to talk right. I don't care. I embrace my dumbness.
I'm just wondering. My baby girl's like 20. She's my daughter. So.
Right. No, yeah, that's my wife. We never had children. We weren't never blessed with children, but you know, we've had a different path to. These are like some of our farm boxes we give out every week.
Oh yeah.
CSA, Community Supported Agriculture.
Yeah, you know, and I do drop eggs like twice every month on Fridays. At the local food bank, it feeds like 400 people. So I give what I can.
Let me ask you a question. With your eggs, do you refrigerate them?
No, I don't wash them.
Yes, good. Excellent.
If I'm going to save them, I'm going to lime them. I'm going to put them in a lime bath. So if I want to save a bunch, I'll do that way. Otherwise, I just take my regular eggs that I need. I have like, oh geez, I got to count it now.
See, there's the start 11. Of that barn I built. $800. So there's a shipping container, and I built a big barn right in front of it.
That's what's up.
All B grade lumber. Now it was all 6x6s, and all the sheet metal was off an old barn someone tore down, and all the extra holes that you know were extra. I just filled them up with silicone. Every once in a while you get one leaking, but man, it stayed that way for 4 years, and I only had to patch the holes. You know, like I probably have patched 6 or 7 holes in 4 years.
That's what's up.
Yeah, it was $800, man. I had me a big old building.
Okay,
$50 a sheet. There's only like 3 feet by 8 feet.
Yeah, here my wife's being a smart ass. She pulled this one up just to mess with me.
Yo.
I love it. I love
it. Here, wait a minute. Here's one of our big dumb Rottweilers sleeping upside down. Oh, hey, look at it. This is my favorite time of harvest right there. Right there.
Nice.
That right there, turn the volume down inside your head. This is me when I get angry.
Oh, that's a skinny rooster. You ought to see the monster I got. Oh my God, you would be terrified.
Right, my wife used to paint these and give them out with the farm boxes. Roosters can be a real pain in the ass. These are
okay.
These aren't.
Yeah, these 3 right here. My wife did these 3. She'd paint them in the little sugar pies. She'd paint them and give them out to people right at the end of harvest. Oh, look at all these things she did, man. This is crazy. She did all these just killing time.
It's cool though. I like it.
Yes.
This one right here, I always thought that one was real creepy.
Maybe that's personality of your wife you need to watch out for. Just saying.
Yeah, that one right there, the all-seeing eye of the wife. Run!
Well, guess what? The wife. Guess what, brother? The wife never forgets anything you ever say, man. Okay.
Yeah, this is her
they don't forget your sins either. They will have a laundry list when you screw up. They will. I know. I was married for almost 20 years before my wife passed away. Whenever you screw up, they have a laundry list and they can name everything you ever done wrong. Trust me, I know. Everything. So don't even think about it. Well, you did this, you did that, you did this, and you did, oh, okay.
I don't know why she left her boot sitting in front of this pumpkin and took a picture of it.
Right.
Oh yeah, check this pumpkin. This was that 104-pound pumpkin. I carved it just for fun to do so. Look, I put a little sugar pie pumpkin in its mouth.
Wow.
Okay. What's your wife's name? What's your wife's name again?
Jody. Her name is
Jody.
Jody.
Take him to therapy, please.
Oh, wait. Go scroll up here. Let me show you the other one. Hold on. Wait, there's a couple more. I took one of them heat lamps for the chickens.
Is that like 2 feet wide?
Yeah, it's big. It's a monster. So you see that big fence in the background right there, right? So up by the road near the entrance to the property, I put a big board up there, and I took this. I used a tractor, stuck it in a bucket after I carved it, and I put a heat lamp inside of it, and I put it right next to the road. And I run an extension cord out to it. When people, I'm gonna show you what they saw when they come driving by the house.
Nice.
I mean, it was right next to the road, dude.
Yeah.
It was so creepy. People were coming to us. Now, we lived out in the middle of nowhere. These people were coming to a standstill in the middle of the road, right in front of the house.
Yeah, I think it's huge.
Yeah, it's big. It's a fatty. I grew it right in there was a big here you go back. Look at this. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I think we get along, dude. And
I'm a little bit of odd duck, man. I ain't never fit in too much with anywhere, really. My whole life, people. Hold on. See, here's my junk metal barn. Hold on, check this out. My $800 barn.
Well, that's better than nothing. That looks pretty good to me.
Oh yeah, it was watertight. I mean, got all my crazy signs and symbols everywhere, right? Oh yeah, here's a better one. Kind of about done.
There's an old song that you think about. What was it called? Signs, everywhere signs.
Everywhere signs, blocking up the scenery, breaking my mind. Yeah, 1967, I think. Look at this big dummy. Big old meathead.
I'll tell you what, though, good old Rottweiler is a lot better than the Lab sometimes, in my opinion. And I like
What you talking about, Willis?
yeah.
What you talking about, Willis?
They're spoiled babies too sometimes. So they'll just come over there when they're ready. They'll just come over.
My wife's gonna pee herself over here. I'm sorry.
I know she's probably laughing her ass off.
I'm a little twisted. I apologize for my nature. I embrace my stupidity. I fully embrace my stupidity. Oh, check this, Dad. Go to this one right here. We live right there on the Ring of Fire, like you do, sir. Like up there in Washington State. Yeah.
Actually,
you can sit there.
I live in the island of Tranquility, where the only thing I do is Hanford get me with all their toxic stuff. So that's why I have several filters and radiation gear and all that crap to walk out of here.
What'd you call the name of that island again? Their house? Tranquility.
You know us.
That's
That's
like saying it's an island.
When it starts going to us.
That's the island of jumbo shrimp. It's an oxymoron living on the Ring of Fire, calling it the island of tranquility. Now. I don't care who you are. Where you live? I live in Big Little Road. Roger that, Captain.
You know, the funny part about it is the UPS can't even find my place on GPS.
That's good.
If my UPS driver dies, I'll never get nothing delivered here again.
This place right here, Highway 101, called the Devil's Punch Bowl. People die down there every year. They got trails. You can walk down in there at a low tide. They get in there and they don't realize the tide shifts quick. And I don't mean to laugh. It's tragic.
Is that like the 101?
Yeah, on the 101.
101 in Hollywood.
No, it's not quite like that.
You've been there, right?
Not in Hollywood, no.
Oh yeah. The 101 in LA. Man, that thing's a parking lot all day long.
Well, I drove the 101 from LA all the way up into not Santa Monica, Santa Cruz. This is a view off the back.
They got the 405 in LA too, just like they do in Seattle. You know, that thing's a parking lot.
Yeah, I've been on the 405. Yeah, it's a parking lot.
Airport. Yeah. 2 or 3 hours to get, move 2 miles.
It is. We used to have well, you probably see this bald eagles.
I see them. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a picture taken full. I'll bore y'all right to sleep with all that.
Well, that's just fine because my wife used to love to take pictures. I got like 8 boxes of pictures that she took, that she printed. I'm not talking about all this stuff, but it's okay.
Oh man, this one here, this is Shore Acres. This was right down the road from the house where I gotta hold my phone straight.
My wife used to take a picture everywhere we went, so I understand.
We used to stand right up here on this little thing, and these things are break. They come 70, sometimes 80 feet up in the air. And look at that, that uplift. Look at that uplift on the rock strata.
I see it.
Let's see if yeah, that's crazy. You see a 45-degree pitch on the rock strata, and that probably happened in a single event. I mean, it's possible it occurred over multiple.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we live right down the road from that mess. I'm glad we don't live down there no more. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you what, though. There's people in the Hawaiian Islands that, there's stuff like that happens. There's even tsunamis that happen in Hawaii that haven't happened since the 40s, but they're going to get them.
Yeah, no. These coastal towns and coastal villages, man, it breaks my heart because what is it, 75, 80% of the world's population lives within 100 miles of the coast? I mean, we get some big stuff going on.
Technically, 40 to 45% of the U.S. population lives on the coast. If there's any major disruptions, yeah, and especially if the Russians employ their Poseidon missiles, torpedoes, you could wipe out 40 to 45% of the population with the tidal wave.
Yeah, right. Oh, you talking about that new, what is that, a 200 megaton deal that they got there? Is that what you're talking about?
You got to realize the Russians have some of the biggest, most powerful nuclear weapons that
we've
ever seen.
Well, the SAR bomb was the first one, 50 megatons, 60 megatons, or something like that.
No, it's a torpedo. It's called a Poseidon.
No, I'm talking about the first big one they let off back in the 70s or something. It's called the SAR, TSAR. The SAR bomb is the largest one, like 50 megatons or something.
Yeah, that's SpongeBob territory. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think their new one I said was a big orange one, giant torpedo, was like 200 megatons or something.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's Poseidon.
Yeah, it's a monster.
All they need to do is release those across the coast, and you lose 40% of the population across the United States.
Yeah, right now. When that thing went off over in where was that one we just had go off over in it was the island that went off just a few days ago,
Tonga.
4 or 5 days. Tonga, yeah. When that thing went off, that's the first thing me and my wife were talking about. We're like, well, I wonder if they dropped one of them damn Russian torpedo bombs over there as a test drive just to see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Now I realize it came out of the island. I get it, but that was my first reaction when I first saw the footage. I was like, "Oh, are they testing one of them things?" I realized it was an island, and you can see the before and after. I get that. That was my first reaction. We were kind of looking at each other like, "Oh, wonder if they're testing one of them big ass bombs from Russia just to kind of give it a test run." But then we realized it was an island itself. It was volcanic in nature.
Well, you never know. The one thing we do know is that everybody's mobilizing right now. They're putting their ships out to sea for a reason. Okay. So
if they were bluffing, they wouldn't be bluffing at this level.
Well, we're putting our stuff out to sea too, also. So
yeah, everybody's
not just
been mobilizing for years.
No, it's getting real.
No, but Bob, they're actually putting everything out there in drink. So they're putting everything on the drink. They're expecting a little conflict, and I'll go back to what I said about conquest. Okay. When you're in trouble and you're in the crap, okay, the first thing you do, the rest of the world doesn't think about economic sanctions and stuff like that. They think about conquest.
Yeah.
They think about conquest because if you're in trouble, you can't feed your people. If the rest of the world shuts down, because it will, and they can't feed China, China's going to have to make a move.
They already are.
That's your biggest.
You heard about them taking our topsoil? You heard about them taking the topsoil?
Yeah.
Well, I know also that they own most of the agriculture stuff in the country.
Exactly.
Okay?
Right, and they're just stripping the topsoil off and shipping it back to China in ships because they've destroyed their topsoil. Now they're taking ours. Literally by the shipload. It's crazy.
Well, they can have that shit because the topsoil that we have right now is shit because of industrial farming.
Yeah, exactly.
It depends where they're taking it from, though.
They're going to get worthless dirt.
I don't think they're going to take it from our industrial farms. They're going to take it from first.
They're taking it from Canada. They're taking it from Canada because Canada has the most rich dirt. It doesn't have the growing season. Therefore, it's not the most undepleted soil in the world. It's all black gold. If you look at the soil in Montana, a lot of it when I was a kid, it was black because it was actually gold.
Mm.
Did you notice that?
Mm.
Yeah, we ain't got much of that black dirt, rich black farmland anymore. It's been depleted so bad.
You see that black dirt in the woods where the leaves fall off the trees, fall down, everything decays in there, and it feeds back into the soil.
Hey, do y'all guys ever use in your growing? Do you ever use Mycelia?
I don't use anything. I use leaves. I use
No. This is a fungus. It's there's a one product out there called mycorrhizal, but there's more than one way to get there. What this does is it works almost like a legume. It works as a symbiotic relationship underground because mycelia, which are fungus, it is the structure. It's the underground tree, if you will. And when the mushrooms fruit, or the underground tree fruits, if you will, that's when your mushrooms pop up. But the mycelia is what's going on under the ground, and your root structure of your plants will actually intertwine with this. If you do when you guys got time, write a note or something and look at this. This is mind blowing stuff about growing food on a very high level of production without all the extra inputs, because it works with the nitrogen and something else. I'm forgetting the name of it right now. But the multiple processes that occur underground because of the industrialized farming. These natural mycelia that have been present in our topsoil in modern agriculture have been gone for decades, but they've learned to reintroduce them. And it's just fungus spores that would naturally be there anyway, but it's reintroducing them into your local growing climate, and it has a profound effect on your yield and the overall plant health.
Yeah, you're talking about the mineral replacement. You're also talking about cover crops, which I actually do. Austrian winter peas and stuff like that. I actually my back 3/4 acres, I actually did just take a bunch of cover crops, and I planted them in last year, and I actually seeded the whole thing with it because of that. But I'm actually I'm mostly on basalt soil.
Yeah.
Okay. So not much hope there, but I actually did start some other stuff, and then I'm surrounded by fields of cattle. Because I live next to one of the biggest ranch cattle in the world in Washington State.
So you get plenty of access to manure and stuff like that, yeah?
Yeah, but my point was to start them, the cover crops, so they would migrate and flow over to the fields and pastures of these depleted areas.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was what was cool about our thing in Oregon was it hadn't had cattle or anything on it for 4 or 5 decades, so it had sheep grazing it, but it had plenty of time to sit there and regenerate and replenish itself. When we took over,
that was my plan.
Yeah,
but
we ran soil tests and everything, checked for heavy metals and all that, made sure that the ground was not toxic.
Did you ever see all those flowers up and down the 405 and the I-5 or whatever over there in Seattle?
No, I don't think I've ever even been through Seattle. All the years driving a truck, it was never.
Okay,
never
well, you go up and down 405 and the I-5 over there in Seattle.
Okay.
All those flowers there. 35 years ago, I threw a bunch of wildflower seeds across the road when I was driving there.
Really?
And seeded the whole damn thing. That was me.
This is looks like a bunch of, I don't know, can't tell. Oh, this is a cover crop of red crimson clover. Right here, it's crimson clover cover crop.
Yeah, I usually buy the winter mix and I throw it in the backyard. And so I'm trying to build up soil. And I realize that I may sell the place and leave. But I do realize that those things will spread across the country and in this area. And I do realize that cover crops are a necessary thing, so I realize that I want to do that.
So think of the mycelia as a cover crop for underground, but it goes perpetually and it's self-regenerating once you introduce it. And it has a great symbiotic relationship with the nitrogen exchange and the mineral exchange that occurs below ground. It is a fantastic thing.
what you need to do is explain mycelia, because most people don't understand what mushrooms are.
Yeah, mushrooms are the the basis of life, really.
Yep.
Everything, mushrooms, the mycelia, basically, if you think of a mushroom coming up out of the ground, that's the fruit of the tree, if you will. Um, the tree itself, so to speak, is the root structure of the mushroom that grows underground. It's
Darlene, can you actually pull up Johnny Harper's Scouts table, and then actually post his link, because he does so much stuff in mushrooms. He's a cook, culinary chef. He does have that condition that I was talking about today, and mushrooms are very, very, very important to the ecology of the plant. Yeah, well, I guess I surprise you all the time, Bob, right?
Yeah, I was never got
Yes,
into
it
the
is.
mushroom. That's one thing I didn't really get into.
mushrooms are an astonishing part of the natural decomposition of plant matter, the nitrogen exchange that occurs in the soil, the mineral exchanges that occur between trees and mushrooms, plants and mushrooms. There's even some research I've read that says it's almost like you could kind of compare it to like a beehive or a hive mind, where these things they work in such a way that we don't even fully understand yet, but the way that they work together with the natural environment is profound in nature, as far as how these things work together. It's just a beautiful harmony. It's a natural part of nature, and mushrooms are critical in our food chain, just as critical, for example, as like keeping bees, because without bees we'd lose 70 to 80% of our food chain would be gone within 1 year
Well,
without
I do.
that.
I do go when I go to the organic store. I'll buy like a reishi mushrooms and stuff. I do eat the mushrooms, but I just haven't tried growing any mushrooms ever. That's
See,
one
we
thing
got
I've
all the
never
books and
tried.
stuff on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
try that now that you mentioned that.
Look into
Yeah,
the mycelia, and there's a product, like I said, there's a product. It was developed by Oregon State University for the replanting of all the trees as they harvest and cut trees. And this called mycorrhizal, mycorrhizal. I can't spell it. My phonetics are too far off with my dyslexia, but it's mycelia based, and it is really starting to take off because of the nature of what it does with
yes,
plants. Have you guys ever?
I understand the implications of that, because if you go to Johnny Harper's Scouts table, let's check that one. Can you find that, Darlene, or do you need me to find it?
Hey,
He
drop.
grows so
Oh,
many different
The
mushrooms
what?
that you have no idea.
What mushroom?
Johnny Harper's Scouts table is a channel that you want
Okay.
to go for mushrooms for.
Okay.
He will
you know
tell
what
you
I did,
how.
drop? Not
No,
not
sir.
not to get off your topic, but he mentioned bees, so it made me think of it. I ordered a flow hive, and it's
Oh,
gonna be
cool.
delivered tomorrow. And I ordered 3 pounds of the honeybees, 10 to 12,000 bees that I'll be picking up in April.
Yeah, I'm not going to order beads because I don't know if I'm going to be around here, but I think I'm going to buy another place. But I may keep this place, but I don't know. But there's 3 different beekeepers here already, so I've
Uh,
already got a leg up on that for
there you
natural
go.
honeybees.
That's what I'm
And
doing more for, is for my fruit trees and all the medicinal plants I'm growing, all the garden stuff. Not so much for the honey, because I'm just gonna be too much honey for. I'm gonna have more than enough honey.
you can sell the raw honey, but you're like me. You do it because you have a human interest. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I understand that, but yeah, the mushroom thing, Johnny Hopper's Scouts table It's actually a good place to go to learn about mushrooms. He has mushrooms everywhere in his house. He grows them for his culinary. He's a chef, actually, a chef. He actually grows them for his restaurant. And he grows them inside his house, everywhere.
Mm.
This was our little micro farm.
Okay.
It was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun.
That's what's up.
Yeah. So go back to that picture real quick. I'll show you. This place where we live, man. We were so blessed to live. Open it up. Open one of them. This one here, a bigger one. There we go. So let me grab something. So we lived right up in here. This was two major rivers. This was the Coos River over here. This was the Millicoma, and this was the South Fork Coos River. And our house sat right there on the bend, right where those two rivers come together and converged. We lived right there on that bend on the north side of that river.
Mm.
So this was one of the, like, all the fishing guides would bring their charter boats and fish right here in our backyard with all their paying customers. I'd be standing out there on the little sand beach at the end of the property fishing, and they'd be coming by asking me what the fish were biting as they're bringing their paying customers to fish in my backyard.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a cool place to live.
Looks awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was quite the experience. We had I think last year we had probably 25 volunteers that, here, wait a minute, leave it there. See, last year, this last fall, harvest of or growing season 2020, we used this, I forget what it's called. It was first year we used it. What's it called? Fabric. So you don't have to weed around it. Hang on, I got my phone all tangled up here.
Thanks, Darlene.
So all you got to do is we'd use a little push behind. You walk behind and push it. It just had a little wheel, and it would dig up the soil in between. And you don't have to do any weeding, which means you don't have to use any herbicides. You just put little holes. I just use a little handheld torch and melt a little hole in that plastic, and we put all the starts and stuff in there.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just posted Johnny's link there too. So if you want to know anything about growing mushrooms, this guy is a guru on mushrooms. Okay.
Get that link. There's a link. Go back over there. They just posted a link on this guy that's real good at growing mushrooms. We got books on all that stuff too, but we've yet to
this guy is
really get deep into it.
Encyclopedia, dude. I'm telling you, he's.
Yeah, Johnny Harper Scout's Table.
He
yeah,
also
that's
has
cool.
that disease, by the way. Okay.
What's that?
Madeline's disease. Yeah.
What is it?
Madeline's disease.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
The one I posted earlier today.
Oh, the throat.
Mm-hmm. Well, he actually has on the back of his neck, but it can actually go through your throat, your neck, stuff like that. And so he quit drinking and stuff like that. Thank God. And but he has that disease also, so he can give more insight on that.
Yeah,
he's also a chef, by the way, and he has a couple of businesses. He's a very good person. I really love him. He's a good brother. Okay.
Mm.
And I think he's coming over here for his daughter's stuff, to do some stuff. And so that's pretty important too. But he's a good person. He's a good person. He has my address. He knows who I am. Okay? That's all I can say to you. And if you want it, Bob, you can have my address too. I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Just don't post it here.
No, I'm not going to post it here. Well, I don't give a shit. And, 3 FBI agents want to come through the door again, try it again. F them.
Yeah.
I'm scared of them. Everybody's scared of the government. I'm scared the government won't do a damn thing.
Puppy.
I just dropped my email in the chat.
Yeah, my email's available on my channel. All you gotta do is just go
Mine too.
connect the thing.
Yep.
Hi, buddy. Well, come on. I think they got to go outside. I'll mute the mic, but I'm going to take them out.
All right.
Thank you, Lou. I've always tried to be honest with people and do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a bullshitter. I'm not one of these fake preppers.
Yeah, buddy. I can
am
see.
a real damn prepper.
It's not often you meet someone that's more on the same wavelength. I didn't know too many people like this was out there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to people, man. I'm telling you right now. Straight up. I don't lie to people.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm gonna show you the truth, and I'm gonna show you how to do things and do the right things.
Well, there's a lot
Parsley
more.
don't work.
But there's
What's
a lot
that,
more
darling?
people think. A lot more people.
I said the parsley didn't work. I tried it again.
Well, you got to get a young and tender. Did you get a young and tender one? Because you can't have the hard leaves because they don't work that way.
I got them out from the garden. They were so good before they froze.
Yeah.
And I
Did
took
you
the
get it?
littlest ones I could find. Yeah.
You took the News Gross?
Yep.
Because it worked for me.
We trying to do clone it.
Well,
Grow roots on it.
Root.
A lot of nightshade
Roots
stuff,
on the parsley stem.
you got to realize that a lot of stuff, the nightshades actually are, you can root them real quick. Parsley's not the best. I guess maybe it's temperature or something like that.
It could be.
But I did, and so I'm still growing some right now. Parsley live in my little indoor greenhouse, along with it was real easy to do the.
I do tomatoes. I've got no problems with the tomatoes, so I don't know why the parsley wouldn't work.
I don't know. It may depend upon temperature and stuff like that. I actually did some basil. I've done basil. I've done the one thing I don't have a lot of success on is the thyme, and I've done some of the sage, which has done good.
I have trouble with thyme too. Maybe it's too hot here.
Yeah, lemon thyme is good.
I've been keeping the temperatures at like 6 degrees in the house, so my daughter doesn't like heat, so she likes cold. So I keep temperature for her, but the greenhouse indoors actually gives me the ability to actually regulate temperature indoors for the greenhouse. But yeah, I'm fine, blind. Don't worry about it. I'm all cool. I'm cool with the sheriff and everything else. And if there's a little swatter, they're gonna get far. They're gonna get arrested before they can get here, or anybody else.
We're not worried about the sheriff or anything like that.
I'm not. I know the sheriff. They actually have cameras on this place 24/7. So I'm not even worried about that crap. And we have no crime right here. And even if they are, they're dumbasses to come through my door because I wouldn't want to face a monster like me. I never, ever want to face somebody like me.
So anyway, you trying to heat your greenhouse, Drop? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. I actually do run everything through solar and wind and heat it and light it with the grow lights. So everything's done through there, right?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't bother doing a grow light thing in mine, but I was thinking of different ways it could heat it. That's how I came across.
Well, the grow lights actually themselves actually produce heat,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and unless
So
it
does
drops
rotting
around.
compost inside a greenhouse in the back
Right,
corner.
right. Yep. Yeah,
Well,
I've seen this many different ways.
actually, I'm so well insulated that it doesn't drop, doesn't go around 30 degrees. The heater never comes on because it stays 60 or 50 degrees in here, 55
Right.
degrees. Okay, so I have an automatic heater to heat the place, and if things get bad, then it kicks on. But the actual grow lights actually produce heat. They produce
Hmm.
heat, even LEDs, and
More than
so
enough. Sure.
most plants like 67-degree temperature anyway, right?
Yep.
Even at night. So I don't have to worry about it. I grow a host of herbs. I have a host of herbs that I've grown. I grew a ton of calendula, and I have a whole bag full of seeds for that for plant next year out of one little seed packlet. And so I saved all them, and I have plenty of seeds and plenty of herbs to grow. And I have a good little book that I've shown many times, how to make tinctures, how to make syrups, how to make everything, you know, for herbal remedies. And I have a lot of those seeds, actually, make the medicine with. So,
Hmm. Hand tools.
actually, Bob, I'd love to be a carpenter, and I just want to do that when I retire, make furniture.
Hmm.
And I do have a lot of hand tools because I do have a lot of tools that don't require power, and I prefer to carve stuff with chisels and whatever, make
Here you
tools.
go. This is something I did furniture making and carpentry for most of my life. I
Mm.
drove a truck too. This is a sign I carved in Oregon. I did it with a router. Yeah, I got to get a better angle. It was the first sign for the farm, Coos River Ranch. It's got barbed wire around it.
Nice.
There's a big old sickle.
Now, the one thing I want to do, Sir Ron, is
Yes, sir.
actually do ironworks. I like to do blacksmithing. I haven't done that in a long, long time.
What's that look like?
No, I want to do that. I just don't have a forge for it. And
No, I know that'd be cool stuff. I mean, what's this piece of driftwood I found? Look at it. What's it look like to y'all?
looks like a sickle.
It almost looked to me. It looks like a boar or a pig head.
Yeah.
We found it in the river.
There's a
that right there. Yeah,
together.
I'm on delay. I'm actually watching the YouTube
Oh
channel.
yeah, you're probably 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm getting cold out here. I ain't got no coat on. It's cold. I'm going back in the house.
Now that's another point I wanted to make out to everybody that you have to have winter gear too. Also, if you live in the extremes like me, I have like a 4-season hunter gear, the strap on, I have the boots, I have the thermals, everything like that. You need to think about
Sorrel,
that
30
also.
below zero. Yep. 30 below zero boots, 30 below zero
I'll tell you
sleeping
what,
bag.
60 below zero, Bob.
60?
60 below zero over there in Gary, Indiana is not fun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've seen other places 50, 60 below even last year. Wow.
I've been there. And you if you don't cover your face and all the stuff like that, you're not going to be breathing by the time you run 120 feet across the yard. I'm telling you.
I bet.
So think about your situation where you're at and what you're doing, gear you need to hold onto.
Bought
Now, I have one gear.
Bought a chainsaw.
I don't have a
wood
chainsaw.
stove. No, got stocked up on some wood.
I was going to mention this one wood stove that actually it was a wood stove that is done in the 1900s, which used to heat houses. Okay. And I forget what it is, but you could pick it up and move it around anywhere you want in the house. It had legs on it. I forget what it's called. Urban Girl something. I forget her name now. I was trying to find it, and I think that would be an excellent addition. And it was actually pushed by one of the biggest financiers in the U.S. back in the 1900s, where you had this, it had like 3 or 4 legs and had a stove in the middle of it. You put the stove in there, and the houses were more fluid as far as, pushing out the fumes because they were, breathable. And it was actually used in houses for years, up to the 1940s. And I was trying to find it. I couldn't find it, but they're nice little stoves that you can put inside your house to keep a room warm, and it could bleed out. So that was probably one of the best things that I saw. And I was trying to remember where it's at. I just don't remember where the link is at. Because this gal's doing a lot of good work, and I really like what she did.
One of the things for this wouldn't be like, really everyday kind of deal, but if you got no power, you got no heat, and let's say you got a little fire for cooking outside, if you got some good sized stones, you let them get nice and warm next to the fire, and you do back in the olden day, they had these big copper pans, and they'd put hot coals in them and stick them underneath the edge of the bed, which was a little dangerous. But you can do the same thing with, slowly and gently heating rocks so they don't cause thermal fracture and explode. But if you heat them up the right way, you can take warm stones and wrap them in any kind of fabric and put them in alongside the bed with you for cold weather outside, especially camping. You, especially if you're sleeping out, in a survival situation, you can actually build a fire on the ground about the size of your body, as long as it's not frozen and full of snow. But you can build that fire, warm the ground up. You dig it out, 6-8 inches, and then once you build your fire and you let it die down and throw some rocks in there, and then you cover it back up with the dirt right on top of the coals. You can need 6-8 inches of dirt, but it'll keep you warm overnight.
You can actually do that. You can actually, put it on. But the best thing about surviving off the ground, sir, is actually being above the ground, because the ground,
it draws it right out of you.
Right, you have to be above the ground. So you would bury that below the ground, below your cot. So you
but I'm thinking like in a pitch. I actually hear what you're saying 100%. I agree totally. You got to get off the ground because it just draws the heat right out of you. But if you're in an area where you don't have necessarily resources to get up off the ground, it's a good alternative. Another alternative too is if you're walking through the countryside and you're, just say you're stranded in your car in a winter snowstorm or something, and you're not near anything. If you see them big round hay bales sitting out in the field, you go over there and you pull the center out of it. You start digging the center out of it, and you climb inside of it, and you're wrapped in a giant bale of hay. It'll keep you alive overnight for sure.
It's natural insulation. Yes.
Oh yeah, hollow, traps warm air. It's just like layering up in clothes. More layers, loose fitting layers, the warmer you are.
That's one of the things you need to think about, is that how are you going to keep warm? And insulation is the biggest thing. If you look at homeless people, the first thing they do is put paper inside every area they can, stuff it around.
Yeah. Paper, plastic bags. They wear plastic bags around their feet to keep their feet warm. You get the plastic wrapped around there. It does make your feet sweat, but you got no choice but to warm up. You wrap your feet in plastic, and it holds that heat in.
Correct.
Walmart bags, saran wrap, it don't make no difference. Anything plastic, old tarp, old plastic junky tarp.
Well, the
Those
Walmart,
Mylar
the
blankets.
Walmart
You ever see
nowadays,
those Mylar blankets?
nowadays you can't you have to buy the Walmart bags over in Washington State because they took off the thing where you can just get a bag for free. Now you got to pay 8 cents to 11 cents for a bag in Washington State.
Yeah, they did that in Oregon too.
Yeah, and they waited till oh, does it have COVID? No, not COVID.
Have you seen the Mylar blankets?
Yeah,
Oh,
I have
yeah.
a whole bunch of stuff. I mean,
Yeah, I got a bunch
if you look at
Emergency
my
blankets.
because you
if
can
you
wrap
look at
your
my
whole body,
bug-out
not
bag,
just your feet or something. You just two of them would wrap you all up.
Well, as little as they are and portable as they are, they're always good to have in a go bag or in your glove
Right,
box because if you have to build a little lean-to or bushcraft shelter,
exactly.
you can use them to waterproof, but more importantly, if you line them on the inside of a small A-frame, then you can deflect or reflect your own body heat back
Yep.
at you, especially if you have a fire towards the front of that shelter. It'll radiate heat in, and instead of escaping out, it reflects the heat right back down on you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm all about living off the grid. Excuse me, living off the grid, or a little trapper shack or a little bushcraft shelter. I went camping as a kid before I even turned 13, and I was going on this community thing because we moved from the country to the inner city, and just because our circumstances. What do you got there? I can't see it. Go
it's a
back over there
soil
for a
water
second.
filter. So
Okay.
you can actually use this.
Oh yeah. I got one of them little life straws, you keep in your backpack. You can just drink right out of a muddy puddle or whatever. Yeah,
Well, I've got several of these little filters, but this is probably the one I really like the best. Is Sawyer. Okay.
Have you ever seen a sand filter with charcoal made out of 5-gallon buckets for a
You want
slow filter drip?
Yeah, you want to see my activated charcoal bag?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Yeah, because
well, go grab it.
I got everything set up to do the same, so I'd like to see what you got. Yeah, we just bought the stuff the other day.
Here's my filter.
There you go. Mine's real simple. Mine's like 5-gallon buckets and just basic stuff.
That's a 9.6 gallon moonshine still.
Yeah, so you're talking about distilled water then.
All you need is a fire. So I built a fire pit. I looked it up. Actually, was researching the fire pits, and so I came across how to make a smokeless fire pit. It's awesome.
You use like a little rocket stove concept?
No, I used they're like flagstones. Same thing I did around my trees. I did tree rings around all my fruit trees.
Tree rings, so like compost?
No, it's a circle of rocks. You make a circle.
Oh yeah, okay, right.
Well, I did it 5 high, and what you do is just leave like little gaps every couple of blocks where it can get oxygen to the fire.
It's like a rocket stove
It's
concept.
simple as that.
Rocket stove. Yeah, it can draw.
Right. So as long as
draws
you can draw, then you don't have to smoke. So
if draws in from the bottom and.
So if you have to make a lean-to type thing, or even if you had to make a teepee or something, you can have a fire inside it without the smoke.
Right. Yeah, that's the way the natives used to build it. You could always tell a white man's fire versus a native's fire. White man's fire always had smoke.
Yeah.
Yep. You can see him miles away.
It does work too. It's awesome.
Oh yeah. You can build the little red bricks they build your house out of, those or cinder blocks. You can make all kinds of stove concepts. There's hundreds and hundreds of ideas for them on YouTube, Pinterest, things like that. Yeah, there's lots of ideas for that sort of stuff. What do we got there? I gotta wait for it to come up on the computer screen. I can't see it on this little rinky-dink phone. It's gonna come up here on the other screen here.
Just show and tell.
Oh yeah, activated charcoal.
Awesome. That's it. Just regular stones.
Okay, yeah.
I can't see it in that picture though, but I left like little gaps in between some of them, like at least 4 places around it on each layer. Works
Yeah,
good.
that's cool. That's cool.
So
Simple.
what I did was I have activated charcoal. It's not the best one. It's hardwood, but I also have the you can buy these anywhere, like the dollar store and stuff like that. This is cotton pads. Okay, you put them in a tin can. You put them in any can like this right here, a rare can or a soda pop can. Okay, at the bottom. And then I do also have, which I'm not going to go outside to go into the shed to actually pull out the pebble rocks and the sand. Okay.
Yes, yep. What are you making, a 5-stage filter?
Yeah, you can make a 5-stage filter out of a soda can. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or a beer can, this is what this is, which makes actually more sense. But
hey, I want to tell you something real quick about that cotton, the cotton balls in that metal can. You know how to make a char cloth out of cotton? You put it in a can and seal the lid tight, and then set it in the fire, and it takes everything and it leaves it it burns it down to where it's just like charcoal on the inside, and it'll take a spark like that.
Okay.
No, I didn't know that.
So yeah, even like a little Sucret's tin, any kind of little metal tin, you take like a piece of cotton bandana, anything cotton, it don't matter what it is, a piece of rope, cordage, as long as it's cotton, you stick it inside of a piece of metal can where it can't, a soda can won't work. It's got to be something that'll close, unless you can seal the top of it. It can't have air to it, and you stick it in the fire, right? And you put that thing in there, and it'll come out. It'll look like a piece of newspaper that's near burnt through, and it's real delicate. But if you have just anything that'll make a spark, even an old lighter that doesn't work, as long as it's got flint, that little piece of char cloth will take a flame like that.
Awesome.
Okay, well, we could probably do that when we actually make gas with that. You know what I'm talking about.
A wood gasifier?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a wood gasifier, and you can do that with a can in the middle, and then you put the flame around it, and you can actually make charcoal out of that also.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what it is, except instead of using wood, you're using a piece of cotton fabric, and it turns it into charcoal. But unlike lump charcoal, the cotton, I mean, it don't take hardly no spark at all, and I mean, it'll light right on it. So if you got the piece of char cloth, and you pull some lint off your socks, or you got a piece of cotton or a pad like you're talking about, you put that char cloth up against it and hit it with just the littlest of spark, it'll light right up.
That's what's up.
Well, this is just an example of what you can buy at the dollar store. Okay.
Yep, we got loads of that stuff for that reason.
These are just for filtering through, like a simple can. Okay. And then you got the extra rocks and the sand, and and stuff like that, and the activated charcoal. You can make a filter right then and there. But if you need to make the charcoal, activated charcoal, you're telling me the same thing.
Yeah, that's how you make it. Yeah, I make my own. Yeah, absolutely. The other neat thing I said earlier, I don't know if you were here or not, but like if you got cotton balls, just regular cotton balls, and if you want to have something ready to go in your go bag, or on your person, if you're going to be hiking,
regular cotton balls are not always cotton. Okay.
Yeah, I know. They got to be real cotton balls.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to say right now.
Yeah. If you open them up and lay them flat and sprinkle ash from a previous fire inside, fold it back on itself, you put it between two flat pieces of wood, which you could whittle them down out of a branch, and you run them together real fast like this, that charcoal inside of that cotton will actually create an ember with very little effort.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you a lot of some of the cotton balls that you buy.
Synthetic.
I'll tell you right now, they're synthetic and they're
Garbage.
actually made from petroleum, so
Right,
they're not going
garbage.
to work. They're not going to work. I'm telling you the truth. So, if you're near any lakes or anything like that, I was going to tell you this is a nice little thing to buy too. By the way, okay. You know what this is?
Gotta wait for it to come up on the 10-second delay here so I can see it. Sand King. No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, well, this is a little fishing kit. It's a telescopic fishing pole.
Oh, those are, yeah, buddy.
And they're not that expensive. And I have a lot of lakes around me, even though I live out in the desert. Okay. So it comes with the line stuff, and then it comes with the reel that attaches to it. And then I bought these extra. This comes with this too, fishing lures, something like that. Then I bought some extra fishing lure stuff to go inside of it. Goes in my bug out bag. It's not very, or go bag or whatever you want to call it. Okay. And then it's got this little pole thing here. It pops out. Now, if you don't know nothing about fishing, well, you might want to learn how to fish.
Yeah, you might need to learn quick.
Because you can catch a lot of food in the water if you have a pond around you or a lake or whatever.
Lakes,
so I do
rivers,
have a lot of them. And so this might be something you want to actually buy because you can actually have a pole that's like 6 feet long. And this thing expands to 6 feet. You can catch anything you want with it.
You see, one of the things, I'm real old school when it comes to that. I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying. I'm a little bit more simplified, but I have all that tackle and line and lures and all that kind of stuff. The only thing I don't have is the pole, because what I did when I was a kid is we would just cut us a long switch off a tree and then just tie it up that way. We'd learn how to flip cast it, by popping the line out there a little bit. And then the other thing I learned from some migrant workers was they would take either a soda can, Gatorade bottle, Pepsi bottle, any kind of, or even a stick. No, not as, you could use it as a float, but you can actually wrap the line around it, right? And if you wrap it around it and you take care of how you wrap it around it, you take your weighted end, and let me get my hands where you can see them. So you're holding the line and it's wrapped around back here, and you got your weight and your anchoring. You throw it out and it just acts like a spool. And then you just wind it back around the can or bottle or stick, but it's got to be smooth so it doesn't snag your line. And you can hand cast. It's like hand lining.
You can fish with anything if you want to, and that's actually, even a soda can you can actually use.
I want to mention something while I'm thinking about it. This is real important for people who are growing off the grid. If you don't have bamboo growing, you might want to really consider planting some, because if you don't have access to lots of saplings and things like that on your land, bamboo is fast growing. It's very renewable, and bamboo has endless uses for garden trellises, things for green beans. Because when things get sideways, you might not even be able to go buy something, like you would normally want to go buy, like T-posts for fencing or whatever. Bamboo is very resistant to rot, resistant to insects, and it lasts a long time.
You're not going to be able to buy a T-post if stuff hits the fan. Anyway,
that's what I'm saying. So having bamboo growing.
I was checking into the bamboo though, but doesn't it like thrives in swampy type areas?
Well, it can. It'll grow. It loves water. It loves water. And it grows a lot faster.
Bamboo's very aggressive, though. Also,
it is. You have to keep it under control, because it'll get away from you. And getting them roots out of the ground, if you let it get out of control, once them roots take hold, they're a bastard to get out. But we're talking about long-term survival versus some people like to have it just for pretty, or like to have it just because it's useful. But if you don't maintain it and stay on top of it, it'll get away from you. It'll get aggressive as hell.
Well, let's talk about another product that actually is very aggressive. Jerusalem artichokes, or sunchokes as you call them. Now, if you plant them in the corner of your place, you don't want to plant anything next to them, because they are very aggressive too, and they're also a food source as a tubular.
What's it called again?
Sunchokes or Jerusalem artichokes.
Okay.
And that's something you want to take over, though. Correct?
You don't know what those are.
I've haven't grown them myself. No, but I've heard.
They're tubular, which means potato type of vegetable, but they're actually you can harvest them all year long, and you can
Right.
pull them out of the ground, and you can actually eat them 24/7. But once you harvest them, you need to actually eat them within 24 hours, so they go to crap. They turn to mush, and they will actually survive in very temperate climates. And they also will give you gas. So if you're not used to them, you can't eat them. But they're also like a potato. So
it's good survivor food, though.
Yeah, potatoes, if you don't harvest them, all of them at 1 year, and you leave a few on the ground, they'll come up next year and grow again, just like onions.
Mm-hmm.
So they're a permaculture type of deal.
So do you guys know that the roots of those cattails that grow along swampy areas, those are edible?
And so is the cattail.
The cattail before it
and
turns all fluffy.
The flower actually can be used and harvested to make flour with.
Unfortunately, it's not great too, though.
Yep. What about dandelions and what's the other one? Stinging nettles.
Dandelions, stinging nettles are actually very viable for leaf lettuce, stuff like that. You can actually eat them.
I don't like this thing, no, so I didn't do
the actual root vegetable of. You can actually dig up the roots of dandelions, which go down to 5 to 6 feet or more. And you can actually just cut them off and dig down to the roots, and they'll still come up next year. You can actually make teas out of them. When you can make beer or mead out of dandelion flowers.
Dandelion wine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That too.
I grow it for tea. I make a lot of herbal teas.
Yeah, I actually feed it to chickens most of the time of the years, and I just let it grow because I don't want to kill it, because it's actually a very valuable plant to me and my birds, because I can feed it to my chickens in the middle of winter, or I can eat it if I need to for food.
Well, they help bring up the nutrients, like you said. Those roots go very deep, so they dig down in there and they pull up a lot of the.
Well, they're super green, which has a lot of iron in it and stuff like that for you. And you can actually look at like kale and a lot of other plants like that. Actually, just same family. Actually, there's another dandelion family you probably don't think about. Actually, grows in chunk parts of your cities that most people don't know, and it's not yarrow, but it's what's the name of it? Let me grab the seeds.
Yeah, I got white yarrow.
Okay, so a lot of you don't know about this plant right here. It's called sassafras. Okay, and I collected all these seeds from the plants, and you can eat the roots, and you can actually eat the leaves at their younger growth. But sassafras is very common because it's been spread across North America for years from Europe. And sassafras is this is all a bunch of seeds right here. Okay, so sassafras is actually a plant that you can eat the root and stuff like that and everything else. It's aligned with the dandelion. It's also dandelions.
Mm.
And so that plant right there can provide roots for growing, for actually eating the roots like an onion, or you can actually dry it out and use it for a flour. You can actually, feed it to your chickens, which I have done. So it's another food source, and it grows pretty damn good in the winter. It's a very hardy type of plant. So sassafras You could probably find it in the Midwest a lot because it's been there for a long, long time. So if you don't know what sassafras is, check out my video on sassafras because you will probably understand what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna start digging into some of your videos. I'm like super happy that I met both of you guys. Yeah, it's so rare that you meet like-minded people. Thank you, Darlene, for making the introduction. I'm really like, this is good stuff. This is the people I've been really wanting to connect with.
Yeah, thanks,
I've been
Darlene.
walking away from people because they've been so
Yes,
ardenous and so mean and ignorant, and all they want to do is build their channel. And I'm not worried about building a channel for nothing.
I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, me too.
You know, the neat thing is, like, people like you and me, we may have different ways of getting there, but you know, for me, I don't care how you get there as long as we're making efforts as individuals and looking at ways to build up the people around us. Because when stuff goes sideways, people like us, it's obvious. We know it's going to happen at some point. Nobody can put their finger on when, but you know, to see people taking affirmative action, man, it gets, because like, since I've been on YouTube, y'all are the first two people I've met, and I met you both in the same night, that are literally on the same, the same page that me and my wife are on. And I didn't think there was very many, and I met two of y'all at once. So that's fantastic.
Awesome.
Well, I've met a lot of people on YouTube, and a lot of them have been you beggars and everything else, and I'm just tired and done with that. I'm done putting out the bird feeder. You know what I'm saying? I am done with the bird feeder. And the point is that I've learned a couple things from you tonight. You probably learned a few things from me tonight, and we know we know what we're doing. You know, we're not dummies. We've been around this block a long time ago, and we're not out here to make money off your butt or anybody else's butt. We're here to make people aware of things, and if we can do that, and get them off the grid, where they're not being debt enslaved people ever again, that's where we're at. I'm not about.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
I was saying, I was talking to some guys in England, live streaming with them early this morning, and we were talking about these very similar things. And I'm like, I said the same thing I said to y'all. I said, a lot of people talk a good game, but you know, what are y'all doing? What are you doing locally, other than talking on YouTube about how frustrated y'all are because of what y'all see is going on? What are you doing? You know,
right.
What are y'all going to do? Because y'all see what's coming. What are you going to do to feed your kids? What are you going to do, you know, with your neighbors? How are y'all going to work this out? Y'all going to kill each other for the last can of baked beans on the block? I mean, what are we talking about here?
A lot of them are.
Yeah, I know. And when people get hungry,
absolutely.
see, when you talk about cannibalism, I don't care who you are, what your moral background is. If you isolate somebody and you put them in a starvation situation, history has proven it over and over again. People will do some crazy, crazy things to make that hunger. That's one thing. Pain, you can, pain you pass out from eventually, or you just learn to live with it. Hunger never goes away until you make it go away.
I
don't know if you know this, man, but
and everything.
I don't know if you know this or not, but my brother actually lives in the UK.
No, I've never heard nothing about you. I just, both of you gentlemen, Darlene just sent my wife a message and said, hey, there's some interesting fellas you might want to talk to, and if you're not busy, whatever. So we came right over because we were just finishing up supper. And
well, I'm the no bullshit stop right here. I don't play games. I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, obviously. Clearly, you've proven yourself 100%. I mean, I looked at your page for a little bit. I haven't actually watched the videos, but I see the context of what your channel consists of, and I can hear what you're saying. You clearly, both of y'all clearly know exactly what you're talking about. It's refreshing because it's frustrating for guys like us at this point because people don't want to listen, but we already know the truth. Most people won't listen, and when the time comes, we're just like the lady that we were speaking to. I forget her name. I'm bad with names. The 94-year-old lovely sweetheart we were speaking to earlier. we're going to be like the new keepers of wisdom, keepers of knowledge, and when things go sideways, as frustrating as it is now, those people are going to be looking at people like us, to help them figure this out. And like you prepping with extra stuff to not only take care of you and your own, but to take care of your people around you. The people are going to flock to people like us because this knowledge has been forgotten and passed over, and this puts us in a position when the time is right. Without That's frustrating. I get it. It's the whole reason we opened our farm, because we were so frustrated with people's lack of knowledge. But at the end of the day, in my own heart, I found peace with it, because whatever happens, whenever it happens, I've already situated myself to survive under whatever conditions may arise, and I'm going to be able to impart that knowledge to the people around me when the time's right. Because you can't make them wake up. You can't make them take interest in these sort of things if they don't have it in them. So I'm just going to have to be patient and wait for things to go. And then we're going to have a crash course on doing shit off the grid 101.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't make leaders either. You have to be a leader first. And a leader is also a follower. A follower learns from a leader, and then they become a leader. And the thing is that my father was a great leader, but he was also a follower before. And his name was Dick before. I come from 3 generations of Dicks, so there you go.
Roger that.
You can love that one, but I mean, that's I can draw my family.
Big old turkey dick.
Yeah, I can draw that back all the way back over
He's
there.
bragging about it.
In Montana. Okay.
Hey, if I had a big old turkey dick, I'd be bragging about it too. I'm hung like a squirrel.
Shit,
Sorry.
What did my ex-girlfriend tell you?
I'm sorry. I'm being a smart ass over here.
It's all right. It's all right. But
hey, look, I got brown eyes. I am absolutely full of shit.
Yep.
Sometimes mine are green, brown, and yellow. So whatever.
My wife's go from hazel to blue. They change. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I have the same thing. Same deal. Yeah, we have a family history over in Montana where our ranch over there is, we got tombstones over there from 1826. So we know how to survive out in the cold and the wilderness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, you got to, man. You got to know your environment. You got to know your neighbors. You got to know what you can eat, what you can't eat, what grows around you, what doesn't. We got lucky with this property here. When we left Oregon, we had that whole farm set up. We had like 40 fruit trees growing. Here, we got lucky. We got a good garden area up on top of the mountain. There's been area cleared just for growing food. There is apple trees and peach trees, and there's blackberries. The stuff is already here. There's muscadine grapes growing.
Yeah, muscadine grapes are great because they're natural to U.S. and North America. And now, I'll tell you what I saw over there in Cheney, Washington. I was driving down the road and I missed my turn, so I went over there into the church parking lot, turned around. You know what I saw? I saw this big old, it was about 12 feet tall, bull moose sitting there eating the leaves off the tree over there in the church. But that was probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago now. Geez, I would have just loved to put him back in the truck, but didn't have a winch with me because he probably was going to be about 1,500 pounds.
That's a big ass animal.
No, they're big. You don't want to play around with the moose. You know what I'm saying? Around here,
stomp your lights out.
Well, mama moose will. A bull moose will just walk through the yard and go like whatever, But yeah, big moose.
We got a lot of black bear and mountain lions up here in the Smokies.
Yeah, black bears are probably the most dangerous because they're probably the ones that mostly will attack.
Yeah, people for sure.
You have to be careful about them. A polar bear will attack you regardless. A brown bear or a grizzly, not so much.
Come here, buddy.
Good thing about black bears, they're not that big, so you can run with the car. Hey, there we go. Hey, buddy.
He's over here having a fit, barking at everything.
Yeah, he just probably misses you.
Yeah, I know. I've been on the chat for a while. He's bored. You got to give him some loving, pet him, give him some attention, let him know he's still special.
Yeah, well, I had my first child. It's all right. Dogs are friendly, and you know, I used to have a lab that used to sleep next to my bed when I was a kid. Yeah, good dog, good guard dog too, by the way.
Yeah, these guys, they sleep at our feet. Well, the little one here, he cuddles up next to my honey. But
let's get back to dogs, though. You know, 200 years ago, there's only 40 breeds, and then back in 1900, there's only 80 until they actually started breeding dogs out. And you know, a Mastiff is actually a old dog from the Roman days. You know, they used to use them for war dogs. You know that?
yeah, was it the Neapolitan Mastiff, wasn't it?
Pretty much. I think it's Mastiff. I don't know the exact name.
I think it was a Neapolitan Mastiff that the Romans used.
Right. They're big dogs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like a South African Boerboel or a Bull Mastiff or Great Dane.
Yeah, they're pretty damn big. The biggest dog in the world, actually. Think about it.
Well, the Irish Wolfhound by height, maybe by weight and by size, would probably be was it the Chinese or the Mongolian something, man? This thing is monstrous. You ever seen them Mongolian? There's like $1 million to buy one of them.
No, I haven't seen one.
I'm going to pull up a picture of it.
I had an Irish Wolfhound.
Hey, these dogs are monstrous. I mean, and they're one of the most fierce dogs that's ever been bred. These things are gigantic. Hang on, let me flip this camera around for y'all. Yeah, they're one of the priciest dogs you can buy. They're very rare, and they are. Yeah, they're fierce protectors. It's like a livestock guardian dog on steroids.
Oh, geez, that looks like a werewolf.
Yeah, these dogs don't play. These things.
They look like a teddy bear.
Yeah, they do.
Well, you'd probably be happy with my cousin's dogs. They're all Saint Bernards, so Darlene, right?
Right.
Yeah, they're pretty big dogs. I mean,
you know, it looks like a crossbreed between a Chow and oh, what are they called?
Yeah, it does look like a Chow and a Saint Bernard, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, not the Saint Bernard, the other ones.
Well, Saint Bernard's pretty big. I mean, my cousin used to have a bunch of them.
Pyrenees Mountain Dog.
Oh yeah, Great Pyrenees. Yeah, livestock
no,
guardian
not the
dog.
Great Pyrenees. The Pyrenees Mountain Dog. The
Pyrenees. Oh,
Pyrenees
okay.
Mountain
I
Dog.
don't know that one. I don't know that one.
They're They're tan and black like this one is. Tricolor kind of. You got the Great Pyrenees, which is snow white. Then you got the Pyrenees Mountain Dog, which is black with the little dots, brown dots on the eyes, brown feet, just like that one. That's what it looks like, a crossbreed. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, those are beautiful dogs. I love them.
They are.
Yeah, I love dogs and cats. I always.
They do look like a Saint Bernard, but they're their own thing.
Yeah, they're their own thing.
Look
It's
at this
still a
little
survival dog. It'll help you.
He's seeing all these dogs on the screen. He's just fit to be tied. He's like, what is that?
Oh, Daddy, you're not going to take me to the home already,
Papa, what is that?
Papa, no. Don't look at them dogs.
Look at
Get
him.
rid of the dog pornography. I don't want to see that no more. Yeah,
hey, dogs are good medicine for the soul. Now, I mean, they love you unconditional. They're always happy to see you. They never lie to you. They can lower your blood pressure and your heart rate and your respiration and bring you in a calm state of mind. They're amazing.
I agree. I
They're,
had a black lab that was a huge one. He was like 150 pounds,
oh,
and
that's
he
a
was a
big old
great,
lab.
big old lab. Yeah, he
That's
had
a
the
big
little,
lab, dude.
he had the white thing on his chest and stuff like that, And he was great. He may have been a mutt. Who knows? We found him tied up in the back of a church parking lot, and we took him home. So whatever. But he was a great dog. He guarded the kids. He was gentle with the babies. They could pull his ears and pull his tail. He didn't do nothing. But when
I've,
somebody came through the door, that dog was there.
I've had, I think, see, 1, 2, 3. We've had, my wife and I've had 2 labs, and I had 2 before I met her. Labs are great dogs. Great family dog, like a golden retriever, but golden retrievers don't generally make great guard dogs. So,
Oh, this lab actually tore the crap out of a Doberman and a German Shepherd. Trust me.
we all know. No, I mean a golden retriever. A golden retriever. They're much more docile than labs. Like we had a labs, like just like you said. This lab got into with a neighbor's dogs. It killed they had a pit bull. It killed the pit bull.
Yep.
And the German Shepherd, it was bad, but they attacked my dog, and my dog killed the pit bull, and then snatched the whole side of the German Shepherd.
I know. They're good dogs, though. They're good with children.
Yeah.
The black labs are good with children. I think it was a mutt though, but it was actually a great dog. We had him for like 12 years. He lived a long time. It's sad though. Animals don't live that long though. The dogs.
Yeah, I know. It's a bummer, man. They live such short lives.
I know.
If you look at the ingredients and the food we feed them,
yeah,
I'm serious.
Yeah, that's the root cause of the problem right there.
Yep.
Well, you know what? I had
modified grains and garbage.
I had a pet rabbit. Basically, you would classify it as a meat rabbit because it was actually a New Zealand red hair, right? It lived almost 13 years.
Wow.
And he was a big guy, and he was just a nice guy, and we could pick him up and let him run around, do whatever we wanted to do, and it was a pet. And he made good fertilizer, by the way, cold fertilizer. Now, you want to explain what cold fertilizer and hot fertilizer is, or do I need to do that?
I'm not familiar with the term between hot and cold. I guess it depends on.
Okay, well, there's certain.
I have an idea, but
there's certain animals that you can use the fertilizer right away in your garden. It's cold fertilizer. Are you good on that? You want to go ahead and explain that, or you want me to?
Yeah, so you go ahead. You probably know it a little bit better, more particular. Like me, like I kind of mentioned earlier, like hot fertilizer would be something like chicken manure that's super high in nitrogen, real hot. It's better to compost it down versus like rabbit manure that goat manure, you could use right away. Just till it in the soil.
Exactly. So co-fertilizer is animals that produce co-fertilizer, like chickens and goats and I think sheep. I don't exactly quote me on that, but when they poop, you can use that fertilizer in the garden right away and mix it in.
Yep.
Now, a hot fertilizer is like chickens or cow manure or other stuff like that, other animals like that. You have to actually bake it. If you don't want to use it, you have to cure it for a year. If you don't want to cure it for a year, you have to actually bake it in hot heat to kill the actual microbes in it that actually cause disease. So you can actually quicken cow manure in 3 months versus 1 year. And when you buy cow manure in the store, that's exactly what they're doing. So you don't want to buy that stuff because you don't know if it's safe or not. Okay.
Do you ever use horticultural lime or quick lime?
Well, define quick lime or horticultural lime.
Well, horticultural lime is hydrated lime. You would use it in a compost pile. It speeds up the decomposition as it kind of cooks itself
I'll make
down.
that really quick for you. Hydrated lime is actually the same thing used as pickling lime.
Okay. Yeah, I know there's a lot of different names depending on how they use it.
And you can buy a 50-pound bag over there at hydrated lime over there at Home Depot, 50-pound bag, and you can also pick your eggs in it, but you don't know what the quality is. So I use pickling lime to actually do water glassing for my eggs if I want to do
Right.
that.
Right. No, like hydrated lime, it's just mostly for the compost side. So like composting, you can get your inner temperature of a if you keep it stirred and you keep it stored right. You know, you do it correctly. You can get 140, 160 degrees internal temperature on your compost pile, and if you impart a little bit of lime, horticultural lime or hydrated lime to your compost pile, it will help keep the temperature up because it speeds up the decomposition process as it's imparted into the decomposing vegetation.
Okay, I was just looking at Lulu. He has a black lab. I'm trying to look at the comments too, but I just got kind of
Oh, I
distracted.
keep forgetting all about it.
I know. You do when you start talking about stuff like this. But I do know that, you know, I don't trust manure from the store. Okay.
I don't blame you.
I want it to sit there and bake out there in the sun when I pile it up on a thing if I use it. But I mostly buy green compost nowadays. I don't buy the regular compost.
I can tell you something I know about organic compost when you're done.
Yeah, I just bought. Fortunately for me, my neighbors across the street, they actually run a commercial compost business. So this year I just got a dump truck load of green compost. 11 cubic yards. Fill my raised beds
That's a
with.
fair amount. So I used to haul. I used to work as a Teamster driver, hauling city trash for a decent sized metro area. And one of the things we did was pick up yard waste, leaves and twigs and sticks and all that good stuff that people set out.
Don't want any of that stuff. They actually put pesticides in everything.
I know. Check this out, though. So we would take all of this organic compost, yard waste, and it would be in brown paper bags, no plastic, all that, right?
Right.
And then we would take it out in the country to this. It was an organic compost farm, certified organic compost farm. And they would take all these grass clippings and leaves and everything else, got all this garbage sprayed on it, and all the people putting all this stuff in their yards to make their grass green. And then they put it in these piles, and then they mix it with like produce that's rotted from the grocery stores. They get whole, semis of that stuff brought out, and they'd mix it all together. And they had machines that would grind it and mix it and chop it and all that good stuff. And I'm sitting here and it's blowing my mind because I'm like, they're calling themselves certified organic, but yet they're filling their piles full of all these leaves and grass clippings that are full of all kinds of chemicals. And I'm like, this is nonsense.
That's crazy. Good night, Darlene.
I used to deliver to these people and they were called organic, and that's not organic. I don't care who you are. Maybe by some loose legal definition you might be considered organic, but that's not organic. That's a joke.
Hey, Darlene's going off tonight. So good night, Darlene. Good to see you again.
Yes, good night, Miss Darlene. Thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that her name's Darlene. Sorry. See you later, Darlene. She's a nice gal. I've known her for a long time.
Yipper.
I do understand, where it says grain, and what, when they say grain or regular compost, when they say regular compost, they mean animal bone put into it. Okay. And I do realize the main grain is not really organic. Okay. In a lot of terms, because they can actually, throw a lot of the GMO stuff in there and all that crap. You hear me. But you got to work with you got to work with, and I can't create 11 cubic yards of organic compost at this time right now on my own property. Okay, not feasible within 1 year or 2 years or 3 years.
Leaves are very important. I mean, they have so much nutrition in the leaves that fall from the trees. If you can get just that and till it into the dirt, break it down before you put
Partially
it in the
burn it,
dirt. Or you
potash.
can burn it too. Exactly. That's what I've done a lot
You
of that
need the
too.
carbon. You need that carbon in the soil. Yeah.
Yeah. Some days I have that still
What do
running,
they call it?
making water all day. You
I
know,
want to tell you one of the most
Biochar.
important things about
Biochar.
biochar, but I want
potassium.
to tell you one of the most important things in soil is
What-
nitrogen. Okay,
Yeah.
Right, and potassium. That's one of the three things that
potassium,
they give us. Right.
exactly.
And that's ash, potash.
And one of the things that you can actually get the potassium nitrate in, or the potassium magnesium, because magnesium is very important too,
Yep.
Bob. And you're looking at Epsom salt, okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
or 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 peat moss, okay.
How about
Peat
Peat
moss,
moss,
but
Himalayan?
the Epsom salt you can buy, like you said, in big 50-pound bags, and it's not that expensive. And it's what was that kind of Epsom salt we had? Commercial grade. It's a step up above the stuff you get in the bag at the store. It's actually a little bit. They actually use it. You should know. They use it for electrical stuff underground for
I use pink Himalayan
conductivity.
salt. I don't use the Epsom salt. I use pink Himalayan
Pink
salt.
Himalayan.
yeah,
Isn't it
I
Epsom
buy
salt?
Epsom salt. I buy Himalayan salt too, but
Yeah.
the Epsom salt magnesium sulfate is actually very important also. But that actually is not
84
exactly what
minerals.
you. Well, I like rock dust because I buy azimite because that's mined in central Utah, and that actually has a lot of that stuff you need, just to have
So I
the
do.
nitrate.
Do you
I get
guys ever
volcano
what?
ash, like 50 pounds at a
Volcanic
time.
ash? Yes.
Yeah.
Do you guys have issue with clay in your soil?
No.
No.
So if anybody out there is watching and they have issue where their soil has clay in it, where the soil compacts real tight and it's chunky and hard, there's a product called gypsum. It's a naturally mined mineral. There aren't things that are naturally mined that are toxic like arsenic or mercury, but this is relatively inert. And you get it in a pelletized form. It's little. They look like little gray BBs almost. And what it does, if you live near any kind of river valleys and stuff, or certain areas where you'll have clay buildup or clay deposit in the soil layers, it makes it to where the soil is not permeable with water and air, and it makes a very hard, crusty clay surface. So you buy pelletized gypsum. And you spread it out with a broadcast spreader, and what it does is it makes the clay, the real fine clay, it binds to these little pellets, and it makes it more chunky, like not chunky, big chunky, but small, like soil particles, and it helps solidify that clay with the soil, and it attaches. And what it does, gypsum, especially if you want to grow like carrots, potatoes, any root vegetable of any kind, you put a little bit of gypsum in your soil, and I mean it's the most powdery fine soil you've ever had in your life, especially if you're dealing with clay issues. It's fantastic to use.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now that if you have those issues, you want to do raised beds because all that stuff is like a spongy, um, what do you want to call it? I'm not going to shoot you down, but I'm going to tell you the truth. You want to do raised beds if you're in that situation, because if you have to put the gypsum in the ground, it's nothing more than like a spongy thing where you add water and it expands. I want to put it a better way, but
No, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying, like we had river bottom in Oregon, and it had a fair amount of clay in it. But we amended it with the gypsum, and we could maintain without any real inputs of any kind. I could maintain a pH of a 5.5 to 6.5.
Well, that's very
Keep it.
important too because pH makes a difference in your plants.
Everything.
You have to realize which plant you're growing and maintain the pH for that plant.
Yep. Yeah, like blueberries, they like it more acidic.
5.4.
Yeah. A lot of the berries, depending on the kind of berry, but berries they like it more acidic.
Potatoes too. I told you I've been growing a long time.
Yeah, once or twice anyway. Sounds like. Might have grew one or two things in a pot here or there, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, people need to realize that just growing stuff, trying to put it in soil and dirt doesn't make a difference. They need to actually add additives to the soil, where they live. And so our situation is not the same as yours, not the same as somebody else's. So you're making a very valid point. Get it?
Know your soil, know your growing climate, know your growing region. That way you're ordering the right stuff for the right climate, the right growing zone.
And we're not even talking about companion plants right now, right?
No, just basic seed stock. If
So,
you get the wrong seed stock for the wrong growing zone, you're not going to have much of a harvest.
It sounds like we need to make a 6 or 7 step growing program for people on the website that actually, whatever, So I do have a website.
We'd work on it with y'all for sure. I mean, this is what our farm was about. We don't know everything, I mean, some of the stuff, we learned along the way. We had to look up and read and dig into it. But, it's all about uplifting the people around us. That's been our motivating factor for many years.
Nobody knows everything. Trust me.
I got stuff to learn. I mean, we had people come out to our farm as volunteers because they just want to be on the farm, and they were teaching us stuff. People that had been like you, been into it their whole lives, but maybe getting up there in years where they don't want to do it at home, but they've seen our farm. They're like, man, come out for a couple hours once or twice a week, and man, they were teaching us all kinds of stuff. People been doing this stuff way longer than we've been alive. We had a lady out there in her 70s, and she come out there twice a week. Worked 2 hours at a stretch, and she was a wealth of information. She taught us a lot about some of the companion planting and some of the herbs that we weren't aware of, like lemon balm and different things you can, like one of the things that people don't know about lemon balm, you can make teas out of it and compresses for sores and things like that. But if most people,
I actually grew a lot of lemon balm this year, and I dehydrated a lot of it.
I like to infuse it into coconut oil or virgin olive oil. And the reason why, if you are prone for canker sores or even herpes or whatever, because like 80% of people who have herpes, they get it when they pass through the birth canal. And sometimes it don't set on until later in their life. But if you, whatever, canker sores in your mouth, on your gums, herpes, fever blisters, whatever you want to call them, lemon balm infused into coconut oil or extra virgin olive oil will stop it dead in its tracks, and it'll do it overnight. Where you got all this stuff you buy at the pharmacy, the Abreva and all different over-the-counter treatments they have for that sort of stuff. That stuff don't work worth a darn.
Lemon balm. You might be happy to know I have a big old jar of dried lemon balm sitting in my stores. And that's not the only. I grow hyssop, yarrow, cutlanida, a whole bunch of herbs. And I have actually a nice little book I want you to see. And I'm going to grab that. I think Bob's seen it many times, right, Bob?
Yeah.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I'm going to grab my medicinal herb book and show you where it shows you how to make herbs and salves and everything else.
Yeah, I've been working on that too, like even working in the cannabis stuff. I'm sure you got lots to show me though, because I just did it, a lot of stuff on the fly. But I used to make tinctures and concentrate.
I got bags of lemon balm. Let me tell you something. That stuff takes off.
I got a bag like that too, Bob.
I let it go. I just let it go. I don't care.
No, I've
got I used to make lots of concentrates and tinctures out of my cannabis plants too. RSO, rosin. Different things to make infusions for lotions and
I'm into
bath salts, whatever.
You know, once in a
That's
while
up.
when I get my bad shoulder, my left shoulder, from tackling three dudes, like back when I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
it hurts nowadays.
Yeah, you see, keep seeing me tugging on this arm. It's been acting up. I tore
The
both my
left arm,
rotators.
yeah. I did a big tackle. They were all putting out snot when I tackled them, right? Get what I'm saying? And now it hurts nowadays, and like once every 2 or 3 weeks, I do a dab, you know, from a legal thing across the street, you know, because
So let me
it
ask you this. Hold on.
feels
Let me
pain.
stop you. You're saying dab. So are you talking about like shatter or wax? Right? We're talking about the same thing.
No, I'm talking about the smoking thing.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Yeah, and
So
I have a friend in Connecticut that actually grows his own and gives it out to veterans for
So
free.
I just want to make a suggestion if you haven't looked into it. So dabs, shatter, wax, sugar wax, whatever you want to call it, is typically made primarily with butane. They use butane
I
to
haven't done
get
it
it going.
like in 6 months, okay? I just do it whenever my shoulders kill me so bad I
Right,
can't.
right. Well, there's another product that I used to make. It's called rosin, not resin. It's rosin.
All right.
Rosin is made so if you take, whether you take the bud, or if you separate the bud and make hash out of it, like bubble hash or dry sift hash, you
It's all great to me. I have a brother in Connecticut that I could hook you up to that actually does this stuff, and you probably would be more tuned to him. I just, whenever I'm in pain, I have use of it. You know what I'm saying?
well, what I was trying to get at is dabs has when they make it with the butane. Butane is a hydrocarbon, and then there is hydrocarbons, a small amount left over in the product. But if you use rosin, because it's made on a heated press, it's anywhere from a 2 to 20 ton press that you control the temperature very precisely, and it liquefies the trichomes or the THC crystals that are present in the plant. It oozes out, and there's no hydrocarbons imparted at all, zero.
Purest of the
Um,
pure.
yes, and I'd make chunks of it. I'd run down a pound or 2 pounds of product and shake it into dry sift hash, and then I would press the hash, and I'd end up with big balls of this stuff. And it was 70 to 80% pure. It had zero hydrocarbons present in it. I grew it myself, so it had no chemicals whatsoever, no chemicals to grow it, no chemicals to process it. It's
One or
as
two hits,
pure.
you're good.
And see the thing with the dabs, and the reason I'm concerned about it because I did a lot of reading on that, and the hydrocarbons, are not good to be, inhaling or consuming. They are known carcinogens. So I'm just saying, if you have access to that, then look into rosin. It's roughly the same price, and there's no hydrocarbons present. Much better for your health.
Well, I'm just telling you that I actually have a friend in Connecticut that actually I'm going to send to you, and I'm going to put it in a private chat if you want. I don't think
Okay.
Bob wants
Yeah.
it in there, right? Bob,
Go ahead. Yeah.
you want it full chat or what?
It doesn't matter if you want to share it, share it.
Okay, well, okay. I'll put it in the chat then. And Michael Farmer's a good guy, and I know him, and we are business partners in that way. His wife is a good person. He has good children, and I think you want to go over there and meet him. So
Yeah,
I'll put
mate.
Michael Farmer in there, and you can go over there and sign up and talk to him about stuff like this because he actually does this for vets and stuff like that. Okay, and which I am a vet, by the way.
Oh, thank you. That's cool. That's awesome. I never served, but my father, he did
You have no
21
idea.
years. No, I don't.
I'll check them out. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up that right now.
And so I put him over there. If this is okay, Bob, and he's a good guy. He's actually a straight guy, and he actually will. He does send stuff out to vets, everything like that, and he does produce a good product. And he's not commercialized. He's not doing it for money. He's retired. Okay,
Gotcha.
he's retired. He's just doing this for everybody else.
I did that at my farm too. I had so much, and I had buddies that did the same thing. They'd bring me garbage bag stuff over, and people come out to the farm to pick their produce. They'd see my plants growing. They'd always give me a bunch of grief. Hey, is that you picked too?
By the way, do you want to know what his name is?
Sure.
His name is Homer.
Homer.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. His name's Homer.
That's
He's
all right.
A good guy.
Good name. I used to give anybody come out to the farm that wanted, they'd always give me grief about my plants growing, and I'd just go right. I said, well, you want some? I'll just go in. I got, bags of it in the house. I just go in and grab a Ziploc bag and just stuff it full and be like, here, just give it away. The stuff that I would make the concentrates, the big balls, 70-80% pure. I'd go in there and hack off a big chunk and just, here, go try it. I don't, if they offer me money, don't insult me. I don't want your money. Just try it. And if you like it, let me know and I'll give you some more. I got more of this stuff laying around and I can even smoke. I go through about 10 pounds a year myself.
Well, I don't really smoke the stuff. I don't do it when I'm in total pain.
I ain't gonna lie. I smoke as much as I can.
Well, I'm not gonna lie either. I don't really like the stuff unless I'm in total pain.
Oh,
and when I
love
do
it.
smoke the stuff, I whatever, I get rid of the pain for 2 to 3 weeks and I'm fine. Okay, that's the truth.
Yeah. I for me, my ears ring, and I can't never turn my brain off. I've had severe insomnia my whole life. Since it started when I was 5 years old. And I, on average, I might sleep 2 or 4 hours a night with my ears
I don't
ringing.
care. I really don't care if you're a pothead or not because
Oh,
actually I have a lot of friends.
I embrace it.
Half my
It
friends are
helps me.
potheads.
It helps me in many ways. It helps with
It
the ears
doesn't
ringing.
matter
It
to
helps.
me. I don't care.
Hey, Freedom, how you doing?
I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it.
You don't need to justify getting high to me because I'm fine
Right.
with that. I'm not about that. But I did work with a friend engineer that was actually back in 70s. He fucking got popped for a fucking joint and he's got a felony. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
If we're
It
gonna
is
roll back
bullshit.
the fucking crap, we need to roll back the crap, man, because holding just a joint in your hand and getting pounded for that's bullshit. You know how much harder it is for them to get.
Some places you get shot.
It's just crazy, Bob. I mean, if you look at the original flower thing, it's not that bad. But you know how they enhanced it throughout the 80s and 90s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yep. Like Ron was saying, if you go through the FDA way to get what we're talking about, it's all synthetic, lab made crap.
Well, do I need to get a permit from USA Inc. first?
Yeah.
Because you know where I'm going to go with that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not going to go in a good way. So I'm going to be silent and shut my mouth.
I forgot my thing was when you go donate something like a Goodwill or something, they give you a little slip you can fill out and turn in with your taxes. I'm like, what am I going to report to the government for? What am I going to report to the government for what I donate or don't donate? It ain't none of their damn business.
I still want the 2016, which I haven't actually filled out yet. How are they going to handle that?
Right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You owe me more money back. And, I'm always looking for tax breaks and I'm looking for, shit. I don't know if I want to actually file taxes this year because I don't know if the government's going to be around.
We never even got our tax return back last year. They sent out the stimulus checks to everybody. We filed our taxes, right? Turned it in. We've been trying to get a hold of them, send them letters in certified mail. They've never even given us our tax return this year, ever. Well, for last year, we never even got it, ever.
Well, I didn't actually, they owed me money because I had enough write-offs because I actually had to do write-offs. But honestly, I don't know if I'll even file tax this year. I just gonna maybe say fuck them. I don't know if I'm gonna pay them. anything, because probably have enough write-offs this year, not even to worry about it, and wrote out that tax write-off. It's hard.
Well, they make it so convoluted and complicated on purpose. They don't want to make things simple, like they claim they do. They like us being confused. They like making laws and writing the shit in Latin to make us feel fucking stupid. Which I know how
Actually, I studied Latin in high school, by the way.
Yeah, that's cool. I've just started studying here in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, trying to really understand, base root meanings of words and origins of words. And I have an exceptional abilities when it comes to remembering large contextual amounts of information. And I have a natural a gift and ability for language. But Latin, I'm just learning, but it's easy to translate though.
I've already got their language. Their language is, we're going to pound you to the ground and
we're going to beat you into submission until you just obey. Just lay prostrate on the ground like a eunuch.
they're actually filling in that category, so now they're going to go ahead and start a war.
Hello and welcome, Finding Freedom.
Hey Bob, what's up? Yeah.
What's up?
Sorry I interrupted. Go. You guys can continue.
No, go ahead, Finding. Go ahead. Kick in.
Yeah. How's it going, Bob? Everything good?
Everything's good.
Everything's good, and rest of the panel, everything. What's up, Earls? Drop.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you
too. Finding Freedom.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think it's interesting you bring up the income tax, filing. One thing is prior to 1913, there was no income tax. There was no tax on income in the United States. Most of the federal government, they got money through tariffs, and that was their primary way of funding the government. There was no income tax, and I don't think. Yeah, I actually think it is unconstitutional too. I mean, they were not able to levy an income tax without passing the 16th Amendment. So, my opinion, yeah, there is no need for an IRS or an income tax. That should all be done away with. And, if federal government wants to make money, they can I think the best way to do it either through tariffs or through maybe a national sales tax.
Actually, they revised the Bill of Rights. If you know that, the first 10 Bill of Rights, they revised that and they changed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much which is 1913 or was it?
No, it was before that.
Mm-hmm. I have to see that, but
you have to look back in history to look at that.
Mm-hmm. What did they do?
But they actually I forget what it was, what amendment it was, but the Bill of Rights is actually the first 10 amendments, and they changed the first 10 amendments and actually said the Congress could set, taxes and stuff like that. And so it actually didn't go from tariffs; it was from tariffs to taxes.
Yeah.
And they actually, you actually look at the actual first revision of the accepted vision of the Bill of Rights. They changed it.
Mm-hmm. I'm not surprised. I mean, because I don't think income tax. I mean, originally, I don't think in the United States, in the 1700s, there was no. It was never envisioned for the people to be giving up their income or being taxed on. First, your income is your business, and then, so I don't know. Someone's saying in the chat.
Actually, the Bill of Rights was actually written to exclude the right of the king to tax the populace, the serfs.
Say again, it's for the Bill of Rights excluded?
The Bill of Rights actually, in the first part of it, excluded the rights of the people to be taxed.
Mm-hmm,
under that. Only tariffs were only supposed to be used. And therefore, when the USA and Corp came into play, which actually 1871, which is correct. That's Blind Straits trying to tell you the truth. That's when they actually enacted all the unconstitutional stuff, and actually the amendments, therefore, are exclusively denied under the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. It's the enforcement acts. That what they're called?
You tell me.
Mm-hmm.
Because we only have 10 constitutional rights, and we only have the Bill of Rights. And actually, everything after that is not agreed upon. In fact, there's actually constitutional amendments that are actually not agreed upon by 2/3 of the states that are enforced now that are actually not constitutional.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, they want to nullify whatever we have, so I mean, they need to. If that's the way they can get around it, I mean, that's what they'll do. So I mean, that's why they
No, the first 10 Bill of Rights are actually the only parts of the Constitution that are valid. Everything else is not, because anything that was not agreed upon by the 2/3 of the states was not agreeable. And you are under the impression that the other ones that were actually enacted are actually constitutional. Well, they're not.
They were never properly ratified. That's why, right?
Are you familiar with the treaty again?
They were not ratified by the states. They were not ratified by the Senate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then, yeah, they technically are.
When you go to the Senate, they were not ratified.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Because the President of the United States was first appointed and ratified by the Senate, not the Congress. Congress was an afterthought on the process.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So if you want to argue with me about this stuff, the Congress is not actually a sitting body. That was adopted later on by the manifesto of England. So all the congressmen that are sitting there right now are not valid underneath the Constitution. And therefore, they have no valid reason or sense to be there.
They have no authority.
They have no authority.
The only authority is in our minds because we grant it to them.
The Senate is the only authority we have.
Mm-hmm. So really, there should only the Senate's the only body that should exist. Then, right? Is that what you're saying, right?
Exactly. That was the existing body that was actually elected the president, not the Electoral College, which is actually bullshit.
Mm-hmm. So, like the Senate, the United States Senate, that's the only legitimate body of Congress that should exist. There should be no House of Representatives.
Exactly.
I have to look. Mm-hmm.
And the actual SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, actually has exhumed power over the United States, which has not been in existence for 150 years, which does not exist either, because it actually has exhumed power over the United States, which it does not have. So
Blind Straight said Lincoln declared martial law and it was never lifted. That's what he says. Blind Straight in the comments.
That's true. That was after, the Congress actually enacted.
And,
yeah, I didn't know that.
And when you're in a state of emergency or under a martial law, that's when the Constitution goes out the window anyway.
Yeah, what Constitution?
Exactly. I mean, if it wasn't in effect, that's when it would go out the window, even if it would. So,
the Constitution has no effect upon us because the Constitution is illegal, which means the Constitution and all the laws in the U.S. codes are invalid. And also, if you look at the codes and everything on legal documents, you see they have LexisNexis on them, which I got into argument with this little large bird. when I bought several parody websites, he
LexisNexis?
actually threatened me, and I said, "Fuck you! I'll run porn on these every day of the week until they expire." And I'm not kidding. I put the word to the word to the bird to the eagle. You have no idea what I've been through, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with this, but I'm going to put this to the rest of you. No, don't play with me because I'm not an illegal bird that you want to play with ever again.
You know a thing or two about a thing or two. I'll give you that.
I was threatened for sure. They tried to use the U.S. code on me, and I said, I am a constitutional citizen. Do you know what that means?
Nope.
Well, then
Define it.
Look up citizenship, because citizenship does not mean I'm not a member of the corporation.
So how do you separate yourself?
You declare yourself as a non-citizen of the USA Inc.
Yeah, but what's the process? Is there a process, and how do you get there?
That's why when 3 FBI agents came through my door and I shot them, and 2 weeks later I was freed.
Yep, it's as it should be.
That really, well, what happened? Can you explain that? Well, like, what happened? You said.
Why don't you tell me what you are before you're finding freedom? Before you're telling me bullshit, and before you're being a slug. Because
No,
I want to hear your voice
relax,
before
drop.
you start.
No need for that.
Okay, well, I'm
No,
gonna.
he's a good guy. He's not one of those trolls.
Okay, well, let's listen down. You are not a citizen of the United States of America, USA Inc. You are a citizen of the Constitution. Okay? You hear me?
Yep.
I hear you.
So, what was your question again?
I was saying, what happened? You said the FBI came to your. You said something like.
Well, I shot 3 of them in the door, and 2 weeks later, I was released. They'll deny this stuff, completely deny everything. They know me very well.
Mm-hmm. Why they come to your door? I'm just curious.
Because somebody said some bogus stuff, and this was over 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You are a constitutional citizen, or you're a citizen of the United States of America, Inc. You need
That's
to
when you get
figure it
something in the mail and all your names in capital letters. That means what? I forget what that was called, but that's when they own it.
All capital letters means you're a corporation. Everybody's a corporation to the United States of America. I'm not a corporation to the United States of America. In other words, everybody is considered a business. If I choose not to pay taxes, I don't have to pay taxes. If I want to pay taxes, I can. If I choose to participate in their religion, their corporation, I can vote. If I choose not to, I cannot. In the corporation. You live in the corporation. You are part of the corporation.
You all are, yep.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's a big giant meat grinder meant to confuse the shit out of everybody. Got damn near everybody, damn near every one of us fooled too.
In every way, shape, or form.
Well, pretty much we are, if you think of we live in we are a slave to the system right now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I try not to be. I still get entangled in it, but I paid off all my debt. I live debt free. I'm not anybody's indentured servant anymore or financial slave or however you want to define it. There's maybe some formal things that I could do, such as drop a speaking of, to further separate myself. But I live remote. I don't go into town any more than I have to once a month or once every 2 months or so. I mean, I could go 6 months and never step foot in town and be fine.
That's what's up.
Once every 3 to 6 months, I go in town. I stock up.
Yeah. Yep. Amen. Amen. I hate going in town. I don't like being around people. I sure don't like being around Johnny Law, running around trying to flex their perceived authority on me, because I have a tendency to push back. And with a nature like mine, it don't go over good. You were talking about that altercation you got into.
They
I was wild.
won't
I was
even
wild.
come over here. They won't even come over here. They're afraid of me.
Oh, I hear you. No, I was talking about that. You said you got in a scuffle with a couple boys, and you messed your shoulder up. When I met my wife, I was working. I was working full time.
No.
What?
The 3-letter agency came over my door, and I took care of them right at the door.
Oh yeah, no, I heard what you said. Yeah, I mean, I ain't letting nobody kick my door and come in here and exert some perceived authority over me. I'll tell you that. Ain't no way I'm gonna put up with that.
Damn right.
I mean, look, I was now I don't know, y'all know me or nothing, but I was incarcerated when I was 15 years old, charged as an adult, had no prior convictions, and because I lashed out at society, I lashed out and I started robbing some of the most richest people in the town I was from. I kicked the door in of a judge, a doctor, a lawyer, some of the most prominent people in our county, and then a few other people got kind of caught in the way too. But I was tried as an adult, no priors, sentenced to 15 years. I served 7 years to the day. So I certainly got my issues with authority.
You took your time, man. You took your time. Who cares? I have always been just and right. But you did your stuff, and you paid your time, and you did whatever you did. Who cares? You're right now, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Who cares?
You go through different things, and when you come out on the other side, well, everybody should care, because there's a lot of people that don't see the world the way we see it. A lot of people see the world where the world's crushing down in on them at every turn, and a guy like you or me, we might perceive things slightly different, but I try to stay in touch with the people around me.
You better see that drop of water right I'm showing you right now.
I see it.
You see it?
Yeah, I see it clear as day.
It
What's
ain't
your
no
point?
joke. It's a point right there.
Well, it depends on how you perceive it. I mean, you could define it any way, but you're leaving a lot to speculation.
You
the
better
toxic
look at
water,
that
you
drop
mean?
of, you better look
Oh,
at
the toxic side of it. Okay, I didn't see that at first. I wasn't looking too close at the
the
screen.
nuclear side of it.
Yeah, I know. It renders all water undrinkable, doesn't it?
No, it's about the mind poisoning of the well.
Mind poisoning.
Of the well.
Explain it. Explain yourself.
A drop of water. That's mind poisoning against those that would say things that we don't like. Things against the people. People are not.
Sheeple.
It's actually for the sheeple, yeah. Look at
Sheeple.
the drop of water. This is your drop of water right here.
Good night, Paris. Get some sleep this time. Much love. And thank you.
There's a drop of water that's poison or it's a salve or save you. You need to listen to the drop of water. You think I made this entire thing? You know, people think they can rip this off and use this mime that I've created. No, I created this out of scratch. Okay, I created this. I'm a good graphic designer. I'm also a good web designer. I'm also a good internet security person. I'm also a person that actually knows how to do things and run through your databases and your servers and everything else. I am the one. Get it?
Well, I'm picking up what you're laying down. I'm all ears. Learn more by listening than you do by talking. That's a fact.
You know, one time I actually wanted to test out some scripts, so I just ran it through and I scraped up like I can't remember how many names I scraped off, and emails and everything else, stuff like that off Twitter, personal information. That's what you're dealing with. I am that person they fear the most because they can't chow me down. They can't buy it.
I don't know. They're listening right now, so I don't think they're fearing too much. Or they would have shut us down.
I got shut down the other night. They shut down I was live streaming a video that was controversial.
It didn't have to be so many times while you're throwing
Okay, well, I'll shut up. I'll shut up then.
Go ahead. No, finish your story. Drop. We just got us excited. You got people feeling what you're saying.
I wish for happiness in the world, and I don't want anybody to be harmed. I don't want anybody to be misconstrued. I want people to be, live their lives fully in peace. That's it. But I'm dealing with dark angels that deal with this kind of stuff. And I do not feel happiness with finding something. It may be strange to you, but it's not strange to me. And I'm sorry if I made some bad things, Bob. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, good, man.
Yep. So, finding freedom, did you bring any breaking news with you?
Any news? Not much. Nothing much happened yet. I mean, only thing that's happening is I'm just watching the Ukraine situation with Russia. So, what I think, this is my opinion. I think Russia's just using it as the media is saying that Russia's going to invade Ukraine. I don't think so. I think they're using it as a bargaining chip, maybe that they just want to personally, because I think we made an agreement with the during when Gorbachev was still the president of the USSR or general secretary, he later became president. So he actually we made a deal saying that we will not expand NATO to any of the former Warsaw Pact countries, and that's exactly what they did. And now we got troops in the Baltic states. So I think Russia's just using this as a bargaining chip. I don't think Russia wants war. I mean, look, how many countries has Russia invaded in the last 30 years?
Mm.
Yeah, just you can say Ukraine's an invade. Even the whole Ukrainian thing, that was mostly a CIA psyop, which was the CIA overthrowing the Ukrainian government, which at that time favored Russia. So And then Russia took Crimea, but wasn't really Crimea historically has been Russian territory for most of.
Are you kidding, man? If they invade Ukraine, they risk the actual NATO response of air support, and they're sending javelins and stingers over there. Are you kidding? No,
just javelins.
Russia. Yeah, javelins and stingers. By the way, do you know what that means?
Yes,
they can have the ability to shoot down Russian aircraft and blow up tanks.
Yeah, well,
you understand that?
Yeah, I get that. The thing is, I don't think Russia's ever going to invade because they just want it as a bargaining chip. Yeah, Russia's not going to risk an invasion.
They're not going to do shit.
Yeah,
especially if NATO's going to stand strong with their Air Force because they're not going to stand a chance with the Air Force from NATO.
Yeah, they're
Trust
not.
me.
They're not. That's on. Yeah, exactly. I think Russia just. Personally, I think reason Russia's putting troops there. They just want to use it as a bargaining chip. I think they're just saying
Putin is misguided. He's the Emperor of the North. You look at the Bible and Revelations. Have you looked at that?
Yes, I've read Revelation. What about it?
Okay, well, the Emperor's of the North. Okay, kick on that one. Do you know
what chapter and verse? What chapter and verse?
I can't remember.
It's a Gog and Magog, or the Gog.
Yeah, that's chapter 20, I think. Chapter 20 or 21.
I think they're all just playing the roles because they're part of the UN also. And anyone's just part of the UN, it's the same result in the end. So whether it's Russia, China, or whatever countries having conflict, whatever, it's all part of the game.
Yeah.
It's all part of the playbook, Bob. Part
Right.
of the playbook.
Exactly.
You understand that stuff, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't really get too tied up in that, because
me neither. Because
distractions.
We're looking at 2 or 3 years from now, the sky's going to be filled with haze from the volcanoes. Okay, we're done.
Yeah, it's coming.
Kaputt.
Das ist kaputt, mein Herr.
Yeah, and we're talking about kaput. Everything's going to be kaput. The skies will be filled with haze
It's
from the
the
volcanoes.
end of the world as we know it.
Yeah, well, I can sing better, but whatever.
Yeah, you can.
I know,
Never said I could sing. Never.
It's the point where we're looking at not looking at above ground structures. We're looking at underground structures nowadays, right? Aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking at right now. That's why I've been so hesitant to buy property and pull it off the grid.
Better get away from that doggone ocean front or right along the west coast.
Get off the coast, man. I'm telling you.
Better get away from the coast. Especially if Cumbre Vieja breaks loose and falls in the ocean.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, Ron.
Where?
If you're on the coast, you're fucking gone.
Toast. Hey, I read Revelations. It's the main book I've studied my whole life since I was
it's a playbook.
Baptized. It is. And
1,600 feet up in the air. That's
there's a scripture. There's a scripture in there that I mean it talks about it. It's called the seventh seal and the golden censer. Y'all know that's chapter 8, Revelations.
Ring it to us right now.
You want to? Can I read it?
Sure.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Ring it.
I've been studying this. If you look at my book, I mean, I spent a lot of time in this part of it.
I spent a lot of time in the book of Revelations and the whole Bible I've read it 11 times. And that's why I know how to quote it. But I just don't remember the whole thing. It's been years.
Okay, so it's in two parts. It's the part that speaks to me as it speaks to the current activity on the planet, especially when it relates to volcanic and earthquake or seismic activity. So it starts in verse 5, chapter 8. Then the angel took the censer and filled it with fire from the altar and hurled it onto the earth. Now that kind of sounds like maybe, a meteor, and we know we got a lot of stuff inbound right now. Comet. Well, we had Comet Leonard come by that behaved very strangely.
Middle of Florida, by the way.
But we've had, we got a lot of space debris out there right now. Anyway. Yeah. So anyway, it hurled it on the earth, and there came peals of thunder, rumblings, flashes of lightning. And then we skip down to verse 8, I think. Let me skim this over so I don't read a whole bunch of extra.
The asteroid.
Right. So verse 10, the third angel sounded his trumpet, and a great star, blazing like a torch, fell from the sky on a third of the rivers, third of the earth. There's another place where it says something fell in the water. It says it hit the ocean, like something like a mountain. I just got the wrong verse.
Yep, third China, right in the middle, about 150 miles southwest of the middle of China. Yeah.
When was that?
It's gonna happen 2023.
One coming in. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming in.
Yeah, I know all about it already.
Yeah, we've been tracking a lot of that stuff too. At least what you can find. I mean, what's open source.
I already know.
Wormwood.
I've been saying this for 3.5 years, 4 years.
What are you seeing? Wormwood? What are you seeing?
I've seen it all. And
I've seen pieces of it.
I thought I saw the future, but I actually saw the past. So let's keep going.
Yeah, I hear you.
No, I actually see the past, not the future.
Really?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. I see bits and pieces, but I couldn't necessarily pinpoint it in reality. But I see them with clarity. Okay. Some of them I can, not all of them.
Yeah, I see it. That's why China needs to move as far as possible as they can, their population. Yeah. I know already.
I've seen part of the end of it.
This is already in the past. It's not the future. I've seen the past, not the future. Unfortunately, I just realized that a couple days ago. I actually see the past, not the future.
So how do you reconcile right now?
Yeah, well, I actually seen the future and the past, and it actually is a quantum thing that I need to know.
Quantum entanglement?
Yeah, pretty much.
String theory?
Not so much. See the past.
All points in time and space?
I've seen the past, but I'm living in the future. Do you know what I'm saying?
I feel like I'm living in the future. I should be living in the past. I feel like I should be living about 300 years ago. I'd be doing a whole lot better.
Yeah.
We all would be.
Good luck to you.
I'm just curious, what is, or like, I know Earl, you mentioned Revel. What is wormwood? Do you think it's like a? They say it's like a.
It's a biblical prophecy.
Are you kidding me, man? You don't know what wormwood is?
I know what it is. I know the verse. Like it says, it falls.
It's a stupid comet that comes down and poisons the water across the world. Okay.
Yeah, I know that. Like, what is it? Is it symbolic of something, or is it literal?
No, planetary body. It's a literal prophecy. Literal. Not mysterious. See, that's a problem with the Bible. People attach too much mystery to it, and they think because these ministers and people of the cloth get up there and tell us all these great revelations they have about it and what it means and their interpretations thereof. We let it speak to ourselves individually. That's what free will is all about.
Exactly. It's about free will, and it's about the spirit.
Yes.
You hit it on the nail on the head. You got it.
It's how it speaks to you. Free will, free choice. That's what sparked the Luciferian War.
That's what the Bible says too. You have free will to interpret the Bible to what God exposes to you or not.
He speaks to us individually, and we could read the same verse and he'll tell us two totally different things. That's the beauty of his word.
That's true. Very true.
There's an infinite number of interpretations of Scripture, He wrote it. I look at scripture real simple. There's no great mystery attached to it. I look at it real simple. It's a book written through his inspiration, however it manifested. We could argue about that till we're turned blue in the face. But bottom line is, this is his word manifested in reality. It's a letter and a history book combined, written from a father to his children.
Yeah, it's a history book for sure.
Remove the mystery from it and read it for what the hell it says. It's that simple.
I get it, but the problem is that it's history.
It is. Yes, it's one of the oldest surviving records of history on planet Earth.
It's
been
history now.
doctored and
It's
manipulated.
history then. It's history back then. It's still history. I hate to tell you this, but I realized that the Bible was actually a history book. And it doesn't mean that it's applied now, but it means it applies right now.
It was revealed to me clearly.
I understand.
It was shown to me and told to me outright.
I understand. And me too. Did you see heaven?
No.
I did.
I've seen hell. I've had demons literally manifest in front of me throughout my life.
Well, then you need to say the salvation prayer and go to heaven with me.
I pray all the time. I'm a faithful servant. I'm a faithful son of my Father.
I'm also a faithful servant. I also am a faithful servant. I know the Creator, I know the Father, and I know the love of Him. But you need to actually say the salvation prayer.
I do. I pray. I pray all the time. I pray in all ways.
And why you don't think you're going there?
I never said that.
I'm not about talking to people. I'm talking about saving souls. And the Creator, it's not about Christianity, because Christianity is not about the Creator. You understand, right?
Explain yourself. Give me your interpretation of what you mean.
I'm trying to tell you that the Bible is a playbook.
Yes, I agree.
It's not the end. The Creator is the Father of all of us. And we need to move forward together.
Oh, it's manifesting. You count on it.
No, it's about righteousness. It's about love and trust. Okay?
Yes, I agree.
There's no thing in the Bible that I look at the Bible. I've read it 11 times over. Okay? Read the Book of Mormon. I've read the what's his name? I've read it. I've read it all.
Muhammad? Prophet Muhammad?
I've read that too. I've read that too.
Vedic texts?
Yeah, it just
Martin Luther? Who are you referring to?
Well, the Book of Noah, Enoch.
Enoch, yeah.
Apocrypha. Enoch is not canonical though.
I'm not canonical either. I'm not part of the Jesuits. Thank you.
Hey, hold on now. Oh, I got to show you something since you said that now.
God.
Come on now.
I'm not going to even talk about the Enochs.
No, I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to, you keep talking. I'm just going to put something on the camera for
I'm not going to talk about Jesuits either. Okay?
No, you talk about whatever you like. I'm just going to show you something on the camera. Because, I got proof that things are not what they appear to be. And I can show you right here in real time, live on TV. Because, there's been a lot changed in history. Napoleon Bonaparte.
There's been a big time change in history.
History is a set of lies agreed upon.
Every 400 years, 200-300 years.
You got about the 400 year mark right on the head.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
Intertestamental period. I'm gonna set my phone down. I gotta let me flip this camera. And
let's move all statues away and let's just make this a new history, right? New history.
Yeah, our current reality is farcical at best.
It's true. Yeah, absolutely true.
It's laughable. So I can't help but giggle when I think about the absurd nature of what people believe is true and not true.
So what's
Because if
that?
you read history, you're getting ready to see it. I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
I'm not
You'll
going to
see it.
bullshit you. I'm not
You
going to tell
actually
you a
got
story.
that. You do have
I'm
that,
not going to.
Michael.
I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to tell you a story. I'm going to prove it to you. That history is a set of lies agreed upon. And let me set this down so I can flip this around.
Oh wow, you really got that one.
1889. This was actually printed in the 1880s.
Wow.
I need to grab a couple things here. This has been in my wife's family for generations. We actually have a whole collection of very old Bibles of all shapes and sizes, old hymnals. Some are in German, some are in Dutch, some are in English. These go back to the mid 1880s all the way up to current day.
Wow.
I was going to show, yeah. This is my Bible that I carry around. You know, it's the one I study in. It's got all my notes and whatnot in my study. Here's a side-by-side comparison of a damn lie. That's a big damn lie. That's the biggest damn lie I've ever seen in my life.
Yep.
Right?
True.
Okay, so let's go back and talk about the Apocrypha in the book of Enoch and it being accepted canon or not, or some other bullshit made up in history.
Yeah, they cut a lot of books out of the Bible.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you proof of some of it right now. Proof. Now look, this is old Bible and it's beat up, right? But what's that tell you? It tells me someone's used the hell out of this, right?
Yeah.
It's been well worn, well used. Okay.
Okay.
You can see the big chunk knocked out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You can still see some of the gold lettering. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Amen.
Wow, you got some pretty cool stuff, man. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna blow your mind. See, they didn't fill in the last digit because they'd print it for the decade, and when it was bought or presented, you filled in that last digit. Now, this was bought as a family Bible, not presented. That's why it's not filled out. This was bought for the home. This is gilt, and it has a metallic flake in it. Very finely done. And then it has a same, and let me turn some more lights on here. I got terrible lighting in my kitchen. You see the shimmer? It's all metal fleck.
No, I see it, man.
All right, so this right here, I love reading this to people if y'all want to hear it. Anybody got any objections?
No.
Go on.
No.
No.
Go ahead, brother.
Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
Do you have the
and
one
with
with
all
the lion and the lamb?
the lion and the lamb. You have to be more specific.
Well, it's not like a lion and lamb, but they actually trying to manipulate history. But I also know that there's also the 1684 Bible. Do you have one of those?
1684. I might have one. I'll have to look. I don't have them all memorized.
Man, you need to put these in storage and in archives real quick because they're gonna snatch these up real quick. I'm sorry.
You see that right there? You see that?
Yep.
What's that say?
Apocrypha.
What's that say?
Apocrypha.
Now, and where did Enoch come from?
After
prophecies.
The Apocrypha by the Essenes.
Enoch was not in the. Enoch is not like the Apocrypha, which the Roman Catholics use. It's not there. Like
the Roman Catholics are Jesuits. Yeah, give me a break.
Roman Catholic was established under a pagan Roman emperor, Constantine, who hijacked a beautiful religion and turned Christianity, where it says in the Christian Bible, it says, "Thou shalt not worship idols or any engraven image."
I agree
You
there.
ever read a Catholic Bible that says that?
Yes, I know they take out the Ten Commandments. Yes, they take out. They replace it and they change the
just like right here in accepted doctrine, right in 1889, accepted doctrine, Apocrypha, right? And Enoch was part of the recorded of the Apocrypha, the Essenes, the Dead Sea Scrolls that date back from 80 AD to 300 AD, right before Constantine. All of these books of Apocrypha, roughly 75, were hidden in clay jars by the Essenes in the desert of Qumran. And they were found, I believe, in 1970 something. Okay.
So
now
I
this book
opened up a can of worms, didn't I? Open a big can of worms.
15. This has 15 books of the Apocrypha, and from our research, it shows there's at least 75 books of the Apocrypha. Okay, most of that was thrown out. No, you didn't open a can of worms. I'm fascinated by the history of it because I don't know any of it to be 100% true, other than my Heavenly Father, because mankind has been playing games with His Word from the beginning. Okay,
so what does that have to
there's
do with
proof.
Yeah.
So why do you think the Book of Enoch is? Why is the Book of Enoch part of the?
There's 3 books of Enoch, by the way. Finding Freedom. Do you know that?
Why do you think it's not? That's the important question. What makes you think it ain't part of the Apocrypha?
Do you know there's 3 books of Enoch, by the way, Freedom?
I'm only familiar with one of them.
Oh, well, there's 3 of them, by the way. Trust me.
Here, let me show y'all another big ass lie. You know
they're
history.
on Amazon. If you want to find it, I can give you 3 links to Amazon for the 3 books of Enoch. Thank you.
Okay. You can drop it in the chat. I'll take a look at it.
Hey, let me show y'all another big lie. Y'all know who Herod? You know who Herod the Great is?
You can't show me.
Herod the Great. He was like the heretic king of the Jews.
He crucified Jesus, Yeshua.
So right here, Herod the Great. Right now, what do we know about Herod? Right, Jew, king. Right.
Yeah,
did anybody ever tell y'all in history anywhere that he's related to Cleopatra, the last? What was her family line? The Ptolemaic line. Cleopatra.
She was actually related to the woman of the actual great queen of Ethiopia.
Oh, Sheba?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So right here, Cleopatra is related to Herod the Great. Now here's another horse shit thing in history. Agrippa, he built the Pantheon in Rome with the big giant oculus in the top of it, right? So here we got Herod the Great, here we got Cleopatra, and let's just slide over here down this side. Well, holy shit, there's Agrippa. Another pagan Roman.
Well, I guess we got all the snakes we need in order, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, snakes, right?
Yeah. You know, in this Bible, right here, it translates words that need explaining. And one of the things it says it translates, you know what it says Babylon is as it's rewritten in this book? It says Babylon translates directly to Rome.
Yep.
That's what it says.
Well,
that's not what I say.
Most people don't realize why the Swiss actually guard Rome and why they're there. Because you got to realize that the churches were divided, and now Swiss and the Rome are united in that fact because they don't realize that why the Swiss guards are there at the Vatican, right?
Are you talking about the Great Schism in 1054?
You know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's what I thought you were talking about. That and Babylon. And yeah, okay. Roger that.
You know what I'm talking about. You know why the Swiss guard actually guards the Vatican, right?
No, I only know a little bit of the history of the Swiss Guard. I haven't dug deep in their background yet.
Well, because there was two churches and they actually fought and then they actually combined.
You ain't talking about Eastern
I'm
Orthodox
talking
and
about the
Roman
Roman
Catholic.
Catholic Church had two churches at one time. There was
Yeah.
more. There was three popes. Actually, there's more than three popes. There was more than three popes, and they fought, and then they consolidated into what you see now today is the church over there in the Vatican, right? There was three churches, so you have a tri thing again, which most things you see a tri thing in every religion, right? And they combined, right? Every religion has a tri thing. You understand?
Yeah.
Three.
Yep. Usually the anti of
exactly
what was original and holy. Got to be bastardized and abominized at every turn.
Right. But you understand also that I said the Bible is actually corrupted with other stuff, and now you realize that.
Yes, it started full fledged in 300 AD. Well, roughly 300 AD. I don't remember exact year. But you know, the Battle of Constantinople.
So you see stuff beyond what I'm saying.
I see all kinds of shit, man. I don't even like talking about half of it.
Well, I'm just not gonna isolate people from what I say. You know.
Tell me more about the Swiss Guard, because you didn't finish that up. I'm more interested in that.
Well, the Swiss actually had a church there, and they had a pope. Okay. You look at the history of the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, they moved from land to land, and so part of the thing was the Jesuits in Swiss. That's why
you mean embedded. You mean embedded?
No, they actually they had three popes at the time.
Yeah. We had one in Italy. We had the Pope. What you talking about? Charlemagne? The Holy Roman Empire.
We had three popes.
Who was the third one?
I can't remember, but there was three popes, and they actually the Roman Catholic Church consolidated to that point. At that point, you know what I'm saying? I can't remember.
Well, Charlemagne kicked their ass. Charlemagne took it over.
Charlemagne was from France.
Frankish king, yeah.
Yes.
Also a Germanic king. The first Holy Roman Empire.
I know. But all I'm saying is that there was three popes. There was more than popes than you can imagine. They had
I know. It was another giant farce. I would agree.
Yes. And they finally agreed upon one.
Yeah, it was like what happens. The original church, I believe, they had five. They used to call them patriarchs, I believe. It was Constantinople, Rome, Jerusalem, Alexandria, and Antioch. And eventually Rome eventually declared supremacy, and that's what led to the schism of the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. And even the Orthodox,
Let me ask y'all something. Go ahead. No. Go ahead. I'll let you finish your point.
Yeah, even the Orthodox Church is actually separated into there's the Eastern Orthodox Church, is the Oriental Orthodox Church, which and the Oriental Orthodox Church, they have their own separate patriarchs, and it was a disagreement over whether Christ is whether he had a single nature or a dual nature. So
Christ, Christ?
Yeah.
Who's Christ?
Jesus Christ, Son of God.
Yeshua. Yeshua
or Jesus. Jesus is.
I don't know the word Christ. You need to speak words to me. I understand.
Okay, well, Jesus is a translation of Yeshua. Yeshua translated in Greek is Isus, and Isus translation.
Jesuits, I don't understand. I don't recognize. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I wanna say like so when you talk about the Great Schism, you know, you had a lot of things going on, and then you flash forward to 1066, and there was a lot more going on in 1066. We're still talking about Frankish kingdoms, Charlemagne being Frankish kingdom. Um, there's so many things in history that have been changed and hidden from us. So for any of us to say, now I'm speaking about how I feel inside, so I don't mean no disrespect to anybody who's listening or who may listen in the future. But when there's been so many histories or so many lies in history told repeatedly, and doctrine's been changed, scripture's been changed, what was once accepted way back when, right after Christ, and then 300 years later when something else happened, and then many books were excluded and just thrown out because they didn't fit the idea that man had to compile a book of text and to arbitrarily, in whatever fashion they felt at the time, through their council, decided to wholesale not only exclude books of what was accepted at the time as doctrine, being the books of the Apocrypha, mostly was upheld by the Assyrian culture in the desert of Qumran. They hid a lot of their stuff, which was the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is ultimately found later. They were also hunted down and murdered for their agnostic ways of looking at the world, not believing in church or this hierarchy, this farcical hierarchy of men trying to tell other men how to read and interpret text. And instead of letting the word speak to us, just teaching us how to read, teaching us how to define words, they want to tell us what the scriptures are, what the scriptures interpret to them, and they try to in turn tell us how we should think based on their readings and interpretations, and follow their rules and regulations and so on and so forth. And that is precisely not what the scripture tells me to do. It tells me this is an exercise of free will and understanding as a free thinking divine creation in his likeness and image. And anything short of that, men telling me any different, I don't buy into none of it. I don't consent to it, because history proves over and over again that history is a set of lies agreed upon. Napoleon Bonaparte, simple as that. And you don't need Napoleon Bonaparte to tell me shit. History says it out loud and proud, that buildings are burned, monuments are destroyed, libraries are burned, books are burned, people that contain this knowledge up here and written down in scrolls, Dead Sea Scrolls and other, are hunted down and murdered time and time again through history. So I'm tired of listening to men tell me what's accepted and what ain't. I read it for myself. I let the word speak to me, and I decide through the Holy Spirit and through the gifts granted to me by my Father that I don't reject, that I accept fully, not only as an obedient son, but as a submissive son to his will, and follow the path that he lays before me regardless of consequence. That's how it talks to me.
Amen. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
awesome.
It's actually that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm good. I mean, yeah, I'm cool. I'm not trying to preach at nobody. I mean, I'm passionate about this subject, and it speaks to my heart profoundly.
I'm talking about finding freedom.
Oh, freedom. Yeah. Come on back in. I'm going to mute my microphone.
No, I'm still here. I'm listening. So I'm just curious. Do you believe that Jesus, Earls, do you believe that Jesus is God in the flesh and died on the cross for your sins? Do you believe that? Do you believe the fundamental doctrine of Christianity?
So I like to be careful with words and definitions of words, just like Drop was saying. I believe that his name is Yeshua, but I understand what you mean. I don't subscribe to it in the terms that you describe it. I believe that our Heavenly Father, the only creator that's ever been, sent, manifest in the flesh, his Son, to atone for the sins of mankind because of our sinful and disobedient nature. I believe that he was manifest here on this earth. He died through the torture that was projected upon him by the wickedness of this world.
A crown of thorns.
Crown of Thorns.
Light bringers.
Yeah. I can't really see it no more, but I got a heart tattooed on my hand.
Well, thanks, Ron,
and it's got a
for
crown of thorns. But yeah, I believe he died and rose 3 days later to atone for our sins.
You believe
because
he's
we were disobedient.
So are the Father and the Son one? You believe that?
Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
You know
I
what?
do.
You know what? I believe that it's been a misconception of everything that we ever seen. The crown of thorns was God's attempt, the Creator, to show us the light path of what we need to show to others.
Jesus' crown of thorns, one when he was during his trial.
I don't listen to me very carefully.
I'm listening.
Don't listen. Don't say Jesus again, because that is a Jesuit thing, and I will not acknowledge it.
Well, let's not disrespect each other either. We can have a good conversation.
I'm not actually disrespecting.
You know what I mean? I know. I'm just. You know what I mean.
Well, he has no idea about paradise. He has no idea about.
Okay, if he doesn't know anything about paradise, that's okay.
You know, I want to tell him about paradise.
It's hard sometimes to have loving patience, but sometimes we need to take a deep breath and realize that not everybody can see things the way we see them.
That's all. It's nothing against you, Drop. You know that.
No, it's just you know, sometimes I feel you. I feel every ounce of you, and it's hard to find someone to see the world through the lens that you see, and you see it through a different lens than me. Very similar but different still.
I will tell you a story, Finding Freedom, if you want to hear it.
I'm listening. Go
ahead. When I passed, I was walking through a field. I saw my wife, my daughter, everybody I ever knew and ever loved. When I passed from this world, and I knew every one of them. My parents was at the table, and everybody looked like they were like 25 years old. I'm gonna tell you this truth right now. And my wife come kissed me and said, "I love you, honey." And my daughter kissed me on the cheek and said, "Love you, Daddy." And that was the end of that. I knew I was in paradise. I knew I was with the Creator. I knew I was with God. And you cannot take that away from me. Nobody can. In this world of time, this measured without time. Because there's no time in the world of God or the Creator. And you should know this in this passing. I know where I will go. I have no passings of this time. I'm living here for a short time, and this time is not my time. My time is everlasting love and happiness within this world. That is what you should know.
Thanks for sharing. That.
And you should know this, because if you don't know this, then you don't know the true path. But if you're longing and working for this, you should say the salvation prayer to the Creator, no matter what religion it is, and say, "I love you and I want to be with you, Heavenly Father, Creator of all." That's all you need to know.
You know, it's
Bible.
interesting you said that. When was the last time anybody prayed and told the Father outright, talking to their Father, said that, Father, I love you? That's a profound thing. And if you've never done it, you really ought to think about it. Don't think he don't hear you.
He hears me and he loves me, and I will be
Yes, he
there with
does.
him. I'm not a bad person. I'm a good person, but I've had many trials. And I'm going to tell you right now that the Father loves you, the Creator loves you, and I don't care what religion you are, you know, it doesn't matter to me or anybody in the world. It's not about Christians or whatever. The Creator loves you more than you know. You see,
I agree with that.
yes,
I agree. God does. Yep. The Creator. Yep. He loves us. That's why He sent His Son to die for us.
He
You
sent.
just have to know that with man having their hands in the mix for the last 2,000 years, at least the way we understand time, as many times they've changed the calendar around on us, and many times they've hacked and chopped at Scripture. Mankind has always had their hand in this, and
we've been around
mankind
for,
has.
We've been around for 3 million years.
Mankind has always um, lied. You know, the rulers of the earth. You know, if you read Ephesians 6-10, or Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10 through 20, it talks about this is not against flesh and blood. Let me find it. I'll read it to you, Jack.
I think it's 5. But I think it's chapter.
Nobody leaves
no, it's
this
6.
world. Nobody
It's
leaves
6.
this world alive. Understand? This world.
Yeah,
This world.
that's right.
This world. Nobody leaves this world alive. Okay? You understand? Your soul is what is most important to God, to
That
the
is true.
Creator.
That's true. That's true.
All right. So Ephesians, what it says, it's referred to as the armor of God. Chapter 10.
The armor of God. There we
So,
go.
for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. We call that rulers. Against powers.
We call
and
the
against
principalities. The principalities you need to define.
principalities.
Principalities are the rulers of this world.
Yes. Yep. Against the rulers, the powers, and against the. Well, it says here. Let me reread it. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Fallen angels.
Yes, yes, they rule this realm. It's God's creation, but they rule this realm, and that we're here in it, and that we don't recognize that the rulers and principalities and authorities are the ones that's been in charge of this realm from the beginning. And we walk around like sheeple with our eyes wide shut to this simple fact that's stated to us in so many different ways throughout our Father's message, his history book, and his letter to his children.
In other words, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to interrupt you again.
Go ahead.
The fallen sheeple, the sheeple of the world, are the people of this world that actually have a soul. Because the soul is the one thing that they don't have.
That's right. It's the one thing they covet the most.
Mm-hmm.
We are created in his image, his likeness. We were his most prized creation. And that sparked the Luciferian war. He created us in his likeness and image, and he gave us free will. And that was the beginning of it. And he tells us,
sin,
yes,
free will to
yes.
sin, and free will to sin. And I know I'm going to correct you many times. Free will to sin. But you have the right to actually accept Joshua.
Yes. That's why I say I'm not only obedient, but I'm submissive to the Father. Not just obedient. I don't just listen. I submit to his will. There's a difference. Just like there's a difference between speaking with passion that so many people like to confuse and label as emotion. I had a lot of people tell me I'm emotional when I talk about the word or I talk about history. And I tell people you really need to pick up a dictionary and understand the difference between passion and emotion. Because just because I get loud or I get excited when I speak of it, it's passion, not emotion. And
You have
people
the right
love to
to
mislabel
accept.
that.
You have the right to accept the Father, the Creator, or you have the right to run away from Him. That's what it is.
That's
And
right.
if you
That's my
choose
version
to
of
run
free
away
will.
from it, if you have to choose the right to run away from Him, then you will be forever in hell.
Yeah, eternal damnation.
Yeah, well, that's what he
Cast
said.
in the lake of fire. Cast in the lake of fire. We have to be careful. We have to be careful about what we've been told by men. See, men and the rulers and principalities of darkness in this realm, in this heavenly realm that we exist in, that was created by our Father, has been ruled over by evil from the beginning, because he tells us this. But yet we
From
sit
the
here and we
children of
listen.
Cain. From the children of
Yes,
Cain.
yes, children of Cain. And we sit here and we listen to these same men, these rulers and principalities and authorities of this world, tell us how to speak, tell us how to think, what's politically correct, what's socially acceptable, and all this gibberish and nonsense. And they like to cloak it in part Latin and part Greek and make it so you got to hire an
You,
attorney
you,
just to
you
have a
just
conversation.
glossed over something right there. The cloak. The cloak it. Cloak means cloak.
Mhm.
You understand what
Mhm.
cloak means?
To obscure and to cover up, to hide,
Do you understand what cloak means?
like a veil.
Yes, exactly, sir.
I call it a big stinky dog turd that's been rolled in cat shit and rolled in sugar, and they want me to take a big bite of it.
What you want to do, but I'm just telling you that means a cloak of a veil. Cloak of veil means.
And I don't subscribe to it. I just don't. I don't subscribe to none of it, because all along it's been men telling us how to think and how to act and what to say and where to go and when to do it and all this other Mickey Mouse shit. And I'm just tired of hearing it. I'm tired of people regurgitating and puking in my ear the same lies they've been told. And I'm telling anybody who wants to listen that I've had things shown to me and revealed to me outright that says you don't listen to that. What you do is you read the word, you stay in prayer, you fast, you pray for everything often, and you have faith in your Father. And regardless how many times they slice and dice that Bible up, his word holds true no matter how many fragments of it are left, because his word is beautiful and perfect in its creation and inception, and everything else that's been tried to been done to it and all the lies been told, his words still ring true.
Yeah, so it
Have
says,
I said anything that's untrue?
He tells us hundreds of times in that book not to listen to men, but yet we do it. We idolize the celebrities and athletes and politicians, and we subscribe to racism and tribalism and socioeconomic divides and all this. And that is all of men. It is not of our Father. And as long as we subscribe
And
to it and
the one
participate
thing,
in it,
the
we
one
are
point, the
we
one
are
point,
accepting evil to rule over us by our own ignorant consent.
the one point that you miss is divisiveness.
Yes, that goes. It mixed right in with
That
tribalism and socioeconomic divide,
that
racism. Yeah, it all drives divisiveness in its inception.
divisiveness is the one point that you need to understand. That is the key point of the whatever you understand people that are doing right now. Understand? Understand?
Every time we talk to somebody, they label us anybody. We label each other. We've been taught to do this. We've been indoctrinated
do you
to
understand?
do this.
Do you understand that point though? Divisiveness is the point.
Yeah, that's how you divide and conquer. Divisiveness, divide and conquer. Turn everybody against everybody. Create all these false realities about what
You
color
don't.
means and
No,
what politics mean.
you don't. Divisiveness makes sure that you actually make sure everybody's turned against everybody else. Okay,
Yes, absolutely,
and
100%.
isn't that the devil's tool? Besides time, because time is that actually not devil's tool, because time is actually not real, because time is not in heaven. In heaven, my friend, there's no time. There's no here and
No
now.
darkness. There's no
There's
sun.
no
You live in the glory of the Father.
there's no time in heaven. Do you understand?
He is in us as we are in Him.
Time is only something we perceive, like, it's linear to us, but to God, yeah, time is non-existent.
Actually, time is actually the devil's tool, and
Mm-hmm.
that actually is used against you every time.
Yeah, I agree. But
I
to
mean,
God,
Hollywood made a movie about it. Hollywood made a movie about it with Justin Timberlake called In Time. That's precisely what they're
Well,
talking about.
they probably listen to me. I have
Behind the Hollywood garbage, that's what they're telling us.
I have a godson in Hollywood. He actually probably made a movie, by the way. Um, when he listened to all my crap, and he's I had to save him, but I have no idea. I'm going to save you and everybody else, because we have a very small time in this world, guys. Okay, very small time. Small time. You have 20 to 80 years, 100 years if you're lucky. Do you think your time in reality makes a difference? You need to actually just give yourself up to the Father and think about things in the life next to you. Okay? I know most of you think I'm full of bullshit, but whatever. You don't realize the potential and the part of you that actually you'll explain. But I do, I do. At this point, you have to have revelations for people that actually know about heaven, know about God and the Creator. I'm here for you. Okay?
We've been lied to so long and so profoundly. The whole point is to take us further away from our Father by these lies and misdirection and social indoctrination that's been heaped upon us for millennia.
I've been to heaven. I was put here for a reason to bring you here back to heaven. And I don't know what you all want to do. Okay. Those books are a crap because, if you look at a million years ago, they're not there. 3.2 million years ago, man was here before a long time ago. You have no idea what awaits you. But when you do pass from this world and are free from it, you will be, you will be, you will be.
We
The
will be.
Christian religion, to me, is another book, another time history, another lock on the key. I want to tell you one thing right now. It's not the key to your salvation. Okay, you need to actually say I love you, Lord, my Father, and all this stuff, if you can't say the salvation prayer and have God keep you in His arms, then you will not be with Him. I'm not going to play around with games. I'm telling you that the whole book of Christians and Muslims and everything else is it's all bullshit. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the truth. The truth is, well, you find me a 1649 Bible. Okay, when they changed everything.
What year?
1649.
64. I don't got anything that old.
I know.
I'd like to have one. I'd like to have one that was printed on the Gutenberg press. That's what I'd like to have.
I wouldn't
like
trust them either. I wouldn't trust them either because I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust any of it, but I'd like to read it.
You know, history, if I told you about the history for 300 years ago, 230 years ago, you would freak out. You would freak out. This world is not your world.
No, we were never meant. We were only meant here to be here for a little bit. It's not our place.
You have no idea about the world you meant to be with Yeshua. Yeshua, I told you about the crown on the four horse of the apocalypse, right? I told you that, right?
I know about
Now,
it.
I told
I
you
read
stuff
about it.
before the Bible. Before the Bible. Now I'm going to tell you about the crown of thorns upon Yeshua. Yeshua. You know what Yeshua is? Now you can look through your Bibles, and I can tell you right now they're not true. They're half lies and half truths.
Yeah, a lot of proof of that.
I know.
Proof of everywhere you look.
I'll tell you about the real truth.
I hate to break up the party, guys, but it's almost 7 a.m. here. It'll be daylight. It is becoming daylight. Almost 10 hours stream. It was definitely a good stream. We had a lot of good different topics going on. That's what's up.
Yeah, buddy.
Well,
it's been a good talk, man.
Yeah, no joke.
Thanks for having me on your show.
Very welcome. Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show.
Hey, Drop. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, it's been a long one, but you know, I'm okay, and I'm doing fine, and you know, I'm debt free. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Freedom.
And I have freedom. I have no problem.
That's what's up.
And the rest of the people in this chat, I'm real happy. And you know, Bob, you're really a good guy, man. I love you, man.
We all are, not just me. And, you know,
yeah, well, I don't really join chats anymore. You know, just I don't really actually go to YouTube anymore.
Me too. I've been slacking quite a bit.
No,
Thank you
it's
too,
actually
appreciate it.
no, actually, Bob, I don't go into chats anymore, because I'm tired of idiots and morons and idiots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't really do this anymore. I really don't. And they have no understanding of what we're going through and where we're going. And you know what? Whether you believe or not. What's that?
The last thing we need is more division.
Yeah, we don't need that. I mean, we need to be united. We need to be whole, and we need to be together. And I know that's probably a good thing for you, but the thing is that I don't want people to judge me because I know the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're going to keep judging you no matter what. That's what this world does to people like us. That's
Yeah,
all they
I
know
don't
how to
care
do.
anymore.
They
I don't
like to
care.
label us and judge us. I'm going to
I don't
sign
care.
off, gentlemen. I hope maybe I see y'all again in the future. Drop. It's a pleasure. I'd like to I'll leave you some comments here and there. I'll reach out to you. I'd like to talk to you some more. You got an interesting mind. I like to celebrate differences. We got more in common than we have in difference. That's a fact.
Well, my IQ
Finding
is
freedom and
189, by the
find.
way, so I'm not stupid. You know what I'm saying? And I just know that we know things that we cannot express to other people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I have, you know, you have no idea how stupid people are in this world, and how can we help them go through their lives with normalcy?
Patience, love, and kindness, and understanding, and celebrating difference.
That's true.
That's the recipe. That's the recipe.
That's
And with
true.
that, I say pleasure, finding freedom, true seeker. God bless you all. Drop.
Thank you.
Pleasure, sir.
Been a
Thanks for,
pleasure.
yeah, thanks for having me
And
on.
oh, you're always welcome. You know, absolutely. I want to thank
I
you
don't
all too.
know. I don't know how we're gonna actually go through this world without pain. I don't know. Honestly, Bob, I just, you know, you're a gracious host, and I probably killed all your viewers, but whatever.
No, it's all good. Like I said, it was a good stream. We went through a lot in the 10 hours.
You're a really good guy, man. I love you, and you're really cool. You know.
That's what's
No,
up.
you really are. You're right on the same thing that people should be, and I really wish that um, gal from Philadelphia should be here too. She's actually good. You know, she's not a bad person. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That gal from Washington State, where I live next to, not so much. You know the bitch, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like her at all. She's evil as hell.
Some people are.
Yeah, well, we're not. We're good people.
Yeah, they're saying, "Low, go to bed, drop." Yeah, I gotta get going too, because like I said, it's 7 a.m. daylight.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
try
good to
and come
see you
on
again.
tonight. I'm gonna try and come
I
on tonight if everything goes well.
I
You
thought
know,
about doing a live myself. So if you want to
sure.
join me, yeah, maybe.
Send me an email or something. You know, because I might not get a notification. I don't get any notifications for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, um, I'll check it out and send you an email, whatever. I'll send you
Yep.
some personal information too. I mean,
Yeah.
you're good. You, you're good with me, man. You're gold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't trust a lot of people, and maybe it's a bad thing, but also a good thing. I'm just stacking cash and gonna do my own thing. You know what I'm saying? But I also have in my heart a good thing for other people in case I need to actually, feed the town. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the best thing we can do is try to, you know, help other people in our community. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Same here. That's why I got all them seeds so I can plant fields.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I think that we need to actually, be mindful of other people in our communities. We need to think about them ahead of time. Sorry. we need to think about them as far as planting communities, as far as planting gardens, so that make sure they can feed themselves.
Right.
Because if you try to just feed yourself, everybody around you will never be able to feed themselves, and they will steal from your garden, and you will go hungry, right?
Yep.
Well, I'm just telling you the truth.
Well, that's all. Yeah, I mean, I agree though. That's all we can do. Just try to sustain ourselves and the people around us. In the end, that's all that matters. Just living.
Well, find freedom. Can you explain to me how if we want to help with Steve's Gardens, how you can make things better, right?
Say again. Say again.
Do you have seeds?
Yeah, I have a couple seeds.
A couple seeds. A bunch of
Yeah,
seeds or a couple
just a
seeds?
couple. Just a couple. Couple. Said a couple.
Okay, well, how are you going to help us in this quest? Because we're staring down at a thing where people are going to be needing us. Can you
We'll
help?
have to send them some seeds.
Can you actually email me and I'll send you some seeds? Where do you live, Freedom?
I'm not going to say on a live panel, but I'll just say northeast region of the United States.
Okay, do you live in an apartment or you have like an estate like 500 acres?
Suburb, yeah.
Places to grow.
Yeah, I have places to grow. Yes, and I have done it.
Okay, so do you want to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I do it.
Okay.
Like I do it.
So can Bob help you with this stuff? Or
Yeah,
do you
sure.
need me to help you?
What read? I know Bob's from. I know where Bob is from. Or you're not telling me what state are you from? What part of the United States are you from?
I'm from Washington. I'm like 2,500 miles away from your house, and Bob's like probably maybe 100
Yeah,
miles.
Bob's not too far, so yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, the point
Yep.
is that we want to help you grow stuff and make your own food. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
I understand. Yes.
I'm not some idiot from hell. Okay?
No, you're not, dude. You're not, dude. I think you're an intelligent guy.
Yeah. Shit. The Navy rated my IQ at 189 after 6 tests, and they actually took 6 tests. They tested me 6 times for 189. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? No, I'm just a stupid fucking genius. That's what because I didn't want to make any money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about this stuff. I want to make sure that people are taken care of. Do you understand me?
I understand you, man.
Oh, we're at that point in time where things just gotta happen, not just talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
You said you
shelves
were.
are empty.
I
You were
may be the gentle giant, but I almost saw the mental giant, and I'm actually one that actually can take control of things. So,
You said you're an engineer, weren't you?
yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. Work for. I'm just since you're Washington. You work for Boeing by any chance, or?
No, Raytheon, a few other ones, yes, and I can actually point this out to you. And I don't want to be a pissing contest to you, okay? Because I'm also internet security expert, and I'm also very good at my job. My job is myself. I work for myself. Do you understand that?
I get you, man. You sustain yourself.
Yeah. You don't want to F with me ever again. I've seen this stuff before with people actually crossing me, and you don't want to F with me. But
I'm not
I'm
trying.
also very.
I'm not
No,
trying to do that.
No. You don't want to F with me.
I'm not trying to do that.
No, I'm telling you. No, you don't want to F with me ever,
I never,
ever,
I
ever.
never, I never wanted. I never was trying to do anything to you, dude. I just
I may
wanted to
have
talk.
other jobs, in the Department of Security or Department of Defense. Okay,
Hmm.
don't ever F with me because I am a person you don't want to F with ever.
Are you saying that directly to Finding Freedom, or are you just saying that to people in general?
I'm telling the freedom
Why? I mean, you guys had something
because
happen.
people actually you put a bird feeder and they actually just come at that and grab it, all that crap. Bob, I'm just telling you, I'm a person um, that I've been claimed hacker and all that crap. I just actually work with people and clients and stuff like that. I I actually am a hacker, but I'm actually in the security expert because I do that. You know what I'm saying? You get
I
that?
get, I get what you're saying.
Okay,
All right, but
I don't hack people. I just do internet security for
Hmm.
you know.
this time I gotta end it though. It's after 7 o'clock.
Yeah, but dude, I didn't mean, dude. I'm not trying to mess, dude. I'm not. I have nothing against you, man, and look forward to talking again too. So, you know,
Yeah, well, I
Okay.
appreciate that, and I love everybody, and I want everybody to be successful, but I want everybody to understand the facts that you know um, the VPN crap doesn't protect you against nothing. And I'm also going to tell you one more time, you need to take care of yourself and everything else. And I'm not like that. I just don't do personal crap. Okay, I do defense against nations that actually try to hack into our servers. Okay, you understand?
I understand.
I'm an internet security expert, and I do know how to defend everything that comes into our doors. And I've never been hacked in the last 4 or 5 years. Okay.
Hmm.
As far as your personal crap, it's your problem, not mine. And whoever you go with, that's your problem. I get paid well to do my job.
Hmm.
Well,
My
that's the first
job
spot.
is.
First
Hmm?
spot in 10 hours.
Oh, you got a bot?
Yeah, one of those. Whatever. But again, I gotta go though, cause
Yeah,
it's
that's
already
okay.
daylight.
I'll
I'm
talk to you later,
sorry.
man. Love you,
Yeah.
Bob. Man, me doing a good job. And
Thank you.
you know, um, I don't really go on the internet anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but maybe we'll see it tonight. I'm gonna try and come on tonight.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna come on tonight, but um, I just actually I'm really tired of the people that I'm just really tired of the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm really tired. I'm really tired. So I just
I hear you.
I put up I put up you know I show up and I'm not really gonna really show up any more YouTube channels anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm
hear
not.
you.
I'm not. I'm just gonna show up once in a while. I want to see you on live, and if you want to receive me, that's fine.
You know where I'm at.
I know. I know. Actually, I do know where you're at, but who cares?
Yeah.
And if you want to know where I'm at, I have no idea. no one cares about that. You can send me a message and I'll send you that. I don't care. You know,
Yep.
I'm cool with that. We're good. Okay. And as far as that bitch down the road, huh, shit.
I hear you.
Well, I'll tell you later in an email. Shit.
Yep.
She was like 2 months down the road from eviction. So whatever.
Yeah. Send me a message. Let me know.
Yeah, yeah. You'd love that one, wouldn't you?
No, that'd be cool.
Yeah, she's full of shit. Anyway.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna end the broadcast now.
All right. Yeah, have a good day, Bob. Take
You too.
yeah, same to you, Drop. See you around.
Good night, guys. Freedom. I just don't want you to understand that I don't understand, but I do. Okay.
No hard feelings.
Yeah, man.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night, you guys.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Much love.
All right. See you later, Bob.
All right. Take care.
Take care. Bye.